listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Get up and don't get down. Stay up because this is Road Gang Radio live from the House of Fastport, also known as the Degas House, with your host Jimmy Mack and me, Andre Thibodeau. Hello.
Hey, Phone Master Dre, Andre Thibodeau, in the know with Thibodeau. By the way, we are just a couple of blocks away, a hop, skip, and a jump from the birthplace of trucking radio, WWL 870, which is not too far away from here, as is, by the way, one of the most famous radio stations in New Orleans for playing. Well, there are the Guardians of the Groove that actually live in this kind of particular area. We're less than 6 blocks away from the home base of the Jazz and Heritage Festival, and of course all kinds of groovy things like the French Quarter, and off in the distance one of the largest city parks in the United States. Jimmy Mack here, guys. Welcome to Road Gang Radio. And by the way, all kinds of good folks kind of lurking around there. Trucker Bosun says, good morning, Road Gangers. Our good friend Gary Salisbury is working around someplace around there. Good morning to you as well too. Joe J says he's in Sabetha, Kansas. Got to get rolling for Coppell, Texas. Delivery tomorrow morning. Keep on rolling, by the way. Lots of great people. Lovey and Earl 504 say, good morning, my family. You guys have a blessed and fun day. And by the way, the Paranormal Pie Man says, yo.
No way.
I know you're shocked.
Yeah.
Shocked.
What was that word again?
Yo. Actually, he says a whole lot more than that, by the way. He says, what does he put it? Yo ho, near the hooks I'll never go.
Wow, that was pretty good.
Profound, by the way.
Yeah.
Profound stuff. I'm going to actually get our friend Dean Croke here in just a second. We got a full show for you today. And one of the other really cool things, we got a great book about Ozempic. A great book about Ozempic. You got anybody that's on the Ozempic?
I have some friends that are on that area for the weight loss reasons, but my brother is a diabetic and he is on it for the medical reasons.
It is a medical miracle for diabetes too.
Yes.
Ozempic is a medical miracle for Ozempic too. Hey, I got Dean here.
Oh man, you got Dean all day, every day, my friend. Let's throw him in the spiel.
Let's get him.
And then Chowder when we have a chance.
We're going to drop Chowder in the conversation as well too. Hey, Dean. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning. Great to be with you guys.
Do you know anybody on Ozempic?
You do. Yeah, quite a few people. They benefited a lot from it. Just getting the weight off. It's calmed down the fire inside them that drives that food engine. And surprisingly, the alcohol side, like that's been a thing that's been really interesting with the folks that have been on it. It's taken away that desire to drink also. Not that they were excessive drinkers. They just lost the taste. And that was one of the big benefits, because those unnecessary calories were just adding pounds also. So that was all the sugary drinks, all those things.
Well, it's the sugary, maybe. I mean, that's exactly it. I mean, a lot of people, I think, really kind of crave that. Dean, we're going to actually get Dre to pick up the phone for you really quickly, because you got a little bit of a crackle there kind of going on. So we're going to kind of take care of that in a second here, guys. Road Gang Radio has got a full lineup today. We do have a book about Ozempic we're really excited about. The Braz is going to be here, Robert Braswell, for Maintenance Matters. That's the Baron von Gruvenstein of long-running shows here on RadioNemo.com. Do me a favor, guys, by the way. We're trying to set this up as quickly as possible. If you haven't already subscribed to RadioNemo.com, you say, why should I subscribe? I don't get anything from it. I don't get charged for it, but I don't get anything from it. We got a newsletter coming your way, headed your way, and that's going to be a kind of a groovy thing. And, of course, Lindsay Lawler will be here at 9 in the center. And, of course, as always, 10 in the East. We spend the first part of this show helping you make a living, and we spend the second part helping you make a life. Last half hour before Lindsay joins us is going to be another edition of Education Station coming your way. Let's give this another try, Dre. Can we give it another shot? Hey, Dean, what's happening?
Yeah. I had some new earphones this morning because I got a new iPhone with a new USB-C setup, so obviously the wires weren't connecting. Sorry about that.
That's okay. You sound great now, my friend. So, yeah, the Ozempic thing is kind of a modern miracle. This woman has written a book about the history of how it was developed, how it was kind of created, and kind of talks about one of the unsung heroes kind of at the center of it all, too. There's a woman of the four-person team. Actually, it was 3 people at the University of Massachusetts and then a scientist over in Copenhagen are the ones who kind of put this all together. They were working, I guess you would say, on parallel tracks when they all got there. And the whole thing about Ozempic is that it's based on a hormone that they didn't even know if it existed in humans. They had to find out if it in fact existed in humans. They discovered that it existed in fish. It actually is a hormone that if used properly, it turns your body into like a heater. And I don't mean like a heater that it heats you up, but like an air conditioning. That it actually can read, it can read the temperature of your body and then begin to regulate it at that point. And I think you're right. The whole thing about the drinking, which is so fascinating to me, about the drinking is the fact that how many people had gotten not addicted to alcohol, but had gotten kind of used to the way that the alcohol made them feel after, but they associated that feeling with sugar.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
yeah,
and
fascinating.
It's the cravings that it really kind of takes away. But for diabetes too, it's a miracle. It is an absolute miracle.
Yeah. I wrote about this a little while ago because one of the things I was trying to explain, I think we might have talked about this late last year, was the impact on the freight market, because we were talking about how much refrigerated volumes had fallen off in the last year. So if you take this to its sort of extreme as a way to explain why we're hauling less refrigerated freight, think about the impact of 6% of US adults or 15 million people are taking GLP medications, and I'm sure your guest will explain the numbers in a little bit more detail. So if you say 1 in 8 adults are using GLPs, it's something like, I think the studies show that the average American consumes almost 2,000 pounds of food in a year. If you go through the weight loss numbers, it shows that something like I'll cut to the chase, but it means that the reduction in truckloads is something like 200,000 fewer truckloads a year would be hauled if the number of people using GLPs eat, and I think it's something like, the number is something like 700 pounds less each year because they're using GLPs. So it translates to a reduction in truckloads that's quite staggering over the course of the year. Now, I mean, 200,000 fewer truckloads of freight is not a big number, but when you add to everything else that's going on, like it's significant across the market. And that's fruit and veggies and alcohol and soft drinks and all those other things. But it's enough to make a dent in overall truckload volume. So it's significant and it's having a big effect. These numbers are just preliminary, of course.
It's going to be even more significant. And by the way, she talks about what you're talking about from a different angle extensively in the book. The people who run Lilly, who overnight, because of Ozempic, became the largest pharmaceutical company in the world. They, in fact, their goal, not their goal, but they estimate that by the time this is done, 20% of all Americans 20% of all Americans will be using some form of what we now know as Ozempic as a possibility, because if in fact obesity, not being overweight, not simply making a couple of corrective steps to get your weight back in line, but genuine obesity is in fact, they view it as a disease like pneumonia, and they view Ozempic as antibiotics. That's how they view it. They view it in the same way. And remember, a lot of people who are diabetic too, in many ways. This is interesting too, though, because one of the things the book really kind of points out is that Ozempic only really works for the people who understand what it's doing. It doesn't allow you. There are people who are so addicted to the patterns of their life that many of them keep on eating on their eating habits. Which makes them more unhappy. That's the craziest thing, that most people actually respond to it. They lose the cravings, but people are so kind of ritualized in their behavior. Many of them don't understand what it is that's happened. The people who have the most success use it as a tool to put themselves in a position where they start doing all the stuff they've always wanted to do. It makes it easier to count calories. It makes it easier to work out. It makes it easier to do that stuff. But it isn't just a matter of you get to be who you were. You don't get to eat sugar now. That's not what it does for you, and it's really interesting.
Yeah.
But it's going to have a massive impact. Now, you and I both know that when you get rid of a couple of jobs, people think that, these jobs are all going to go away. Well, the electric vehicle in the early 20th century was going to take away everybody who was shoeing horses. They got jobs. There's always jobs waiting. I'm just interested to see, because it was so fast and furious, like AI technology, that it really did cause a disruption. That's the thing, that those 200,000, trucks or, loads could go away at a much more accelerated rate if, in fact, we get to the 20% number they're talking about. That's a real disruption. Go ahead.
It is. It's about a 2% reduction in truckload volumes. I'll give you an example. Talk about flatbed trucks, right? So we've got a big reduction in truckload volumes in the flatbed market because the general economy is depressed. We're not building a lot of single-family homes. Well, on the counter to that is we're building a lot more data centers because of the AI revolution. So a lot more carriers are hauling a lot more data center construction to remote areas. There's swings and roundabouts, right? But it's not enough to affect the total market. And I think that's what's going on here in the refrigerated market. A 2% reduction in freight volumes because of GLPs hasn't been enough to move the total market yet. But I think we're getting there. And I think that the other point would be, think about the impact on the weight loss industry. Like GLPs has had a profound impact on people going to the gym. The traditional gym model is under threat. There's a lot of jobs associated to that industry. I think there's a lot of ancillary industries that have relied a lot on the weight loss side of our industries. Think about some of those big weight loss chains that have really struggled. Some have declared bankruptcies in recent years because of this change that's been going on for a couple of years now. So I think there's a big change that's probably haven't realised yet the full effect of this.
I'm going to say something. We'll talk about this in more detail after the break, because I know you got a whole bunch of stuff to get to. We got to get to Chowder's phone call. I do think that the weight loss industry has a marketing problem as opposed to a genuine threat. Because one of the things about the book is she does a beautiful job of kind of the opening prologue of the book. She gives a very anecdotal story about this woman named Sarah, who goes from being like the most underappreciated person at work to being the most celebrated, quickly promoted person at work, and it's because she loses weight. And she loses weight, and everybody sees her better. Everybody understands that she's a person who's a go-getter. Everybody sees that she has 2 degrees, and she's incredibly organized. People are getting the door for her. On the same side of that, though, she is running marathons. She is eating better. And it's 100 pounds later, 4 years later, when everything kind of finally turns for her. But it's one of those things, too, where she's more involved in community, too. And we'll have a larger conversation on the other side of the break about communitas and what I think, how to kind of save your business by offering it as a community rather than as a service. But we got to get to Chowder's phone call here real quick. Chowder, good morning. As always, original member of the reconstituted road gang is here. How you doing, brother?
I'm definitely an original, never copied, duplicated, and probably shouldn't be. Keep me in case of glass breaking, choice of emergency, only after revision of an abortive approval twice. Good morning, Dean. Good morning, Dre. And that's DRE. Don't you dare add a Y or you'll be DOA. And good morning, Jimmy and the family. Hey, Dean, I really got thinking about what you were talking about, refrigerated and exercising and weight loss and the markets on that. And I habitate in the central part of the country where we have a lot of that. I drive for Schuster, as we all know. We haul a lot of Blue Bunny ice cream. Well, our ice cream seems to be a little bit slow on loads right now. Maybe it's seasonal. Not a lot of people eating ice cream when it's snowing icy out for some reason, ironically. But our dead animal products, our turkeys, chickens, beef, and pork, we've really been stacked and packed and overbooked by, I think they said something like 26 loads a day for the last 4 or 5 months. So I see our refrigerated stuff's moving really good. Now, I'm not an owner-op, so I don't know what the pay is, but I've talked to our owner-op, some of them, and they're pretty impressed with the $300,000 to $400,000 they made, and I'm guessing that's per truck, not individual. Some of them said they're in about the 175 twos for it. So I think you're probably spot on at it. Hopefully it's not a glip on the radar, but it may be a sign of a long-term thing, but it could be I'm based in a good place where I've been staying really busy hauling that stuff. As I was telling our great friend Dre, DRE, I don't do that Ozempic because I keep pulling hammies, but then I found out talking with that's an elliptical, and apparently they're not the same. So I use that just for you, Jimmy.
Thank you, man.
But as you would say, I've been holding on to that one for a while. But I wonder, Dino, what do you think if we do get to this healthier America, which I'm a proud proponent, I'm down 6 pounds from last month on, wouldn't the weight loss shift us from hauling and the healthy eating, shift us away from the candies and junk food stuff that plenty of people make money off of, to more produce and vegetables within our own country being moved from coast to coast, and I guess from the Texas basins up? Wouldn't that increase, though? Because companies tend to try to move freight more. And with that, I'll let you guys go and try to get rid of this dang fog that seems to be from Illinois to Iowa to South Dakota and south. I'm waiting for Scooby-Doo's fingernail to come out, draw a circle, and poke his head out. You guys have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Dean, I'm going to let you answer that question after the break, as we always do. It's a good question. I mean, what is the offset if, in fact, because here's the thing about shipping, really quickly, is that when you get rid of one thing shipped because of a change in the market, it usually makes another. People want stuff. So what stuff replaces, treats and candies and sugars and pies and all that other groovy stuff? Hold on to that thought. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. Dean, my good friend Phone Master Dre, and I, let's take that deep breath.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's a good time for a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Wednesday, 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 Wednesday. Hey, want to share something with you. We're in the middle of the week, and Isaiah chapter 12, verse 6 says, "Shout aloud and sing for joy, people of Zion, for great is the Holy One of Israel among you." You notice what Isaiah just told the whole nation? He said, y'all better celebrate. You better be excited. He said, because God is with you. And if God is with you, there's a great indication that nobody can be against you. And if they are, they're not going to make it. So the joy of the Lord is what we're going to walk in. Why? Because he is our King. God bless you, brothers and sisters. Enjoy your Wednesday. Shout aloud and sing for joy, people of Zion, for great is the Holy One of Israel among you. Isaiah 12 and 6. God bless you.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, where strong freight and faith create lasting success. Visit drive4bme.com. drive4bme.com.
Amen, and shout it loud, Jimmy.
Shout it out loud. Also, shout out loud to Showtime, who is Star Driver 1 over there on the chat. Morning, kids. Be careful parking in Gary, Indiana. High theft at Petro Loves. A lady tried to get into my truck with me in it. Have her and the car who picked her up on video. That's a really big heads up. Thank you so much. And our good friend, Star Driver, actually made a point later on saying that it's, a place that he usually likes to go. He's been parking there for the better part of 5 years and never had a problem till last night. First time parking in that spot behind the shop. He's also concerned as this was a brokered load, not an auto manufacturer load. So be careful out there. Trucker Bosun, good morning. Penny Lane is doing one of those shots to keep that weight under control. And the Paranormal Pie Man says, I'm stuck between 2 carrier reefer units and it's driving me nuts. Hashtag what is this? Thermo King Whisperer for life. I was like, going, what's it? I thought it said smoking for a second. Thermo King Whisperer for life. Thank you so much. Hey, DB Guitars, good morning to you. And good morning to you, Craig Daniels. The 10 ring is in the house. Dean, you want to take a shot at what my good friend Chowder had to say?
Yeah, I think you and I have talked a lot about sleep on our show over the years, and I think Chowder touched on something really important that's dear to my heart, and it's got a lot to do with sleep. So he's talking about, the homegrown nature of weight loss and how it might lead to us, buying more fruit and veg instead of importing more candy from overseas, for example, as one example. So, what Chowder was getting at was basic biology, because what he's talking about was weight loss, and sleep and decision making are interconnected, because when we lose weight, we make better decisions, because losing weight reduces inflammation and improves hormone production and blood sugar regulation, which helps brain function more efficiently. Sleep quality improves, especially deep restorative sleep that we talked about a lot here in the show. It restores your better judgment and self-control. Basically, better decisions make healthy behaviors easier to sustain. So when you feel better, you make better decisions. So when you go to the truck stop, that decision to eat better and make healthy choices becomes much easier. So I think what Chowder was getting at is the choices you make about a healthier lifestyle, you are less likely to put off today to tomorrow what you you should be doing if you lose weight, because the bottom line is if you don't get good quality sleep, all of those decision makings become really, really hard to do. But sleep is at the core of it. And when you start to lose the weight, especially off your neck, because neck is where the obstructive sleep apnea and the snoring come from, which impacts your sleep quality, all of this works hand in hand. And when you get the weight off, the sleep improves, everything kind of clicks, the decision making improves. Suddenly it's like looking through a camera that's been a little bit out of focus, turn that lens a couple of millimeters and everything becomes crystal clear. And I think what Chowder's really getting at is we start to become really good decision makers. And I think what Chowder didn't get to is think about the impact on our annual DOT physical. Because right now, think about our diastolic and systolic numbers that we talked about that I had to go through in December, like the 140/90 number. Think about our sugar levels that they're all over us about. I think this has a profound impact on our DOT physical challenge that we all face every year. I think this has got a really big impact on truck drivers generally if we can actually start to get our weight under control because of our sedentary lifestyle.
Yeah, and I'll say this just by anecdote. Here's the thing about sleep. Sleep actually benefits from anecdotal evidence. I won't lie to you. It's been a couple of stressful days, and I got some issues resolved yesterday. Went home, had a nice meal with my parents. By the way, yesterday was the Feast of the Epiphany, which meant king cakes went active in New Orleans. Had a little sliver of king cake, went for a walk, went to bed. I was in bed at 8 o'clock last night, Dean. This morning, I got up at, I guess, around 3:30, 3:45 to kind of start my day. It was like restorative sleep. And I will tell you right now, Dre can always tell when I don't have sleep, because when I don't have sleep, I come in and I start complaining. Did I complain this morning? I did not. I mean, we talked about all the things that I'd read and the books that I'd gone through, and I was able, the place is still a mess over here, but it was a lot more straightened than it was yesterday. The mess wasn't Dre's, it was mine. And everybody should do that once in a while. Just pick a day where they're going to sleep a little bit longer, make a real commitment to stay in bed if they can, and just kind of journal about the difference between a day with sleep and a day without. Lindsay's right. And by the way, We Should Write is happening today. Got some great guests on there too. But Lindsay's right that people don't realize that forget about like the creative power of writing. Simply having a journal or a bullet point journal to kind of track behaviors and then do comparisons. I tell people all the time, write down not a to-do list, but a to-done list. Get to the end of the day. Don't worry about what you had to do. Worry about what you did and write down what you did. And then at the end of the month, just that simple list, go through them. See what has changed or see how you can change based on what you've done. And getting sleep is one of the ones you should track in there. You'd be amazed at what you're looking at and how your productivity. And check the days where you got sleep and where you didn't and then watch what happened. I mean, you've got to work harder at getting sleep as you get older. It's probably one of the things that's underestimated the most as you get older, because the reality is you'll end up getting about half as much deep sleep by the time you get to 50 as you did when you were 20. And deep sleep is that restorative sleep that fixes the rest of the body. Like it's the hair, it's the eyes, it's the muscles, it's the skin. The REM sleep is the other part that you get less of as you get older. So you've actually got to work really, really hard on the conditions that allow you to sleep. It's a real challenge because sleep becomes one of those things that just doesn't happen by accident. You've actually got to work really hard at the right environment to get sleep as you get older. A lot of people don't discount that and they just think it happens by chance. It doesn't. I have a friend of mine who makes a living as a playwright, but he doesn't keep kind of journals that most people keep. He keeps a dream journal. And I mean a dream journal, a sleep journal, essentially. Talks about when he went to bed, what he remembers from the dream, all of that kind of groovy stuff. And he says that he believes this. Maybe it's true because it is psychological. He believes that he gets better sleep because he keeps that dream journal. And it makes him so happy and excited. We talked about the kingdom of sleep, that he actually, and by the way, there are people who believe this, and there's some scientific basis to it, who think he is one of them, that they have an entire second life inside of their dreams. And that is kind of a remarkable way to kind of go through life. And the other thing is, I said, what is the biggest breakthrough? And he goes, the biggest breakthrough is that I look forward to sleeping as opposed to seeing it as a necessity. And that is...
See, that's the key.
Yeah, that's
it's how you think about sleep. He's thinking about it in a positive frame as opposed to, I can't sleep. He's thinking, I can sleep and it's great.
And it's great.
Is the essence of that,
Here we go into the break. When we come back, I have a very quick comment about ice cream. By the way, it turns out that it might be underrated. And then Dean's got a bunch of stuff he's got to unpack for us as well. Road Gang Radio continues. You're always welcome to call at 615-292-6366.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
The St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
It's Wednesday, 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 Wednesday.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
We're going to talk in a moment about a guy who has one of the most unique business models for trucking over at the Donner Pass here in just a moment as Dean Croke continues his, regularly scheduled, but now on a Wednesday appearance because we've been moving stuff around as we had a whole bunch of stuff to shift over and move and shake and shuck and jive here on Road Gang Radio. Guys, don't forget you can hear us on the Audacity of Odyssey. You can hear us on the Tube of You where you're yakking it up like our good friend Tim of Trucker Voices. Good morning to you, sir. You can also hear us on iHeart, where you can give us your heart as well, and on all the other platforms like Live 365 and the Book of Face, and then on every platform podcasting-wise, just a little bit after the show. Dean Croke joins us this morning. By the way, it turns out that ice cream may be underrated, and that while there are a lot of people who have lactose intolerances and all that kind of groovy stuff, it turns out that there are a lot of benefits, and that Zeke Emanuel, who for a long time was one of the closest presidential advisors on health, says there's a reason why people in the Netherlands and Holland and Dutch country are the tallest in the world, is that they drink a lot of milk. And there are a lot of health benefits to ice cream, provided you get the kind that have a little bit less sugar. You don't want to put anything in there that are false sugars, though, but a little bit less sugar and more on the creaminess. You might be actually doing yourself a favor as healthy desserts go. Dean, you got a golf sand story that I just think is amazing. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I ran into a good friend of mine out there that I met just by chance. I won't tell you who, but I met some characters out there in the California Sierra Nevadas, and his business is hauling golf course sand. I never knew that there was a whole industry around golf courses. I've got some friends here in New England that I go to truck shows with, and all they do all year is haul golf course sand out there in the Sierra Nevadas. And of course, there's a big golf course event or a big golf event that's on around Lake Tahoe every year, where a lot of famous people go. And they have a unique sand that they have to haul to these golf courses every February, March in spring, that they have to lay down. And of course, it's very seasonal. And there's a mad rush to lay down this sand at a particular time of the year. And that's all his business is hauling golf course sand to all the golf courses. And he's developed a real niche around this. But that's the same here. But I didn't know there was a particular sand that they have to make for golf courses. I'm a bit naive. I'm not a golfer. But there's apparently a business around it, and there's a unique way to haul it, and you have to have the right kind of equipment. But of course, the Cali guys have the transfer dumps. They don't have the hoists in each of the trailers like a lot of truckers do here. They have the transfer dumps, and I got to have a look at his transfer dump, which is where the rear trailer slides into the front trailer. And then you've seen how they have the tag trailer and the back trailer slides into the front. I was staggered at the speed of how the back trailer slides into the front trailer and how it shoots out like a cannon out of the back trailer. Because I asked him if I could come out and do a video of it, because in the 25 years I've been here, I had never seen it happen in person. And of course, it's a big thing in Cali, right? California, where you have a lot of the transfer dumps. And I actually got to see one of F.W. Carson's from Lake Tahoe, a triple transfer, where you've got two trailers on the back of a straight truck. And but these guys are fast. The way they move these transfer dumps around, they are lightning fast. I was really impressed at how quick they move these transfer dumps around the site and unload the sand. So I've just had a great time out there over the 2 weeks, met some really interesting characters, but the whole world of transfer dumps and golf course sand was just illuminating. I just love how you go to different parts of the country and you meet truckers who have a real specialty around both equipment.
I just took that
commodity.
note. I just took that note for conversation. My mom, Dad, and I watch Jeopardy together. That's how we eat dinner. We watch Jeopardy and see who wins. My dad usually wins, although occasionally I clean the floor with him. When it comes to pop culture, I murder him. Here's the thing, though. What he's figured out about all of that is that geography is the key. If you know your geography, you have a fighting chance at any Jeopardy game, because everybody's got their other passions and all that. And my mom was like, good God almighty, how do you know all these places? And he said it's a lawyer's trick. He said, I used to do maritime oil, so I had to know the flow of the supply chains of, fuel and everything as it got brought all over the planet. He said, and in many ways, truckers have that one real connective tissue with attorneys. Attorneys have areas of specialty, which means they've got to know not only their own profession in regards to the law, they've got to know the profession as well. And I was going to bring this up, the idea that if you can be a foundationally competent or foundationally excellent driver, you then have the foundation to build on any area that might get you passionate, in the sense that our good friend, give you an example, Showtime loves cars and he loves events, just like our good friend Paperclip loves events. So they not only are experts on driving those events or driving those things, they're experts on how those events or how those cars work. Wanted to put that up really quickly. Throw two more things at you. Trucker Boastin, first of all, thank you for the 10 spot. Trucker Boastin wanted me to tell you I listened to the Circadian Rhythm Music app. That helps you sleep. It definitely helps me sleep better and feel better. And our good friend Tenoring once again says the new update on the Apple Watch and iPhone show a sleep score in the morning. Which, by the way, are all, anything that helps you sleep better, you need to kind of put that up and download that. Good God Almighty, we're running out of time here, Dean. All right, so what is first actually on the docket? Where do you want to start? What you got?
I think we're in a really interesting spot. We're into almost halfway through the first week of the shipping year. This is the first full week, so we're at this sort of watershed moment where rates have gone up. The numbers are kind of interesting. Rates have gone up. So let's just talk dry van, up about 31 cents a mile since the week before Thanksgiving, up about 18%. It's extraordinary. They shot out of a cannon from that week before Thanksgiving, but mostly in the bellwether states, mostly in Kentucky, Missouri, Ohio, Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, kind of out there where Chowder is right now, where he's drawing that circle through the fog, trying to get himself through there right now. But those areas have two things in common over that period from Thanksgiving to now: severe weather disruption, severe snow, frigid temperatures. A lot of dry freight went over to reefers like Chowder's pulling right now, protect from freeze, but a heavy e-commerce concentration, right? So think retail, holiday season shopping, a lot of people trying to move freight into e-commerce markets for online retail sales. So what happened in that compressed post-Thanksgiving period is a lot of freight had to move. E-commerce networks were frozen, literally frozen in place, particularly across I-80. That drove up spot rates and freight rates in general. So what we don't know just yet, if that was the sugar rush that we alluded to before Christmas and rates just went through the roof, because remember, large contract carriers like Schuster, that Chowder drives for, had been reducing their fleet counts down, so they didn't have an excess capacity to handle the surge in demand.
Right.
So what we don't know is if the surge in spot rates was a precursor to the market tightening, or just the surge in excess freight demand pre-Christmas, and then the market will cool off in the first quarter. I'll know by the end of this week if the first shipping week of the year is going to sort of slide back into that post-Christmas malaise. So we're at an interesting moment. What's different this year is, of course, we've got all of the regulatory enforcement stuff going on in the background, and we've got a lot of carriers sort of sitting this one out. Well, I say that because I'm not sure if they've gone home to another country or they are out of the industry. We don't know that yet. What I do know is that along the southern border, refrigerated carriers are earning pretty good money because a lot of capacity is avoiding southern markets like Laredo, McAllen, Nogales. So I think that I do know that on our DAT rate view right now, loads from Laredo and McAllen back to Los Angeles are paying $2,000 more per load than they were a year ago. So I do know there are spots in the market where carriers are doing exceptionally well, particularly refrigerated carriers. So the market is kind of a little bit crazy at the moment. All of last year it lacked direction. For the last 6 weeks, it's been anything but lacking direction. Now, I'm kind of cautious. I'm not going to say the market has turned, but there are some things happening ahead of what you and I have talked about. The Supreme Court's going to make an announcement on tariffs soon. There'll be a new Fed chairman soon. We've got the Venezuela, Greenland stuff ahead of the midterm elections bubbling along. This could be one of the wildest years we've ever seen. So who knows where this ends and what we'll talk about the rest of the year. But we're starting off 2026 with a bang. And hopefully we start to see a little bit more direction in the freight market. But we're starting off 2026 with some of the highest freight rates for dry van and reefer that we've seen probably in the last decade, excluding 2021 and 2022, which were driven by the pandemic.
It's interesting to me too because I think the best case scenario is not so much that what happened over Christmas is in fact, or what happened the last couple of weeks is in fact the new normal, but if in fact it ends up being stable, because John Maley talked about this too as well. If in fact this was like this bump and then we level out, but then begin to slowly walk out, that seems to me the best case. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the Supreme Court says, you know what, tariffs are done here, and then we get that surge again. But it seems to me, tell me if I'm wrong, that I feel like the best case scenario is we get that bump, it levels off, but that leveling off isn't so much a leveling off, but that slow kind of steady climb back to something resembling what we now know is normal, correct? That's what we're talking about here, right?
Yeah. I'll give you some perspective here. When I look at year-over-year rates that aren't inflation adjusted, we are starting off 2026 pretty much identical to where we started off 2018, which was a bull market year. 2018 was one of our better years in the last decade for truckload carriers. Capacity was tight. Now we had a pretty strong industrial economy, changes in the tax code. We had an oil price rally. Like there were some things that were different, but it was a really good year for truckload carriers. So the rates looked like and feel like what they did at the start of 2018. I'm not going to draw the same economy comparisons because they're very different, but that's what it looks and feels like as we start this year. So that's where we sit right now. It's a very interesting truckload economy, but at least the market's got some volatility, which is what we sort of thrive on. Is at least we're not talking about nothing happening, which is kind of, we like it. I mean, I think.
Yeah, which has been the pattern, by the way. And the other thing is that I will say that the difference between 2018 and this year is that, we quickly forget to some degree that 2016 and 2017 were the first 2 years that we were actually out of the Great Recession. I mean, really had crawled our way out of it. You can make a case that 2015 and 2016 proper were the first 2 years really out of it. And so what was there is that it was an economy that was doing okay, and then 2018 kicked in and that bull market. Even if we have that volatile bull market year, I think that goes back to the idea of that slow kind of steady walk up. And all of this relates to truckers, of course, because it could mean a more stabilized year. The uncertainty, that magic word from last year, has been replaced with, okay, now we see the pattern. Really quickly, by the way, our good friend Tenring says the sand is not only white, Dean, but the grains are round. And that's what gives it, by the way, he's right. That's what gives it that kind of, I call the sand in a trap at a golf course looks like Lawrence of Arabia sand. That's the big thing. It gives it that movie look, because the whole idea of everything that goes into playing in a golf course is golf courses, if you look at them in Scotland, where they originally started, have a much more rough and tumble look. The ones in the United States actually look like they're made for television because they are. And so the idea is not just to create the best environment for playing golf. It does, but it also creates the best environment to make television shows that show people playing golf. My first cousin is married to a golf pro who lives in Puerto Rico. They're doing okay. It's a good life.
Yeah.
It's a good life if you can get to be a part of it as well. Okay, so what else is going on in regards to? We're still far away from festival times. There's not a lot of them coming, although you did get to follow those bees, didn't you? That was kind of. I mean, we talked a little bit about that, but can you talk a little bit more about the beekeepers, and then please pivot to whatever else you have on the docket.
Yeah. Sitting out on the interstate, I saw. I'm a real truck nerd, and the truckers out there will get this, but I saw 3 old Peterbilts with 8-inch stacks and flatbeds coming at me, and like when you see that, you think, oh, there's something going on here. I've got to pull over and get a video. Turns out they were hauling bees to California, and as most will know, California is the largest producer of almond trees, and they've got to start to store up bees in storage sheds ahead of the pollination of almond trees in February. And a lot of these bees come from the Dakotas, and of course, California can't produce enough bees on its own to pollinate all of the trees. It turns out that a lot of these bees are traveling along I-80 into California. It's the largest controlled migration of bees on Earth. And I had no idea that I'd stumbled across what I call the beekeepers, and I'll be posting some videos on Facebook and Instagram this week, and I'll do a YouTube video of these guys. But I got to know them and met them and did a whole bunch of videos of Sean Nelson and Darren Warland and a couple of other guys. But they are really cool guys, and they've got some cool old Peterbilts that they run along I-80. They are literally busy bees that run back and forward across I-80, across Donner Pass, in the snow, all sorts of conditions. I'm not sure yet why they've got so many beekeepers in the Dakotas. It's got something to do with geography and climate. I've got to do some research on that. But I suspect between now and February, when pollination occurs, there will be, to use a Three Amigos reference, there will be a plethora of trucks loaded with bee hives running back and forward along I-80 through Reno. They seem to get a bit of a pass through Ag Station in Truckee when they come through for some reason, I guess because they're bees.
We've actually stumbled on a topic today that I wouldn't mind unpacking, and the sleep actually plays into this. So, you talk about this is the year to get serious, right? I mean, you said this is the year that it's time to get serious is one of your kind of mantras about it. And part of getting serious, of course, is, sometimes not only setting up that good foundation, well, that could be your goal, setting up what I call that good foundational thing of being a foundationally competent, excellent truck driver, and then figuring out who your partners are going to be, whether it's with the carrier you work with or whether it's going off on your own and hanging your own shingle. And then we talked about our friends who actually like Showtime and Paperclip, who have their areas of expertise, as many of the other folks do as well too. The beekeepers, of course, the people who keep the bees in their truck, and then we talked about the sand stuff. I would love if you could talk a little bit about, once you've set that foundation, we've talked about marketing yourself properly, we've talked about, getting the word out there. How does one find a gravitational pull? How does one go about the business of deciding this is the area I want to reside in? I know how to drive a truck. I've driven for a while. I'm for a competent carrier. I'm now done my own thing as an owner-operator, kind of work as a generalist. How does one go about becoming a specialist? If you had to give somebody advice on that.
I would figure out what works for my family, what works economically. So I would always go back to what drives the economic engine at home. Because if you don't get that right, everything else becomes a grind. I know that might sound a little bit crazy, but at the end of the day, the numbers have got to work, and you've got to figure out what's going to drive that economic engine, what route, what freight type, what home time, what rate per mile. All of that comes from what's the economic driver at home. And there are some fleets out there that design jobs around that particular business model. So I would always start with what's the economic model I'm trying to feed here, and then build the business around that. And whether I'm an owner-operator or a company driver, that's what I would always start with. And then the decision about what I do and where I go and what I buy becomes pretty easy, because then it either becomes a day cab hauling containers around town, or I'm going to be away from home for a long period of time hauling over-dimensional specialized, making a ton of money, but I'm never home. right? So it's a very different business model. But I think you've got to figure out what it is you're going to do. Now, that latter example could be someone that's already got kids that have grown up and moved away from home, where the spouse comes with you. You see what I mean? Like, it's a very different business model. So I think my advice would be figure out what works at home first before you decide what it is you're going to do.
And a couple of follow-up questions then as well too, because Dave talked about the old model of the husband and wife out there went away to some degree with the rise of the ELD and the lack of flexibility in the hours of service. If in fact the discussion that is being had right now, OIDA is bringing real pressure here. A lot of people are bringing pressure, not so much at the removal of the ELD, even though OIDA continues to fight it because that's what its members want and it follows the will of its members. It's also trying to figure out ways to change the model on hours of service. And in that way would open up possibilities for more couple driving. Not that you can't do that now as a couple, but it would really open up the game in regards to couples driving. And I was kind of curious. You get the ear of Sean Duffy and Derek Bars. You got them. You say you're going to come in and they're going to follow your pattern. What flexibility would you set in the HOS that would allow? I've always said that the HOS changes, the ELD then does exactly what it's supposed to do, which it becomes a device the driver can use to be like, no, I ain't driving there, and nobody can make me drive there because the ELD says I can't. I'm going to do it my way within the confines of the hours, but not the flexibility within the hours. What would you do?
I would fire up my 2005 hours of sleep exemption that I filed with the FMCSA, which is essentially the flexibility of paper logs embedded in the ELD mandate, which simply says, let me put the 10 and the 11 together however I want. So I could drive 2, sleep 5, but no 14-hour clock. The 14-hour clock is absolutely asinine. But what you need to do within the 10, let's talk about the 10 hours off. The 10, you need 6 hours continuous. So the only arbitrary rule I would make is you need 6 hours continuous sleep to recharge your battery so you can function normally over a 24-hour period and supplement that with a nap here and there. That's based on the Australian fatigue management model, which is accepted globally by fatigue scientists, which I helped develop in 1997. And then we hosted the FMCSA, DOT and Transport Canada and proved to them. That was then put into the 2004 hours of service rewrite. So in the 10 hours off, you need 6 hours continuous. But on the 11, you need to be able to put the 11 together however you want. So have the flexibility of paper logs within the ELD mandate. But at the end of the day, the 11 and 10 still add up to 11 and 10, right? So it doesn't matter how you put the 11 and 10 together. They still add up to 11 and 10 at the end of 24. That's what you really need with the flexibility. And it's the same with team drivers. You need to be able to put it together however you want. 5 on, 5 off, 4 on, 4 off. You don't need arbitrary prescriptive numbers around driving. You need to be able to drive depending on how you feel, as opposed to these prescriptive numbers that tell you when you should and shouldn't be driving. That was the idea why paper logs were so much safer than electronic logs.
Yeah, and that's really that's the big difference as well too. Is that the final step would, like I said, not the ELD, but the final step was actually people who didn't know a damn thing about sleep telling you when you should and didn't actually know your own body. That's the other thing too, is like literally, because sleep and diet have one similar thing in common. Everything doesn't work for everyone. I know people, like I said, I know people, Dean, that get 9 hours of sleep every day. They just don't get them in a row. And they function, and they are spectacular. I can think of one that won World War II, or at least held the Germans off till the U.S. could show up. That's Winston Churchill. He lived to 93 years old, never getting more than 3.5 hours of sleep at a time. It was always 3.5 hours. Funny how it works that way, huh? Yeah. I mean, it took about 30 minutes to go to bed, tossing and turning. Yeah, and it makes a big difference. So, and then the final aspect of this, and something I just kind of want you to talk about that I talk about a lot with people, is I think as much as I love, reading the DAT blog, reading what's going on at DAT, reading, of course, truckingresearch.org for ATRI on the air, all that kind of groovy stuff, is I can't encourage people enough to think outside the box and read stuff that they normally think that they shouldn't have to read. That's a big thing for me. And if I was going to ask you what you read aside, I mean, I know you live this stuff, but if you were going to tell me 3 things that you find informative for the supply chain that aren't directly linked to the supply chain, what would you point people to?
I love reading at the start of each month the Institute of Supply Management Purchasing Managers Index, in particular what the respondents say. The respondents are the survey respondents that are the manufacturers that put freight in the back of our trucks. And they tell us what's really going on. It comes out on the first Tuesday of each month. I think it came out this week. Domestic manufacturing is the core engine of the trucking industry. It produces about a third of our volume in the trucking industry. We mentioned 2018 freight economy a little bit earlier and how rates look like it. Well, the Institute of Supply Management Purchasing Index, it has a positive correlation with dry van rates of the R value, to use a statistical term, of about 0.92. So it's almost positively correlated with rates, this number. In 2018, it was 60. Today, it's 47.7. So anything above 50 means the economy is growing. Anything below 50, it's not growing. So it's 47.7 on Monday this week, means the economy is shrinking. But in 2018, it was 60. So what I'm looking for is when this number comes out at the start of each month is when it starts to grow. But it's shrunk for the last 10 months. So if people are looking to say, when's the economy going to turn? I'm looking for when the ISM PMI that comes out at the start of each month is starting to grow. It's not growing yet. So when February comes out, January, February, March, April, if it's growing, then I'll start to get a bit more confidence that the freight economy is growing.
By the way, I just lost Dean. I think you picked up his phone. Sorry about that, Dean. Hold on 1 second. But he kind of nailed it. By the way, you landed the plane perfectly. I'm going to read you this really quickly here. Paranormal Pie Man says, I'd like the hours of service to be 12 hours of driving in a 24-hour period with a 12-hour break to reset that 12 hours driving time, no 14-hour clock. And after 8 hours of driving, the ELD would then provide a donut. That's an interesting model of how to do it. You still with me?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, and I really kind of dig that approach too. But what you're talking about ultimately is flexibility. You're talking about that he should be able to shape that to some degree because he knows himself better than they do, right? I mean, that's ultimately what you're getting at when you talk about your own model gives people a chance. By the way, good morning to Scat Pack. Always love seeing him out there, by the way. That's a really kind of good deal. All right, so what does your week look like before I let you get out of here and have a good day for yourself?
A lot of media interviews this week. I think the freight market is everyone's back at work. I've got a gazillion media interviews this week. People are wanting to know what's happening in the freight market. Everybody's kind of interested to see whether the market has flipped. So I'm trying to keep people at bay in the media as to everybody's sort of wanting to jump on the bandwagon and say the market's turned. And I'm just saying, hold on, not too fast. I think it's too fast, too quick to call the market has turned. But there's definitely something happening in the freight market. So a lot of media interviews this week from a lot of the big media outlets. They're very interested to see whether the market's off. You're
gonna tell them 50.1 is the number they should look for. Yeah. 50.1. Exactly. If you see that, by the way, there's all kinds of things too. As somebody who knows politics, there is. I'm not going to get into this, but there's a number in regards to approval ratings across the board for all political people that nobody understands. Keep this in mind. As long as you are at 32%. In regards to approval ratings, it means your base is still with you. The magic number for any politician is 31. If they drop to 31, it means the margin of error no longer saves them. And 50.1 is when the economy really starts to grow again. Dean Croke, well, it's always amazing. Thank you, sir. Best of days.
Thank you.
Robert Braswell, good to see you, brother. Robert Braswell is headed here next. It is Road Gang Radio, the longest running segment, by the way. Tech Talk with TMC is coming up right now. Look busy. Lindsay's coming at 9.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Hey guys, don't forget to head on over to RadioNemo.com, scroll to the bottom of that page, and subscribe. You'll be getting something in your mailbox if you do. Don't worry, we won't be asking you for any money, nor does a subscription cost you any money, by the way.
You can send me your money, though.
You can send Dre your money, by the way. And big thanks to Trucker Boasting who sent us money. We're going to give you an opportunity to give us some money in a more formalized form later on in the month or in the early part of next month, but we'll get to that later. Speaking of money, you know who's always money, huh, Phone Master Dre?
He's always on the money as well.
On the money. Robert Braswell, the executive director of the ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council, is here and on the scene for another edition of that ongoing epic saga known as Tech Talk with TMC. Hey, Robert, good morning. How was your New Year's?
Hey, doing great, Jimmy Mack. Great New Year's, great holidays. Good to take a few weeks off, a little bit of a break, get with the family and whatnot. It was real good.
We have not missed a beat, as a matter of fact. You just kind of, as one of it's kind of like, what is it? Taxes, weather, and Braswell. We don't like the first two. We love the third, and we're glad to have you back. What you got on the docket for us today on Tech Talk?
Well, today we are pleased to welcome back to the program Fred Kelly, who's America's Research and Development Director for the Prysmian Group. You might know them better by their Prestolite brand of products. Fred is a longtime TMC member. He's very active also in SAE International and other international standards organizations, where he serves in various leadership roles on technical committees that deal with wiring and electrical issues. At TMC, he's a recipient of our highest honor. That's a Silver Spark Plug. And we're pleased he can join us today to talk about some of the latest developments in electrical wiring, maintenance, and repair, and some things the listening audience needs to know about these topics. But before we get started, as you know, each week we like to make a special offer available to our listeners. This week, it's our TMC Preventive Maintenance Inspection Manual for technicians, offering it for the special price of just $25 plus shipping and handling. You can get it by calling our customer service line toll-free at 1-866-821-3468. Just ask for the PMI manual, mention the RadioNemo, and you can get it for that special price. Also, if you're an owner-operator or you're a small fleet, you've got 100 or fewer power units, we would love to have you as a member of the Technology and Maintenance Council. You can join us by calling that same toll-free number at the special discounted price of just $150. Call us at 1-866-821-3468, or you can get us on the web at tmc.trucking.org. And, of course, at the top of the program, we also remind you that any TMC recommended practices we discuss reflect the consensus of our members. We offer them as recommendations only, and everyone must first determine for themselves if they are safe and appropriate for their operation. Please remember that TMC doesn't endorse any product, person, or service, and the opinions expressed on the show do.
Hey guys, welcome back to Road Gang Radio. What's going on over there, Phone Master Dre? What is happening?
Man, it seems that I think Robert had a little. Hey, Robert, you
Good
there?
morning, Fred.
We lost you there for
Good
Robert.
morning, Robert. How are you today, sir?
No, Robert is not. Oh, there we go. There we go. We got you back. We got you both back. There we go.
Into the dark too short, but again, welcome to the program, Fred. First of all, I'd like to give you a little bit of congratulations. I understand that you're getting a recognition from the Wire and Cable Manufacturers Alliance, huh?
Yeah, fantastic news I received over the holidays. You work hard in your career. You try to do your best, and when you're recognized by your peers, it's always a special moment. And I got nominated for the 2026 Distinguished Career Award, and I was selected to receive that award in 2026. So it's quite a moment. It's humbling. A huge honor for me. It's an industry that I worked in almost 38 years, and I love it. And it's just quite a moment for me. So I appreciate it.
Well deserved, and I think it's just more evidence that on this topic, you know from whence you speak. And it's very pleased to talk about some of the different things that we've touched on before on Tech Talk with TMC with you, and maybe some new things as well. Let's get into it. Let's talk a little bit about, well, first of all, another thing, too, is you're celebrating your 30th year of membership at SA International, huh?
Yes, absolutely. It's an incredible milestone. I know I'm not alone. I know you have also been with SA a long time, Robert. But I reached 30 years this year, and super excited. I've always been very, very involved in the volunteer work, and so it's a great milestone. SA is a group that really works together to come up with the best solutions and to promote the industry to help people. So it's been a great 30 years.
Let's talk a little bit about what SA does and why it's important to wiring in specific, because a lot of the standards that come out into the trucking industry, they emanate from the committees that you work on.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, the SAE history goes back to 1905 when the group first got together. It was originally called the Society of Automobile Engineers, and later became the Society of Automotive Engineers. Really, the first folks that were involved, people, very recognizable, someone like Henry Ford, and others that maybe not as recognizable, people like Andrew Riker. But Andrew developed one of the first electric vehicles. We talk about electric vehicles today, but that technology goes back such a long time. And that work really spun into standardization and the work of standards. The first standards were written in the early 1910s, but were extremely important to creating standard parts and allowing the industry to share that work and really have much more efficiency and availability. Down the road, when we fast forward, the SAE standards also added cables. The very first standard for general cables in vehicles really came out in 1954. SAE released the SAE J558, really focusing on kind of making the parts standard and fitting and working in all kinds of vehicles. But it was a huge step forward to allow people to have common parts, really designed to work in automotive applications. So the foundation really, was a simple thing, but it was so critical to making everything work properly in vehicles. That standard existed from 1954 until 1975, and really focused on just a handful of cable types. Really, again, just focusing on the fit and form and function. And what they learned during that time was it wasn't enough. They were only thermoplastic cables back then, which means if they got warm enough, the insulation would melt. We know that our application in trucking is harsh at times, and so it really demanded more. In 1975, it was a very important year for the developments of cables. There were a couple of standards that we know well were published and released. The SAE J1127 for low-voltage battery cables, and the SAE J1128 for primary cable were released. And amazingly enough, Robert, here we are 50 years later. Those documents are still in use, and they work well for trucks.
And there's some other standards that, for example, TMC develops in concert with the ones that come out of SA International that help fleets specify these different kinds of wiring harnesses, cables, starter cables, etc., for particular applications, because it's very application dependent, right? I mean, you just can't
that's right.
You can't just say J1127. There's a little bit more to it than that, because it all depends on what you're doing in your operation.
That absolutely, Robert, you're correct. It gives you the foundation, but it really requires more. TMC has always been very in tune with the needs of the trucks, and the people and experts that come together working on those really have done a great job over the years. And it's super important to get it right. It gives you options within the SAE specs, but you got to pick the right ones and know how to use them. TMC released RP 110. This is a document that was originally intended for helping spec the truck, really select the correct SAE cables from the possible list to make sure that the product is right when you get it and right the first time, so that you have a good product to start with. And then later, TMC wrote another document, RP 166, really focusing on repair. So when it comes time to maintain and repair the truck, again, it gives you that guidance that you need to be able to select the right SAE cables to repair the truck. And so, no question, the TMC documents and very specific to the application and drive us to the right cables.
There are 6 different types specified in our J1127, but 2 of them are recommended for trucking use. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. The documents were written, originally to serve not just trucks, but for light-duty cars and for marine vehicles, a variety of things. And so you need to select the right cables that were really intended for applications in trucks. And the 2 that are within the SAE J1127 that are recommended by TMC, RP 110 and also RP 166, is the first one is called type SGX. And though that code basically stands for starter ground, general purpose, and cross-linked insulated cable. And that cross-link insulation is really important. It was designed with trucking in mind. This is an insulation that once it's built and cured, it won't melt again. And that's such an important feature, because we know that our application isn't always so easy. And so we need it to perform when things are working well and when things are not working well. And so we can get to where we got to go and get that repair and maintenance done. It's interesting. You look at the things that we're focused on in the SAE J1127, and in the beginning it was all about fit and form and function. But later we got into the performance and durability. We needed it to be the right size for reliable sealing, for sure. But we needed the right performance too to make sure that it worked well. And so SGX was one of those types. The other one was the type SGR, and this one is intended also for trucking. It's a starter ground general purpose thermoset elastomer. And what's different about this one is it's more flexible. Sometimes these cables are big and difficult to route and package. And so the more flexible designs really come in handy for those types of applications to allow you to get it where it needs to be and keep it out of harm's way so that it continues to work really, hopefully, for the whole life of the truck. But those two types are the ones that we focus on. We like them because they're thick wall thicknesses for the insulation and durable, and they've got the right amount of copper inside to give us great performance from resistance and the resulting voltage drop. So it works really well.
That's for the battery cables that are more heavy gauge, but the primary wiring that you use in a truck is just as important, and there are standards for that too, both at SAE and TMC. Let's talk a little bit about that and why that's important.
Okay. Yeah, very good. Yeah, the smaller cables fall under SAE J1128, and these are the primary wire sizes that are used. These are the ones that are typically in that range of about 20 gauge up to about 8 gauge. It goes down to 22. It's the smallest, but typically in trucking we don't recommend normally less than about 18. But there are 3 different types of cables that are in SAE J1128 that are recommended by RP 110 and TMC RP 166. The one that's probably the most common that we recommend and use throughout the vehicle is type GXL. This is the general purpose cross-linked polyolefin insulated cable. Again, this common theme is that cross-linked. It's designed so that once it's made, it doesn't melt. And so it works really well in the vehicle. Very durable, very fluid resistant, and provides all of the things that we'd like to see. And then 2 other similar constructions or types that are within SAE J1128 is type TXL, which is the thin wall cross-linked polyolefin, and then SXL. This is the special purpose cross-linked polyolefin. All 3 of those deliver that extra level of protection and performance, so they won't melt even when given harsh environment. But yet they're used in these applications because they provide all of the things that we want to see and all of the things that we need. One of the things that was critical in the development of the SAE cables for trucking was excellent performance and temperatures. Here we are, we're in January, the weather's getting harsh. These cables are designed to work down to negative 40 Celsius. Not all cables can do that, and it's very common that plastic cables won't do that. And so selecting the proper designed SAE cable recommended by your TMC RPs is super important for that.
You're listening to Tech Talk with TMC. We have Fred Kelly here from the Presidium Group. You might know them better by their Press-to-Light brand of products. We're talking about wiring standards, wiring repair and maintenance practices. We've been talking about the standards that go into making sure you get a quality wire, but unless you maintain that wire quality during the maintenance and repair phase of a vehicle's life, you're really shortchanging yourself, because you just can't take a roll of speaker wire and fix these systems for a whole lot of reasons, particularly given the fact that these wires now carry data in addition to power. Isn't that right?
Yes, absolutely. It's getting more and more challenging within the vehicles. We've got power cables, and we also have data and communications cables as well. So there are SAE specs for all of them. And it's so important to make sure you pick the right one. The TMC RPs certainly provide an enormous amount of guidance, and it's super helpful in making sure you choose the right wire.
So what are some of the things you would recommend that the listening audience, people who are either maintainers or they're owner operators, people that own equipment, what should they know about wiring and wiring harness maintenance and repair in order to ensure they don't get stranded on the side of the road, particularly here, like in this winter driving season, when everybody is, worried about batteries not being up to snuff, not enough charge in the battery. And really, a lot of the time, it's not necessarily the battery. It is the voltage drop due to high resistance, probably caused by corrosion, or maybe it could be that the battery cables aren't tight, for example. But it all feeds into that wiring selection when it comes time to make repairs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you need to choose the right wire. There's no question. And if you make changes to the truck, if you put a larger alternator in or you make changes, it's very normal that you need to make the proper changes to the cables as well. And so it's something to pay close attention to. The getting it right the first time is so important. It prevents unforeseen problems. It gives you that long-term durability and performance. But no question, maintenance is critical. Preventive maintenance is the key to long-term durability. And so the RPs give you that guidance in terms of which cables to choose and how to select them. When it comes to things like voltage drop, getting the right size correct is super important. Whether you're delivering high currents through the vehicle or just trying to make sure you've got enough voltage to activate the component, having the right size cable is critical. But, you can get that right and still have trouble. So it's something you have to maintain and keep an eye on. This time of year, we encounter so much challenge from corrosion. So this is a time to be more vigilant, looking for the telltale signs of corrosion, and you can measure the voltage. You can measure the voltage drop. You can look at the conditions of the cables. Really, focusing on using your eyes to guide you. If something doesn't look right, then it's probably something that needs to be dug into to prevent a breakdown down the road. But getting it right is really something that can happen on purpose. We have a variety of things that we recommend when you choose the electrical cables. The first step is always you're not alone. You've got the TMC recommended practices to help you. The great guidance and information to give you a good start, and it starts with the specking. Getting the truck right. RP 110 again gives you that information for specking the cables correctly. RP 166 gives you that information for repair. And next, we always recommend using the SAE certified cables. They were designed to live in the truck. They provide the performance that we're looking for. Besides, the low temperature performance, they give you long-term durability at the rated temperature. They're designed for temperature excursions. So if something doesn't work right and things get hot, it's still going to get you where you got to go. And if there's a fuse that's going to blow or a circuit breaker is going to activate, things are going to get real hot in a short period of time. So they're designed to live in those types of overload conditions. So getting it right is absolutely critical, and the RPs give you that guidance for sure.
I'm going to ask you this question. We get this sometimes from fleets and so forth. We know generally that you don't want to go to a lighter gauge wire away from whatever the original spec is. Is there a downside to going to a heavier gauge wire, let's say with battery cables?
I'm sorry, Robert, you broke up a little. Could you say the question one more time?
Again, so we hear this quite a bit. We're not supposed to go to a lighter gauge wire from the original spec on a truck. Because we're worried about voltage drop and so forth. Is there any concern about going to a heavier gauge wire from the original spec?
Well, we always recommend replacing the cable with the same wire gauge size. It was designed that way. It's probably best to stay that way. But if that size is not available and you're looking to make a change, you need to go larger. You don't want to go smaller because they were designed by size to deliver a certain amount of current. And if you use a smaller size cable, then you can have a problem. That cable can get extremely hot and possibly fail. So it's super important to go at least the same size or larger. Now, you're right, Robert. There are times probably when going larger is not helpful, may not work as well. So really the same size cable is always best. But in most power applications, you could go larger and still be okay. It's just something that really needs to be focused on. It's something that is super important. Not only is it the current, but it's also the resistance. And that resistance, because the voltage and the resistance and the current all go hand in hand in Ohm's law, is going to determine the voltage drop. And if you use a smaller cable, you may not have enough voltage at the end of the cable where you need it to actually operate the device that's connected to the cable. So it's critical to get it right, for sure.
We've got about a minute and a half, 2 minutes left. Let's very quickly just kind of summarize what will be going on at TMC's 2026 annual meeting in March 16th to the 19th. I know there's a number of wire-related task forces that will be meeting there, both for TMC and SAE.
Yes, we've got a really great meeting coming up. It's our 70th year, TMC, so what a great milestone. TMC will be getting together, and we have a task force day, which is a great time to get involved. I focus a lot of my time on task force day, where we write and maintain and update recommended practices. We've got a couple of great ones that we're working on right now, TMC RP 137 for the anti-lock electrical supply from the tractor, and also at TMC RP 141, the trailer ABS power supply requirements. Both of these will be part of the discussion as we're trying to help the fleets have a better tool to use when they're looking at the health of their equipment and understanding if we're good to go or if maintenance is required. So certainly you're invited to come and participate. Everybody is welcome. So please put it on your calendar. We'll be getting together March 16th through the 19th in the Music City Center there in Nashville. So it's a great time to network and get together with people.
Fred, it's been great having you on the program. Our time is just about up. I'd just like to congratulate you once again for receiving, or what you will receive very shortly, I guess it's in April, the Wire and Cable Manufacturers Alliance Distinguished Career Award. Definitely a big honor, and looking forward to seeing you again in Nashville, Tennessee for TMC's 2026 annual meeting. But until then, this is Robert Braswell, Tech Talk with TMC. We're going to turn it back over to Jimmy Mack there in the studios in New Orleans.
Hey, man. By the way, Robert, I don't know if you know this over here in New Orleans. Yesterday was the first day of King Cake. Everybody else kind of takes a deep breath after Christmas, and this damn city starts gearing up for Mardi Gras. So it's good to have a little stability in the form of Tech Talk, kind of taking us down the road. What do you got planned coming up for next week?
Next week, we're going to be talking about air system maintenance, facts and falsehoods with Brian Screeton from Bendix on Tech Talk with TMC.
Thank you, Robert, and have the best of days, and we will talk to you on the other side of next week.
We'll see you then.
We come back into this side with a little education station. Jimmy Mack, Phone Master Dre, and, the entire gang arrives at 9 o'clock. Look busy. Lawler's coming. But until then, a little edumacation station. We're talking about the people who actually train the trainers and also train the next generation of truck drivers. We'll be right back. Go to truckdown.com.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
You are a part of that gang, so hit that like button, hit that share, hit that man, just hit the buttons, brother.
Head on over to RadioNemo.com and scroll on down and subscribe to the website. Lots of good stuff coming your way sooner rather than later. We're going to have Education Station here in just a moment. But I want to let you guys know Lindsay gets here at 9 in the center, 10 in the east. Mm-hmm. Another edition, by the way, is coming your way of We Should Write. And headlining today is Michelle Prentice. She's a great lady. We've actually had her on the Weekend 34 back in the old incarnation. She and, well, maybe she'll bring a special guest along. Lindsay hinted that maybe her incredibly talented husband might be joining her as well. But Michelle Prentice is going to be joining Lindsay on the new edition of We Should Write, right? Without further ado or don't, what do you say we do a little edumacation station? Mike Moscinski, by the way, is joining us this morning. He's the VP of Trainco Truck Driving Schools, and we are absolutely thrilled to have him. He's been doing professional driver training since '91, so maybe he knows what he's talking about. In '89, he was driving a university shuttle bus around the campus and city of Toledo while attending the University of Toledo, and that opened up the space for him to actually carve out an amazing career, not only in the CDL world, but in the CDL training world. Thrilled to have him. Mike, welcome back. How you been? How was your new year?
It's been excellent. It's been a great start to 2026. It's a little cold here in Toledo, Ohio, but it's warm today for the season. But we're glad to get back at it.
And we can unpack a lot of your bio again, like we did last time. But I kind of wanted to ask you in regards to what you saw last year because you have a larger picture view of this. I mean, you do know how to do training, you do know how to do hands-on work, but you get a much kind of a 30,000-foot perspective in regards to where the program's going and how you are handling people. And I was kind of curious if you noticed any at the end of last year, if you noticed any trends in your segment, if you noticed any things that were like a consistent kind of student or a consistent kind of request, what people were looking for, and if you think that will bleed into this year or if you have new expectations. I'm talking long to buy you time to think about how you might answer that question.
Thank you. Yeah, so last year, the trend I would say is that we had a big movement with ELDT, entry-level driver training. We're now into that for our second year, solid year, going into year 3 on that program at the federal level. And so you see a lot of changes where the federal government's kind of cracking down with the new administration on the schools that are in the TPR, which is the Training Provider Registry. There was a great influx of new training providers, which was a lot of people that were doing their own solo training prior to the rules were starting to come on board and starting to put their program in. Obviously, they weren't doing it correctly and not meeting exactly the federal standards, and the government's in a big crunch now because of some of the incidents that have happened nationally to really crack down on those schools that aren't actually doing what they're supposed to be doing within the guidelines. So we're seeing a big crunch on that now. So those companies need to really up their game to get into federal compliance to make that work, or they're going to need to start going to the professional schools to get that to accomplish. So the professional schools have been out there doing it, and they've been monitored and graded by the state guidelines, especially in Ohio, and I have a school in Michigan as well. They have a lot of state regulation that keeps us in line, and that obviously has met federal standards. And so we're all doing the good training out there, but there are some of those programs that are just small businesses that are trying to say, hey, let's get in here and do our training, and they're not quite meeting the standards. So either they're going to have to really up their game to get to that standard, or they're going to have to flow into the school side. So we're going around talking to those smaller business owners that have 1-2 trucks. It may not even be tractor trailer situation. It could be straight trucks, could be pintle hook operation, and make certain that they're in compliance, or getting them on board to come on and train with us.
By the way, just to kind of let people know, I want people to go to traincoinc.com. That's important. You can find out about Mike's group of folks over there. And he, by the way, has got 30 years of experience as a CDL examiner for the state of Ohio. He's president of the Toledo Trucking Association, and has been a licensed auto trainer, and recently became a licensed Class D auto examiner and test site for the state of Ohio, which is what he is actually speaking of in regards to his expertise. Mike, I was kind of curious, since you are an examiner, I kind of wanted our listeners to understand this, because this has been in the news recently about the fact is there's a great deal of concern about substandard driving, or one of my drivers found a 24-hour program, and of course he and I kind of did some dig deeping, and what we discovered in the process of that was it really was fly by night. Can you talk about as an examiner, as a CDL examiner, when you're looking at people who have come out of training programs, what are you looking for when you see that? How do you not so much know when people are not right? What do you say when you see a couple of things in your own brain going like, this person's been properly trained, they've got to wait, they've got some stuff they have to learn, but they're going to be just fine, as opposed to, yeah, we have a problem here?
Yeah, on the testing side, generally speaking, the person that has been trained has a routine, has a system, kind of goes through the truck inspection methodically, goes through the maneuver methodically, has a process. Those that are untrained are bouncing all over the place, especially in a pre-trip environment. They're all over the truck. They're from the front to the back. They're in, they're out. They're all over the spectrum on that, and that leads you to believe on the pre-trip side they definitely haven't gotten no good quality training. And then on the skill side, they'll attack the maneuver kind of, haphazardly. Don't use strategic pull-ups and things of that nature to their favor, looking in the wrong mirror right out of the gate. So that's kind of what you see. But as far as examining the score or the test, you score it just as what happens. So what they give you is what they give you, and if they get lucky and they make it, they're going to get in there and potentially pass. That sometimes is a scary sight. But generally, those that have been trained have a process, have a method, and that process and method gets them through, and they're going to be successful.
Isn't it interesting whether it is a 4-year college where somebody is getting a liberal arts degree, or whether it is a proper training program where somebody's getting an operator's license or the ability to handle one piece of equipment or another? The people who actually got in proper training, it's less about, can I run this thing, and more like, do I have a process or a system? And it seems to me that whether it is a VOTEC or a professional, private school that kind of focuses on this, it always begins foundationally, doesn't it? It always begins with the idea that we're going to slow things down in order for you to work the fastest and most efficiently you can. Does that make sense?
That's absolutely correct. You have to have a great foundation, a great base, and that goes with anything in life. Whether you're playing sports or you're driving a truck or building a skyscraper, without a good foundation, you have nothing to start with. It's going to collapse somewhere along the way. So you start with good basics, good foundational skills, and once you have those, you can do anything, and you can do it in a much more efficient way.
So let's pivot to Trainco then, because at your core, as part of your mission statement, the only focus is quality driver training and driver testing. And we've talked a little bit about what you're looking for in a test. And by the way, you gave me a chill, because at the end of the day, if somebody this is one of those really weird cases with somebody passing a test who maybe got lucky, in the sense that it's like you've got to have a system to test people, which is you can't test intangibles. You can only test actionables, in the sense that if they do it properly, even if they get lucky, that's what you got to deal with. But let's talk about your own end in regards to training, foundational, that kind of the establishment of a foundational training program. New students are coming in all the time. I know they come in all sizes and shapes. They come in at 18, hoping to maybe start a career. They come in at 35, looking for a way to get a little bit of adventure and get off from behind the desk. They come in 45, sometimes a little desperate, looking for that final second chance. It's all got to be to some degree the same, while at the same time acknowledging that these people have different ways of being talked to and different ways of understanding the world. How do you create a program that foundationally communicates the same stuff while understanding that, man, the people who are coming into trucking come from all walks of life?
Well, that is the million-dollar question. The instructor that can tap into all those different veins or different personalities, so to speak, to get into them to understand so that they grasp the concepts, is a better instructor. So you want to have a good, well-rounded instructor, one that's open to new ideas, one that has good experience, and that can kind of bounce between the two. The big thing with young people we find is you have to keep them motivated. It's hard to keep the young guy, it seems, to be more motivated, more engaged. But if you can engage that person, which is anything, if you're bored, even as a senior person, if you're kind of bored and like I've been there, done that, and you're not engaged, you're not going to learn. So you always find ways to engage. Motivation and engagement is the first key. Open the mind's eye. Once the mind's eye opens up, now you can stuff in good information.
I'll tell you this. I was talking with Dean Croke of DAT earlier on in the show today, and we talked about the idea of we were talking about the idea of finding an area, that if you're in fact a great foundational driver, we were talking about drivers who have expertise. This is the craziest thing. There's a guy out in California, and his specialty is hauling Gulf sand. I kid you not. It has a whole series of things around it that you have to kind of master in order to properly transport it so that you don't ruin it, so that it's done properly and all that kind of stuff. And it was really interesting because we got into this talk, and he actually mentioned, Dean was talking about, I said, how do you become an expert in a particular area? And he said, the first thing you have to figure out, does it work with your home life? And I'm kind of wondering, in your long experience doing this, how much of a connective tissue are you guys allowed to make? But more importantly, do you actually talk about the idea of, let's talk about what you're looking to get out of this, and let's talk about how we can connect that to what it is you're learning here. The idea of showing, do this, and this will have this effect on your lifestyle and your home life as well. Do you follow what I'm saying here, Mike, or am I being convoluted?
Well, to a degree, I do. So obviously, as a truck driver training program, you're teaching them to be safe operators of the equipment.
Right.
So being a good, safe operator means taking good care of your equipment. It means taking care of just you, your body, your car, whatever. So you have to take care of the equipment well. And if you start with that, I need to take care of this equipment because it's going to get me home, or it's going to make me my money, or it's going to keep me employed so I have income. That's a good start for foundational for your pre-trip inspection and how you drive. So we start with that premise. Once we got you trained and you're a safe operator of the equipment, now we're going to start looking at career paths. What is the proper career path for you to choose that's going to fit your best lifestyle? Now, that may mean that you don't get that job right away. It may mean a stepping process or several steps, career step ladders to get to where you want to be, but at least now you know your path.
And that, by the way, goes towards what many of you guys have to do in regards to when you're looking to get students in. That's one, I think, the foundation that kind of separates the great professional driving schools and the great VOTEC ones is that they might not have the job you're looking for immediately, but they actually can help you kind of draw the path to get to that place, which means you're only as good as your partners. And I was kind of curious, can you talk a little bit about both on your end, how you cultivate relationships with companies that are looking for drivers, how you do it in a community way, because, of course you can cultivate a relationship with somebody 1,000 miles away, but it makes more sense, of course, to have people who are in the community who are looking for drivers, or at least in the radius of the community. That could be a statewide thing. Talk a little bit about forging the partnerships with the people who kind of want to get your students, and also at the same time how you kind of work with them to create the drivers that they need without limiting yourself.
Well, ironically, I mean, that became much easier, in the last 5 years, with COVID and things like that, and the driver shortage was sky high. They were looking to us to find the answer for their driver shortage. So they were actually coming to us. So that relationship was a much easier situation for us because they were knocking on our door versus us going to try and find them and knock on their door and get to them. So that's changed the landscape a little bit. But once you've met them and you do a good quality job of training those people, you've built a relationship, and they're like, wow, you put out a good product, a good student, and you continue to do that. That word of mouth grows, and they continue to use you. And at the same time, we're out there just, hey, we're always talking truck driver training, driver testing. That's all we do. So if we see businesses that come up or are growing and they need a driver, we try to go out and reach out to them and say, how you doing on your driver needs? A lot of times they're filling them within, and that's fine, but if they still need a license, they're going to need trained. We're here to help you.
We're entering into a new year. Happy New Year, by the way, Mike. And so we talked a little bit about what you saw last year, what was going on. In your crystal ball, and this could be an industry-wide thing, you talked about the ELDT stuff, and you talked about the idea of turning that rock over and finding, and you were very, very kind, by the way, in describing it. People who just have to get their acts together, because there are people out there who don't have their act together and never will get it together. But what do you see in your crystal ball in regards to both your own organization? What kind of challenges are you guys looking both forward towards and looking to kind of grapple with? But on the flip side, too, what do you see the demands of the industry making of programs like yours?
Well, I think looking forward, I think that the federal government and the state level is going to be highly for enforcing their regulations. I think we're going to see a lot more crackdown in 2026. We've already seen some more audits happening and inspections happening at the school level or training level. And I think as they do that, it's going to force them to either get better or find somebody to do that job for them. So our goal will be to just make certain that our name and our resources are out there so that when someone hits a roadblock and stubs their toe, we're going to be there to help pick up the pieces, help them get going and get back on track. So that's really where our aim, our focus is this year, to just keep up with our contacts, and some that have been doing it their own internally thing. If they find that they have a roadblock or a stumbling point, maybe we can fill that gap.
Let me ask you something in regards to your own program, because you've kind of, I guess the illusion is there, but we haven't gone straight to it. Are you finding that every once in a while, how many of your students actually are like, well, I got some training before, it was fly-by-night, it really was substandard, I need to get better at this because I can't get it? Because, there are people who get a basic foundational set of skills, and then the first job they have, if they are in fact fortunate, is from a company or for a small family-run business where they're like, look, you've got the foundation you need, there's other stuff you need to learn, but we can get you the rest of the way. There's some people with a CDL, and this is true, show up and it's like, dude, I can't do anything with you. And they can't either get a job or they lose the first one because they really can't do it. Do you find that do you see any pattern of people returning to more, I guess we would call reputable institutions like yours, looking for the finishing that they need because they can't get into the company that would normally give them that finishing?
Yeah, I'd say overall that's happening because the companies are so highly regulated these days, and there's the political climate right now for good quality drivers so extreme. Insurance costs are sky high, nuclear verdicts. So the companies are really putting the pressure on to make certain we have a good quality driver. Driver shortage being a little bit less than it was gives them a little more room to be selective as well. So companies that find a driver are sending them. They're always protecting their assets and their company's name and reputation. The guy off the street, the guy that comes in off the street, that's still a mixed bag. It's still very much a mixed group. There's some that come in with them dreams and aspirations and don't really know what they're getting into. And sometimes it's an eye-opener that says, wow, it's way more complicated than I thought, and I'm out and I can't do this industry. And then there's others that really have done a good research-based career path, and they're like, this is my next move. And even though they may not be real good at that, they know that it's the process and it's the methods, and they'll work hard enough at it. And again, same process as we've always stated. If you're in it, we're in it. We're not going to leave you behind if you're in it. The only time we get disenchanted is when we want it more than the student. Whenever we want it more than the student, it's usually never a good situation.
You know, it's interesting too because I've done a lot of these segments, Mike, and it's the first time that is really a great kind of engagement for a trainer, isn't it? That's a really good way. I didn't think about that as a barometric, although it's kind of instinctive in people. That's a really kind of great gut feeling. Like, wait a minute, I'm actually chasing this more than you are, because it's one of the, and that's a good rule for anything. If you find somebody that you're training or somebody that you work with wants their accomplishment more than you do, that's kind of the giveaway. And the ability of a trainer to spot that, because sometimes your own enthusiasm for it blinds you to the fact that the student doesn't care anywhere near as much as you do, right?
Yep, and when that happens, it's loud and clear. It's usually not going to work for that individual. They just don't want it bad enough to do the sacrifice, to do the work, to do the methods, to learn, to make that next sacrifice to get to the next great gain. And anything good in life, and this is what we teach, anything good in life comes through with difficulty. The good stuff is on the other side of the mountain, but you just got to figure out a way to go over it or through it. But if you're not going to do that, you're not going to see the other side.
Yeah, I can only pull you up so many times before I got to cut you loose. At TrainCo, you'll get actual hands-on driving experience plus classroom training taught by experienced instructors who respect you and the job. Unlike other schools, we keep our class sizes small. We're committed to quality professionalism. Okay, so let's talk about that a little bit too. Talk about what hands-on driving experience means to you and what it means to your trainers and what the students can expect.
Well, hands-on, obviously, we have to do the theory part for the ELDT, so we're getting into that. But a lot of customers will come to us with ELDT theory done. They do it online. It's not my favorite way of doing the training, but it's the reality. There's a lot of people that go out and do that. We prefer they come in actually without that, and we do the theory in-house. And when we have that ability to do the theory from start to finish, we actually are embedding the theory as we go through the program. So we're going to do some theory, and then we're going right out to the truck, and then we're going to go back in the classroom, reinforce some more theory, add more theory, go back to the truck. So in the state of Ohio, for example, I mean, we're based on hours, and not, you can talk pros and cons about that. The state of Ohio, if you're following the Ohio public training guidelines, you're following an hour mandate, where ELDT is strictly a proficiency base. Proficiency gets to be a pretty gray area. What's the matrix as to what is proficient? So that matrix sometimes gets subjective. When you get into the hour side, I mean, you have to hit those hours. Those hours are pretty generous. If you do those hours, we're really confident that we're going to get really good in that program. It's obviously those hours are kind of high. The more hours you spend, the more cost to be trained, but it's worth it. The companies that recognize that and put their people through that full program and maximize that training time get it. The companies that are a little bit more on the want to shortcut it, they want to scale that back as much as they can. They're like, as soon as he's proficient, let's get out of here, let's go. So then you're always in that subjectivity area. Good today, maybe not tomorrow.
It's interesting, and I'm going off in the left field, Mike. I do this occasionally when I keep thinking about the fact that I was having a conversation about AI with somebody yesterday, and one of the jokes that somebody has once told me that I actually tend to agree with, you're not going to lose your job to AI, you're going to lose your job to somebody who actually knows how to use AI. And one of the things that came up was, if somebody gave me a 20-hour job, and it's a project planning job, let's not creative, but something project planning, and I used AI to kind of create the basic template. There are two ways of approaching what the AI has done. The first of which is to say, oh, I don't need the 20 hours that were earmarked for that. The second way, I kind of call it the German way, or what I call the American garage mechanic way, which is, oh, I got that done quicker. Now I can spend more time kind of working on the details of that. And it sounds like to me that the difference between that hourly mandate for a good trainer and a bad trainer is that what the good trainer does is says, oh, we're able to pick that up quicker, then there's more stuff to learn. Let's use every hour that is mandated to make sure that we get even the fine-tuning stuff done right. Is that kind of the approach you guys take with the hours?
Yeah, that's a very good analogy. That's excellent. I would only add to that by saying even if you're not adding another repetition, reps, muscle memory becomes more. That muscle memory, once that muscle grows, it's stronger. So even the reps help, even if it's not something fine tuning or detailing.
But and I'm going to problematize that a little bit while agreeing with you. I would say that the rep actually has inside of it that the more you rep stuff, the more little things you discover inside of the rep that then help you improve it even that much more. So in many ways, yeah.
Exactly.
So you and I are kind of eye to eye on this, and I think that's what makes the difference. That if you commit to the whole thing, that becomes really kind of the core value that you guys are talking about. That we are going to do everything we can within the limits of the confines that we have been mandated to do, but we're going to maximize the hours that have been mandated as opposed to minimizing them, saying like, well, what else we got to do? I don't know. Let's just kind of shoot the breeze, as opposed to being like, let's get back for, as you say, that extra rep. And that makes all the difference too. And of course, anybody would tell you the extra reps can also be added by where are you guys on simulators? Do you guys get a chance to work with those these days?
We don't have any within our organization. I guess I've been doing it for 30 years. I grew up without them. And I've spent some time on them. I get kind of sick when I drive the things. I don't know why.
I'm right there with you, Mike, by the way. I'm right there with you. I'm pretty good at handling a truck, and I got behind the wheel of a simulator. I'm like going, oh, my God, I've got seasickness, and I never get seasickness. Never. Yeah, so I get that.
I can ride all day long in a car, but, man, I ride about 5 minutes on that simulator. I'm like, man, I'm getting a little nauseous here. I got to get off this thing. And it just doesn't fit right with me. That's me. But, again, I'm not a video game person. Didn't play a lot of video games growing up. It's a totally different generation. I think the simulators have a role as the newer generations come up. That's kind of just the way they learned, and that's their learning process. I do think they have some advantage. We don't have them, but I think there's some place for that.
No, and I'll tell you this too. I think that they're a terrific tool. I just don't think that they are a substitution. That is, I think, one of the biggest mistakes people have made with technologies, whether it's safety technologies, whether it's simulation technologies, is that people think, oh, I go back to the AI analogy. It's a terrific tool for a lot of things. It is not a substitute for hard-won experience and hard-won time in the actual real world, and that makes all the difference as well. My friend, it has been good talking to you again. It is good to have a new year kind of rolling in. What kind of boating stuff are you going to do this year? Got anything worked out?
Oh, hope to get out on the Great Lakes, see them islands some more, and maybe get up north a little bit as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to convince my producer over here to take a boat across the lake and go get a dinner across the lake Pontchartrain. It ain't as big as your great ones, but it ain't as small as most people's idea of a lake. Thank you, Mike. You're always welcome back, man. Good to have you.
All right, thank you for having me. Happy New Year.
You got it, guys. Go to traincoinc.com just to give it a look. Just check it out. I mean, you're ready to go. But you get a chance to see what a good professional driving school looks like. They've been doing it 30 plus years. Mike, last time we talked, we got a chance to talk about what he did in Toledo when he was behind the wheel of a bus. That's how he started, Dre. He was actually a bus driver on the campus of the University of Toledo where he was attending school.
What?
Pretty groovy stuff.
Pretty
isn't
groovy
it?
Stuff.
Everybody looked busy, by the way.
Oh, she's here.
She's here. She's coming. She's coming. Batting down.
How do you know? Like, if you can feel her coming, is that a fat joke?
Oh, yeah.
Is that like a boombalatti? Like, you feel like, are you trying to say that I need Ozempic?
She's shaking the walls.
You're ready.
Are you saying I need Ozempic?
Big fat fatty,
Ooh,
fatty
of that.
boombalatti, fatty boombalatti, yeah.
Whatever. This show's so stupid.
Speaking of fatty balatti.
Ozempic.
What do you mean, speaking of boombalatti?
Oh, I was talking about the tuba. Yeah, the tuba.
Tuba.
Did you play the tuba because that's my intro? Is that my walk-on
This isn't
music?
always about you.
Oh, it is completely about
Yes, it is. And if it's not, why am I even here? Good morning, everybody. Woo!
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl. The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write. Live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
It's Wednesday, 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 Wednesday.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
Still here.
The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Completely in support of paychecks and non-toxic work environments, we are Road Gang Radio. Welcome back to the show, guys, by the way. Jimmy Mack here, and it's 9 o'clock, which means the grooviest gal in the holler is joining us this morning. How are you?
It means the mics are hot and so are we. Hey. Hey, girl, hey.
Hey, man.
Hey, speaking of holler, since you said holler, I live in a holler, and we'd like to joke that it's, well, Lawler's holler. But also, I married a guy whose last name is Frawley, so we call ourselves, you mix Frawley and Lawler. We're the Frawlers, so we say this is Frawler Holler. Anyway, I decided, Jem, before your question, just want to let you know, because I know you will love to be a part of this. We're going to start doing, I said monthly, and then I was like, that's too much. Maybe quarterly. Music Jam from my house, and we're going to call it, wait, I forgot it now. Oh, yeah. It's Holler from the Holler with Lindsay Lawler.
I love it.
Come on. Can also say Holler and Swaller. It's Lindsay Lawler. But
Holler from the Frawler Holler.
It's going to be the Holler from the Holler, hosted by Lindsay Lawler.
I love it.
It's going to be fun, right? Music Jam. It's going to be invite only, but we will be able to stream it. Perhaps it will be streamed here on this here show. That TBD.
TBD. I'll see you at the end of the month.
Thibodeau.
Andre Thibodeau, by the way, is on the go. You guys can drop in a little bit and give us a phone call at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292. No, that's 615-292-NEMO. Yes.
I would have taken the number and then the NEMO. It's all good.
615-292-NEMO. Call, say hi to Dre. Tell him he's looking even hotter than before his accident. Who knew?
He's getting there, dude. He's getting there. The recovery has begun, and now the expansion. That's not a fat joke, Dre. The expansion will soon follow. Interesting conversation with Mike Moscinski. Mike Moscinski. Like talking with him, as always. Avid boater, by the way. Loves getting out on that water. He said something, and look, I know this instinctively as a teacher. I've spent 7 years of my life as a teacher. I know this. But just to kind of basically go back to roots and say it, he said that the ultimate way to recognize that it ain't going to work out for the student in a CDL program, but this applies to everything. When you realize, and you have to be able to recognize this as an instructor, when the teacher wants it more than the student. And I want to separate two things here. You're in a liberal arts program as a professor. You teach an intro to English or the basic English class, and there's somebody in there who is a BS science major, and they're kind of halfway there with you. You got to get them engaged, but you also understand that's okay. That's okay that they're not like deeply committed to English in the way that you are. They know enough of it to be able to do their job. That's fine for them. You figure out ways to keep them entertained. But when it comes to something like driver training or what you and I do for a living, those ideas have a connective tissue here, or being a lawyer, when you're in a graduate program, when you're in a specialty program or a certification program, that has got to be something that you look out for in regards to both people that you work with and people that you're training. If you want it more than the person that you're training, unless that job is grunt work or just kind of, show up, clock in, clock out kind of stuff, you really need to begin thinking about you've made the wrong decision either hiring them or in a classroom you might want to pull them aside and say, hey, look, I want this more than you do, and that should not be the case. And I kind of wanted to give you a chance to unpack your thoughts on that as well, because your friend David Malloy, who we talked about yesterday, and that great little tribute that you did, little in regards to time length, not in regards to spirit.
Tribute to Eddie Rabbitt, because David is a songwriter who's written a lot of Eddie's hits.
Yeah, and so he always said that anybody that has a plan B is going to go with their plan B. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering how you deal with that, when you're working on a collaborative project or a creative project. I'm not talking about that you're better at doing it than they are, or that you have a particular passion for that particular project. That's a different thing. I'm talking about like, man, I want this more than you do. You really shouldn't be here. Or I want this a lot more than you do. You know what I'm saying? I understand perspective.
Why'd you say you really shouldn't be here and looked at me really sternly in the eye?
I did.
Is that a warning?
That's a fat joke.
Was that?
By the way, there's a lot of, like I said, it's, boy, that book, that book, Aimee's book Aimee McMillan's book is really something else. Really well written too.
Anyway.
But that's my kind of, I wanted to buy you time because we didn't get a chance to talk about this before the show. There's other stuff to talk about as well too. But it really kind of applies to truckers, but life in general. What do you do when you have to work with people who don't want it anywhere near as much as you do? I mean, how do you communicate to them that you've got to at some level understand that this isn't going to work if you're not doing that?
Well, here's the thing. The moment the teacher wants it more than the student, the lesson's already over, I think, because teaching, actual teaching is not about effort. My mantra has been, I was talked about this for a long time. I went to a book reading last night and was talking about this with several authors last night, that flow over force, I say that all the time. But real teaching is not about effort. It's about readiness. And the problem is you cannot teach readiness. You cannot teach readiness. A teacher can, illuminate the path for you, can show you the way, can guide you through things, can hand you the map, the metaphorical map, and even walk with you along the way and help you. But the desire to walk has to come from the student. And, that can't be taught. That's just a timing. That's maybe perhaps a divine thing or whatever. When it comes to trucking, there's a lot of drivers, obviously, who've grown up and seen trucking in their world, and it's just second nature to them. So they're ready from the time before the time you'll hand them the license and the keys, But as talking in general, wanting it for someone, it's kind of a form of ego, right? It masquerades as generosity. Like, I want this for you. You can be better. It sounds like care. It sounds like you want to help this person, but it's kind of a violation of them, forcing them into what you think is right for them.
Right. But here's the thing. This is where it gets really, by the way, everything you said is spot on. Here's where it gets difficult. You paid money to be here in a classroom where you are going to be driving 18 wheels of rolling thunder. You paid money so that you're going to be hired by people who have dreams and schemes, and they're going to figure that out really quickly. One of the things that I did think about, though, is that as a teacher, and I've been confronted with students who have the glaze, and I don't mean like I've bored them, I mean they walk in with the glaze. So you as a teacher, I think, have two obligations. One, how do I create an environment where they have better access to the material? And two, how do I make them understand that if they don't do it a certain way, they're not going to get anything out of it in regards to their own lifestyle, if that makes sense, too. That it's like, if you don't do these things, you won't have this job. If you don't learn this stuff, the job that you want. So this is how did I get to BS students? How did I get to Bachelor of Science students? And the way you get to them is you say, look, if you don't understand this, then you will not be able to do that. And it's like you ask them what their major was, what they wanted to do, helping them understand presentational stuff. The idea that I actually convinced a Bachelor of Science student that dramatic structure was important when they were pitching grants or trying to sell themselves in the job market. That worked. It got them there. It absolutely got them there. And so it's about finding a way. This is a weird kind of combination. Somebody once told me that the only way anybody ever quits an addiction is when they discover that they love themselves more than the addiction. Mm-hmm. That's a big, big breakthrough for that. And you've got to figure out how, whatever it is you're doing.
That's why I stopped getting drunk.
Yeah.
I didn't stop drinking, but that's why I stopped getting drunk.
Yeah. And it makes a big difference. And I will tell you, if you can somehow show the student how this, in fact, ties into the thing that they love, then they pay attention. They understand that it's one of the obstacles they have to maneuver their way around to get back to the place that they love. And I think that makes a big difference too.
For sure. And then to bring it back to trucking, though, that the road doesn't care about good vibes or good intentions or potential. The road doesn't care about potential, and that's the difference, obviously, between training and putting somebody on the road. You could be potential in the training mode. Potential on the road is you're done, And I think, trucking isn't, how would I say this, isn't conceptual learning, obviously. I mean, we're saying the same. It's the real embodiment of what you know. You don't understand trucking. Like, I understand trucking adjacent. That doesn't make me ready to hit the road, obviously, by any means. Thank you. You're welcome, America. You have to become it, right? Right. Anything that you're going to do. I think about this a lot. I do so many things. You do so many things. Truckers, they drive. A truck driver is a truck driver. I think if anyone, and I get really, I sort of get jealous a lot of times when I hear somebody, it's like, this is what I am. I am the CEO of this company. I am a truck driver for this company. I am XYZ. When it's that thing. And it's like, when you just know that one thing you do, you can be all in on that thing. I do so many different things, which in some ways is awesome. In some ways, it's a real hindrance to my life because I don't know which one to look at or focus on next.
I got you, Chief. I got you. I'm gonna help you out. I'm gonna give you a little something that may work, or you may go, that doesn't work. I'm gonna sum you up in one moment.
Oh dear.
You ready? What you do for a living. Now, you can't tell people this because they kind of roll their eyes if you tell them this. But in your own brain, you know what you are? You, in everything you do, are a professional storyteller. You are a professional storyteller, whether it is a song, whether it is an event, whether it is this show. You are telling a story from beginning to end, and you have a very, very highly developed, I would say actually incredibly talented ability to tell stories, whether it's through song, whether it's through news, whether it's through just telling a story in the way we kind of conceive of telling a story. And everything you do is really about your commitment to story structure, to beginnings, middles, and ends, or as you love to say, between what has happened and what's next. You know, you understand that hammock because you understand a beginning, middle, and an end. And I look at like events that I've been to that you have put together. I look at, I listen to stuff that you're on the radio or on a podcast for, sometimes for 2 hours doing it with you. I listen to We Should Write, which, by the way, has an amazing guest today.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
2, actually, because
Yeah.
her husband's coming
For
with
the
her to
price
play.
of one,
More
by
of that
the way.
in a minute.
But I listen to that, by the way, and we have friends of ours who are good amateur versions of that. I mean, I'll tell you, the Trucker Bosun and our good friend Showtime, they are what I would call enthusiastic amateur storytellers. It's their hobby, as opposed the same way somebody has a hobby of playing. Somebody can be an incredibly talented songwriter and song singer and still not be a professional, and that's okay. But you, in everything you've done, are a professional storyteller. And by the way, for me, doing that, those times that I've checked in and done that for the next couple of months or so, I have found myself able to focus on everything, because then you start looking for the comment. So if I took an event that you planned, or I took a night that you curated, or I took a show that you did, or a song that you wrote, I would actually tell you to look through all of those as a storyteller and see what themes, what visual images, what worlds keep popping up. Is there a consistent one? And when you figure that out, that's the story you're trying to tell, and that becomes your manifesto, and that becomes your mandate. And you then become a driver of stories. So
I am a driver.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You are a driver of narrative.
I mean, I'm a teller of trucker stories, so I like that.
I mean, and I don't just mean that as a rah-rah pep talk speech. I mean,
no, I'm not looking for that.
Yeah, no, but I don't mean
looking
it just
for the
as
opposite.
Like, you're a storyteller. That's not what isn't like, yay for you.
I did it.
I don't know where these voices come from sometimes.
I want a badge.
Yeah, you're a storyteller. That'd be a funny couple. This guy that you like so much, the one that talks like this, and we could have the one that talks like that, and we could do that thing. But you dig where I'm coming from, and the idea that it's like, what do you do?
But that'd be funny then, if you're sitting in a corporate meeting and there'd be like, go around and introduce yourself. What do you do for a living? Well, I am the CEO of Qualcomm and blah, 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 blah. I'm a storyteller. What? No, what do you do for a living? I'm a storyteller.
I'm a storyteller. By the way, there are really like high-level people who work in marketing or advertisement who actually do that kind of stuff because they can get away with it. I mean, I remember there's a famous
Own it.
There's a famous pitch, by the way, Lindsay, of a guy who says, "We don't do advertising." I hate that word. But wait, what do you do then? I believe in wonder.
Oh, go screw yourself.
But here's the thing. There are people who actually kind of do that, and you realize, you know what? You're a maniac, and you're also incredibly successful because you've broken the bonds of what I call corporatese. You know what I'm saying? You've broken the bonds of bureaucracy, by the way. They say if it comes natural to you that it's your calling, and that is what you were meant to do. Those are the kind words of Steve.
Yes, Steve.
By the way, Brad Bentley says good morning, and Lindsay told him, BB the King is here.
BB the King is here, and good morning, Trucker Bosun. Hey, you know, I love this conversation, and I think this all ties into, I want to tell you what I did last night and a conversation I had, and I think it all ties into, to even go back to your original question. I went last night. Jennifer Moorman, who's been on our show, she was at Parnassus, which is a fabulous bookstore here in Nashville. A new book, her eighth book, something like that, came out yesterday. So she had a in conversation with a fabulous editor here in town, literary agent here in town rather, and at Parnassus. And I listened, and she she spoke, and then people asked questions, and I actually had the final question, which I love getting the final word. But I actually love, because the question I knew I wanted to ask all along, it just so happened that they came to me last, and it landed. And I think people, I had someone come up to me and say that, I think we got a lot out of that, just from what she said, not from what I asked, from what Jennifer answered. So Jennifer said during her, and she's so lovely, her new book is called The Charmed Library, and it's about this assistant librarian. Did you read it?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, the assistant librarian whose fictional characters come to life. It's beautiful. Anyway, she said at one point that if she's not, because she hasn't been a writer all of her life, she hasn't been a reader all of her life, actually. Now she's an avid at both of those things, but she was a singer at one point in her life. She was an editor at one time. She was a publisher. She's had these different iterations. And she said, at one point she said, if I'm not creating, and to her point, we're all creators, whatever you do. If you're a truck driver, you're a creator. You're creating momentum. You're creating delivery for people. You're creating, you're adding to people's lives. And you're also creating as you're looking out the window. You're creating worlds. So she said, when I'm not creating, I get really depressed. And I've noticed when I am creating, that's the most, and for her it's writing, that's the most myself I am. So the end of it, my question was to her, I said, you know, you said those things about depressed when you're not creating the most of yourself when you are. And I said, you know, I host a show called We Should Write. And I realized too, with all everything going on in my life, I've been talking a lot about what I love and not doing a lot what I love. And it's two very different things. We can talk about doing things, we can teach people, or we can just do it ourselves. This comes back to the teaching. And I said, so what would you say? And this is so simple, guys. I said, so what would you say? I said, because I know there's somebody in the room here saying, you know, agreeing and saying, oh, that's so cool that Jennifer gets to just write books and then go on book tours and just talk to people. Not just, it's a huge deal. She makes it look effortless, and that's really genius. That's, you know, as Albert Einstein says, genius is making something complex look effortless. I botched the quote, but you get it. And she said, you just have to do it, even if it's 30 seconds a day. You just have to do something. You just have to do a little piece of it. And not, I think we get so overwhelmed if I'm training to drive a truck, I get really overwhelmed with the idea of being a long haul trucker, because that seems so far off from stepping into the training room on day one. If I want to write a book, that seems so far off with having no stories yet on paper, you know? And so she's like, you just do it. She's like, I'm sorry, I don't have a more deep answer than it. It's that profound, is you just do a little bit every day of something that brings you joy. And nobody listening, nobody in the world can say, I don't have time for that, because you don't. I got up extra. I've been trying at least this first week with Freya back to school, get up a little earlier, and I'm just going out and being quiet for a moment and stretching. And it's shifted how I'm moving throughout the day, and then leads me to have a little time to maybe to write later, because I started with that, not like craziness. So anyway, I think I just loved it. It was so, and I knew that's what her answer was going to be, by the way. But I think it landed probably for everybody a little different. But it's just, if there's anything you're wanting to achieve or attain, I'm speaking to myself as well, by the way, it's just do a little bit of it every day. If you want to be a writer, write every day. If that's 5 minutes, if that's 1 minute, it doesn't matter. 1 minute leads to 2, leads to 5, leads to the rest of your life. Working out, training to drive a truck, like a little research every day. If you want to be a truck driver, one Google search leads to maybe meeting somebody. One call into this show leads to something. So it's those little, I mean, this is cliche, but cliches are cliche for a reason. It's the little steps that like make massive, massive strides to your future.
It's so funny. I was actually talking to a friend of mine, Adriana, about this. My old partner, he was talking to me about how to change culture at an institution, at a high school, at a middle school, in a family. And he actually took me through like what the perfect scenario would be for an inner city school that was struggling. He actually took me through the final destination. You know, because he said this is the non-miraculous destination. He said, as far as I can see within the real world, this would be the best destination. But then he kind of went back and said, okay, now let's talk even more realistically. And he used to love to say this. He always would say, incremental is a victory. And he loved to repeat that. Incremental is a victory. And I remember one time, and we've talked about this before yesterday and the day before that too, the difference between relief and reprieve. And I remember that he spoke on behalf of a guy who was in the rears for his child support. Okay? He actually got up there and spoke on behalf. As an agent of the state, he spoke on behalf of a guy who was behind on his child support payments for the judge not to put him in jail for violation of child support payments, because the guy had made a real effort and a real commitment to kind of turning it around. And he said that to the judge. He said, Your Honor, he is not where he should be, but he is closer to it than he has ever been, and that is good enough because I've seen that progress. And he said, incremental is a victory, and he continues to increment it. And he said the most important thing is he sees what we are doing here today as a reprieve and more time, and not the relief of going back to what he was doing. And the judge, because of that, ruled in the man's favor and allowed him more time, and he continued to make incremental victories. And it goes right back to what you said. Even if it's 30 seconds a day, if the next day is 31 seconds, that's a victory.
I love that, because intention, as Oprah says, I know we mixed feelings about Oprah, but intention is everything.
Ozempic,
so that's what
Ozempic
the judge.
Ozempic
Oprah. The O in Oprah stands for Ozempic. That because that's that's back to the judge's case. It's like he has the right intention. He's trying. He's not going to be the best dad in the world. He's not going to make up for everything tomorrow,
Right.
but he's in the step in the right direction. We have a call. I think Dre, do we have somebody holding on the line?
100%. And old friends here to say, hey, old bandit.
Bandit's in the house. Hey,
Bandit
Bandit.
in the house.
What's up?
Yeah, it's been a minute. Just been working on things here and there, and decided I needed to call in today, let you know I was still around here kicking.
So glad to hear that. Keep on kicking, brother.
Hanging
Keep
in
on
there.
trucking.
Hanging in there. What's going on?
Right now, still waiting for a product to be finished being made over here in Waterloo, Iowa, for a load that was supposed to be ready at 2:30 this morning.
Good times. Good times.
How's your book
And
coming?
this is why.
Waiting
Well,
on a load in Waterloo. How's the book coming? Yeah, look, hey, you know what? Incremental. You have waiting on a load. That means time to write.
Oh, I've actually been working on that while I was listening to the show.
Beautiful.
I've actually been working on ideas for 2 sequel books to the book that have been popping up as I've been working on the editing of the first book.
Love it.
By the way, that's really cool. I'm going to give you a warning right now, and I think Lindsay, as a songwriter, might be able to do this too. Continue to work on your book and continue to pocket your ideas for sequels, because one of the worst things that happens is the closer you get to finishing the thing you have to finish, your brain starts going, and I can do this, and I can do that. Oh my God, that's a better idea. Why am I working on this when I can work on that? I know you're not there yet, but if that idea ever pops up, that means you're almost finished. It means get the job done. That's my one warning to you, okay?
Yep, that's actually part of the rabbit hole that I started to go down, and I just started doing a spreadsheet where I was just putting the ideas in a spreadsheet and keeping track of, okay, if I want to do this in this other book, I need to make these dates match up in the other book. So just keeping my dates in order on a spreadsheet is helping me out.
World building. That is world building right there.
This is so, it's such a juxtaposition from being a truck driver to writing a book. You know, there's no one watching, there's no one calling dispatch to check on you. It's all you on the book. It's all you. It's all you on the accountability front. But again, I just want to say this, gratitude is the attitude. Sorry, Pollyanna here, but because you do have the truck driving job and you do in truck driving have downtime, it's a gift. You're kind of being paid to write your book right now, if you want to look at it that way, Bandit. And that's the way I choose to look at it.
Yeah, it actually is kind of like that, because the account I'm on actually has a guaranteed minimum pay. So I'm getting paid to sit here waiting on this load, whether I'm turning miles or not.
Yeah. You're getting paid to write your book right now. If you go through it, if you write this book with that attitude, your book will be done in the next couple months, if not sooner. No rush.
I actually have a planned release date, because I'm going to go through the Amazon publishing side of it.
Love it.
But I'm actually planning for after the 1st of next year. That way I make sure I have everything as close to what I want as possible, and certain people, which you two are on that list, will get an advance copy to let me know what you think.
I love it. Can you give us the elevator pitch real quick?
Yeah, tell us what the book is.
The book is basically the story of a man who has lost everything. He started out on a hunt for revenge at 16, found love during his hunt for revenge, loses his wife to a violent act that he wasn't there to prevent, and then it's him rediscovering himself and actually getting the closure he needs, because he gets to confront the man that killed the father, and turns out is the same one that was behind killing his wife.
But I hear growth in the book. Through adversity.
Growth through killing. little pistol closure. I love pistol closure stories.
I needed some murder in my life to grow.
Hey, by the way, man, a little pistol closure is always a good thing. I am Ennio Montoya. You murdered my father. Prepare to die.
Hey, Bandit, that wasn't.
Make that reference.
You had a good pitch there. Go ahead.
Here's the twist on it. It's set in the 1860s, and the backstory, there's a family history of a relative, ancestor that was a merchant that got stranded in Asia and brought back through the family line martial arts training from that time period. So this guy's a mix of martial arts and gunplay.
Love it.
That's a good place to end this half hour, by the way. Martial arts,
yeah,
gunplay, pistol
go.
closure. By the way,
pew, 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 pew.
The Pistols of the Partisans is coming soon to you. Hey,
we ride at dawn.
We ride at dawn. That's what the Road Gang does. Thank you, Bandit. Love you. Welcome back.
Yep.
Got a little yep out of him there. Lindsay?
Hey, speaking of pistols, we got a real pistol coming up next. We're talking about Log Cabin Museum. We're talking about Lincoln Log. We're talking about Abraham Lincoln.
That dude was rangy. He could take most people in a fight. Abe, 6'4", big reach. I'm quoting Fight
Big
Club
reach.
there.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed. In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
A while back, Lindsay, I was doing a whole lot of blog posts, kind of had that fall off as, the wheels fell off and we had to keep rolling. But I did repost based on the conversation that you, me, Andre, Bandit at the end were all having, talking about incremental victories in reading. I thought I would repost my advice to folks who want to become later life readers, not late life, but later life readers. I actually have, it was a weekend we did about, becoming a reader later in the game, like we were talking about with the book signing you went to, where she was neither a writer nor a reader before that all happened, and now she has embraced both of the passion. It's never too late. It is never too late to kind of embrace that world. So I've reposted that little blog post. If you guys want to check it out, it's over on my page. Hope you get a kick out of it. And now we will pivot.
Pivot.
We are back now here at Road Gang Radio, and of course our first guest of the second half of the show, the part where we go about the business of getting a life, is in fact joining us. Lindsay, you excited about this? I'm really kind of stoked about this. This
is history and storytelling, by the way, that I can get into. You're the history buff. This though, what our next guest does for a living and specifically where she's at, I'm jazzed about. I'm here for it.
And of course, the idea that we're going to dig into origin stories as well, too, because Lauren Oertling is the site interpretive coordinator. There we go. One of those jobs, Lindsay, that you just are really attracted. You're like, how did one become that exactly? Yep. At the Lincoln Log Cabin State Historic Site in Lerna, Illinois.
It's real. Lincoln Log. It's real. It's not just something you play with your kids. It's real, guys.
It's a real thing, and I'm just going to kind of let it lay right there. I'm going to turn this over to you for the first question, but I love site interpretive coordinator, and I want to get into that as well too. But Lindsay, I will defer to you on this. I'm really excited.
Well, good morning, Lauren. How are you?
Excellent. How are you guys today?
So good. We're really happy to have you. You're the type of historical. I almost called you a historical figure, but I guess we all are in our own ways, that I can get on board for. Your title, as Jim said, Site Interpretive Coordinator. Now, if I hear, we've been talking about storyteller today. To me, you're basically a storyteller, an educator and curator of of the whole experience that is the Lincoln Log Museum there. So let's talk about that. Do you resonate with the word storyteller, and how do you become a storyteller where you really are turning history into stories people can understand and feel, which is the only way I can learn it. So talk about your title as it pertains to storytelling, if you will.
Absolutely. I would say yes. We're a living history site, which means that on the day-to-day basis, especially in the summer, we kind of take on the role of a person in the 1840s. We dress in period clothes. We don't even call them costumes. We call them period clothes. And we tell stories as if we are living an everyday life in the 1840s out on the farm. So we visit with people as they walk into the cabin, and we greet them and welcome in, and, this is Sarah's cabin, and this is how Sarah would have done these things, Sarah, of course, being Abraham's stepmother. And we take on that role, and people have wonderful questions when they come in, and it's really fun to be able to tell those local history stories that otherwise people wouldn't hear about. Local history is very important, and being able to share those stories with visitors is a really, really fun part of my job. I have a really awesome job.
Clearly, yeah.
That's one of the things we often, when we're looking for guests, we say, do they have a really awesome job? And we're like, if they do, we're happy to talk to them. LincolnLogCabin.org, by the way. The other thing about a living history site is that each one is its unique kind of entity unto itself in regards to breaking the frame, putting people in place and period, but at the same time allowing people who are there to have access to the information they need. So can you talk a little bit about the layout of the site and talk about how it is actually set up, the site itself as a storytelling entity, but at the same time how the performers, the docents, and all the other stuff that they're mixed into one kind of entity, which is why you have that unique title, because you're a combination, the people who work there are a combination of both docents and actors and characters in this living history. Talk to us about when a person first comes to the site, how the site itself gives them access to the time period.
Absolutely. So we're an 86-acre site. We're a relatively large historic site. When people come in, we encourage them to start their visit up at the visitor center. We have a fantastic visitor center with a museum in it that helps kind of orient people to the site before they go out and visit the farm. It gives them a little bit of context for why the site exists, how the site got put here. That's an interesting history, too. So in addition to the Lincoln history, we're actually on the National Register of Historic Places for the Civilian Conservation Corps that rebuilt our site in the 1930s during the Great Depression. But so we've got a wonderful visitor center that helps kind of orient people. And then after visiting the visitor center and the exhibits in there, there are two farms that people can tour and visit and come out. They can visit the Lincoln cabin and interact with the interpreters, or reenactors would be another term that people might be familiar with, who are out there on the farm. They can tour the historic farm there, and then we have a second living history farm on the site, same time period, that just shows a little bit more variety about things that happen there. And we also have some other nearby sites. The Moore Home is a small historic site where Abraham last visited his family and friends before he left for Washington, and then a cemetery as well, the Thomas Lincoln Cemetery, where Abraham's father and stepmother and many other family members as well are buried as well.
So the thing that, it's really interesting here, because the site really focuses on Abraham's family, not his presidency. He was already practicing law, when he came back and visited this area. So when I want to talk about the misconception that people have about Abraham Lincoln, or life in the 1840s in general. When people visit, what do you think is the biggest misconception they have, and how would you say somebody walks away changed or with new information? Cleared up, yeah. Cleared up after visiting.
So a lot of people think that Abe lived here, and that's one thing that is not the case. By the time his family moved to this part of the state, Abraham was an adult, and he had gone off on his own. If you're familiar with the story of Abe taking a flatboat down the Mississippi River and how that kind of impacted his views on slavery and things later in life, that was all happening while his family was living here. So Abraham himself never actually lived here. He was living in Springfield by the 1840s. But he did have financial interest in the farm. His father and stepbrother had a habit of getting into some less than lucrative business ventures, and Abraham, being a little bit more financially stable, bailed him out a couple of times. So Abe did own parts of the farm over the years. So that's one thing. But I think also people think of the 1840s as just being so terribly long ago, and, you know, oh, these are very primitive people and living in primitive times, and that's not the case. These are fully modern people. 1840 is not as long ago as it seems like it would be. So these are people with, you know, modern sensibilities and things like that. Perhaps not modern technology necessarily, but these are fully formed modern people that have the same kinds of family relationships and turmoils and, you know, interesting stories to tell that we would have today.
I'm going to kind of follow up with the question I asked before, but I also want to kind of point out, just as a point of conversation, that I was not aware until I dug into your site about the Civilian Conservation Corps, which, by the way, literally sprung up overnight. And I just think it's so interesting, given the fact that Lincoln was a young man who came from kind of a hard background, who kind of wanted to improve his life. And it's kind of, I think, in great honor to him, and in great honor of him, that it was rebuilt and restored by a number of young men and women who were looking to kind of improve their lives through physical exertion and using both their brains and their brawns to kind of build something together. So we asked about the geographic space itself, the idea of the exertion of space and the impact. Let's talk about the expectations of the people who are living the history. So how does one go about, as somebody who coordinates the site, how does one go about, and what is y'all's process for picking the folks that are going to play the people who were back then, and what kind of, I guess, guidebook or script or storytelling perspective or push do you give them to make sure that the visitors have the most top-notch experience?
That's a great question. So most of our interpreters out on the farms are volunteers. The majority of the people that you'll interact with here on the farm are volunteers. We do a new volunteer orientation every month. We welcome volunteers from all over the community. Some travel from up to about an hour away. We also have good relationships with the local colleges. We have a university and then a community college nearby, and we get a good number of volunteers from those institutions as well. There is some training, obviously, that goes into it. We issue people their historic clothing, and then there's training on all of the local history, all of the family history, and all of the day-to-day life and activities and how all of those things work. So our volunteers, you know, get taught how to cook on the hearth, and they get taught how to weave on a barn loom, and they get taught how to, you know, work with the livestock using period techniques and that kind of thing. So there's a very large amount of hands-on training and job shadowing and that kind of thing that goes into it. The majority of our volunteers have local history interest already, or a history background in some capacity, and so it's right up their alley to kind of learn those things. We do have some volunteers that started out as kind of Lincoln buffs, if you will, that came in with a good amount of knowledge, but the majority of what our volunteers and interpreters need to know is taught here on the farm.
It's so cool. We're talking with that's the Lincoln Log Museum. Again, it's a real thing, guys. Lauren is joining us, who is the site interpretive coordinator. She is the storyteller, the living, breathing storyteller of what's happening there. So now there's something very powerful about World War I veterans preserving the home of a future president. That's very cool. And the site was rebuilt during the Great Depression by the Civilian Conservation Corps. So why is that part of the story still important today?
That's a great question as well. So the CCC camp that was here is called Camp Shiloh. Like you said, most of the workers at that camp were World War I veterans. And your co-host alluded earlier to why the CCC was so cool and how that kind of ties back and honors Abe. You know, Abe came up from humble beginnings and through hard work, determination, study, was able to, you know, make something great of himself, becoming the president and having the legacy that he has today. The CCC rebuilding the site, those young men that helped rebuild the site during the Great Depression, you know, we're trying to do the same thing. They were struggling. They, you know, didn't necessarily have the best means sometimes, and they were working to kind of better themselves and to help their families. A lot of them were local men, and by and through their labor, they were able to preserve and reconstruct and repair the site, and really contributed greatly to the site that we still have today.
Really quickly, by the way, which is really cool, Lindsay. I don't know if you know this. I maybe Lauren knows this. I don't know if you know this, but part of the reason why the CCC was actually invented was that there were large groups of unemployed younger men and veterans who were beginning to kind of congregate and gather into the beginnings of gangs. And one of the reasons why the CCC was invented was to put those young men to work and actually put their energy and their desire to kind of get back involved in putting the country together to good use. Because when you have groups of young men together who have nothing to do, sometimes things don't turn out so well. This turns out pretty amazing. By the way, in case you guys do head over to LincolnLogCabin.org, the thing that Lauren referred to earlier, Volunteer Pioneers, there is an entire page dedicated to that. You just click on that. It'll take you over there. And we were talking earlier about the idea that people have certain things that they can shadow, they can be a part of. This is really cool, too, that some of the stuff in the gift shop was uniquely created as well by the Pioneer volunteers, right?
Yes, absolutely. We have a fantastic gift shop. It's run by the nonprofit group that supports the site, Lincoln Log Cabin Foundation. All of our volunteers are members of the foundation, and they make some really cool stuff in there. Lori, that does most of the merchandising for the gift shop, finds really awesome stuff that's locally made, sometimes made specifically by volunteers here on the site, but a lot of the products in the gift shop are made in Illinois, and just it's a really cool little gift shop.
Do you guys rehearse in regards to on the site? You're putting this whole thing together. You talk about shadowing opportunities and all that kind of stuff. But I think about, there's a big thing now that's happening in American theater and over in England as well, too, where people are actually going into environments where they're being given a show, but they're in it. I mean, they're not getting pulled along physically, but they really are immersed in it. And I was kind of wondering in regards to performances, and then I got a question about food, but I know Lindsay's got something after that. How do you guys make sure that when people arrive, what kind of rehearsal process do you have?
Well, that's a good question. So we aren't scripted. We are actually doing all of the activities that it looks like we're doing. Our interpreters have a really wide knowledge base that they have to start with, and they have to be comfortable with that before they're essentially turned loose on the farm by themselves. But when visitors walk into the cabin, we really are doing whatever it looks like we're doing. So, for example, cooking. We really are cooking the foods that it looks like we're cooking, and we're really using the tools and techniques and things of the time, of course, with a little bit of modern food safety. But we really are doing the things, and sometimes people do get involved, especially kids. It's really fun. They walk in the cabin and, we don't have a dishwasher. We have a dry sink, and if kids walk in and they're standing there and I've got dishes to wash, I'll get them to help us wash the dishes and that kind of thing.
I'm sending my kid. She's on her way.
It isn't so much scripted. There are sometimes things that we, try to let every visitor know, some of the key points depending on what's going on at the time. But we are not scripted. Everything that happens in the cabin is really happening and is kind of happening in real time, and that's what we'll talk about when they come in.
Okay, so you said some, even with cooking, some modern day, safety precautions, of course. So this is, and as you said earlier, you don't call them costumes. You call them, what did you say?
Period clothing.
Period clothing, right. And so this isn't, I'm thinking of the movie Sweet Home Alabama, where they do the Civil War reenactments. This isn't actually then a reenactment. This is more of, especially because it's modern day times, but trying to show what was happening then. It's not a reenactment, but I love the idea of showing this especially for kids. I'm thinking about my 7-year-old going in and being like, where's your dishwasher? Where's your motorized ABCD? And them really understanding what that was. So talk about the difference between this being less reenactment and more, I guess, in the moment. I don't know what that would be called.
It's reality versus reenactment.
We'll talk about that a little bit, if you will.
Yep, living history versus reenactment.
Yeah.
And I don't know that those terms are usually used exclusively like that, but yeah, we aren't reenacting one specific scene. We're not reenacting one thing that happened, and every visitor that comes in is getting a different experience, depending on what kind of things they're interested in and what we're actually doing at the time. Some history sites that have interpreters or that have people in costumes in the cabins, that kind of thing, have a scene. Somebody walks in the room, they perform a scene, people move on to the next room, next group comes in, they do exactly the same thing. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's not what we're doing here. We're doing activities of daily life. So depending on what time of day you come, if you're here on a summer day and we're making lunch in the morning, that's not going to be what the person who comes in 2 hours later sees, because we'll be doing a different activity at that point, because the activities, of course, through the day change.
That's so cool.
As they would have back then. So it's different. It's every visitor gets a unique experience based on what kind of questions they ask and what kind of things we're doing in there at the time. And those activities could vary a ton. They vary a ton different times a year. At certain times a year, maybe they walk in and we're doing some food preservation. Maybe we're drying pumpkins. Maybe we're, pickling something. We have a really cool apple press. Maybe we're making cider, So our activities change a lot. You come early in the year and we're planting the garden and you can help me dig up some onions,
Oh my gosh.
Those
This
kind
is
of things. So it does vary a lot, and we love people to get hands-on and really step in and help if that's something that they're interested in. It's a really good way for people to kind of connect with history in a way that is tangible, in a way that they wouldn't necessarily get just by watching a scene.
Lauren, this is actually, let's be honest, from a business standpoint, brilliant, because you're not going to get the same experience anytime. People are going to want to keep coming back to come, whether it's morning, noon, or night, whether it's summer, winter, spring, or fall, whether, it's so, and as time progresses, you're going to see something different every single time you come back, joking on the business side, but just from an experiential side, you can continue constantly to learn and evolve. It's very cool.
And as a note for people, the site is free to visit, so you can come as many times
Not a
as
great
you want,
business
see all
plan.
the different things. It's free to visit. Of course, donations are accepted, but this is a state-owned, state-run site, so it's free to visit. There are a couple of special events and things throughout the year where there may be a charge. We do a lot of workshops and things like that. The foundation puts those on. And those sometimes have a fee. Our summer kids programs, summer youth programs have some fees, that kind of thing. But for the most part, our special events and stuff like that are free. You can come in on a regular day anytime and come see what we're doing out on the farm, and there's no admission fee.
By the way, they are closed only on Veterans Day, Thanksgiving Day, Christmas Day, and New Year's Day. And what I think is spectacular about that, too, is the fact that along with Christmas and New Year's Day, which everybody is usually closed on, what's amazing is the two other holidays they're closed on are Veterans Day, I like to think in honor of those who actually helped rebuild the camp, and Thanksgiving Day, the day that Lincoln actually codified in the national consciousness. That's pretty groovy stuff there, by the way. And the Living History program takes place between May the 1st and October 31st, with additional special events that Lauren alluded to throughout the year. Please check Lincoln Log Cabin as well. All right, I had mentioned before, and then Lindsay had a pretty darn good question herself. So you talked about canning, certain things, or pickling certain things, or, making a little apple cider. Do people get a chance to sample your wares?
So that's a complicated answer. The health department, of course, doesn't want us to feed everybody.
I figured.
I say that that's one of the best recruitment tools I have is the food on the farm, because I feed volunteers. If you come volunteer with us, we can absolutely feed you. If you come, while we happen to be cooking, I'll usually let you taste a little bit of what we're making, but we can't, unfortunately, just feed the visiting public because of health department and food regulations.
Fair enough. Sorry, Jim. Jim likes free food.
You have to come work for me for a day.
Well,
He'll do it.
I'll do it for a day. A little bit of apple cider, a little bit of pickled something. I'm kind of on top of that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, Lauren, as we pivot, of course, we'd be remiss if we didn't bring this up as we approach, of course, the 250th anniversary of the United States. Places like this really remind us the country was built by regular families, not just these famous moments out there. So, what do sites like the Lincoln Log Cabin, why do sites like the Lincoln Log Cabin matter as we head toward our nation's 250th birthday?
Absolutely. So history sites like this, local history sites, help make history tangible. There's historic buildings, there's historic landscapes, there's all these landmarks that allow people to kind of come in and physically experience the past rather than just read about it. And they help strengthen communities. I mean, a lot of the times these are tourist attractions and things like that, of course, but they are really shared spaces for the local community as well. We host education programs and events and that kind of thing. For the America 250 celebration, we'll be having some special events related to that this year. Details about those will be released on the website soon. We'll have some special auditorium programs and presentations and things like that, of course. Back this year, we're having a Civil War weekend event on Father's Day weekend. We haven't had one since before COVID.
I don't know why that's funny.
Bringing that back. We have some baseball programs that we're having on holiday weekends, so Memorial Day, Father's Day, Labor Day, and so on, having some of those events, of course, America's sport. And all of that kind of helps, relate. The history helps explain the present, and that's something to keep in mind, too. There's always lessons you can learn from history that apply to life today, and those are really important.
Last question, and the answer doesn't really matter to me in this. I have no plan to do this, but can people actually plan events there themselves? Will you guys do special events for people?
Can I get married at the Lincoln Log Cabin Museum?
In addition to the historic areas of the park, we are a large enough site that we have picnic shelters. We have some pavilions that can be rented, and it's actually free to rent. You can just call and reserve them. We're a really popular site for people to have family reunions and things like that in those picnic shelters. We have weddings out here a few times a year as well. So, yeah, absolutely. If anybody wants to reserve a pavilion or a picnic shelter, they just need to call the visitor center during regular business hours and talk to one of the docents, and they'll get you on the book.
Now, I'm already married, Jim, but I want to get married there, and I want somebody ordained dressed like Lincoln in the top hat to marry me.
I bet we could find you somebody.
Okay.
I bet we could.
Maybe I'll renew my vows there, Jim.
4 and by the way, do it 25 years ago. Do it 50 years ago. Just figure out what the time period is, and then you can make that work. Lauren, we've so enjoyed your company, and I want to remind people, LincolnLogCabin.org. It's a nonprofit, by the way, so even if you don't get a chance to go over there, if you want to make a donation to help them continue their good works, help them continue to do the kind of programming and the kind of activity, remember the world that you're going to see is a world of volunteers and people who care deeply about preserving what was the world the way it was back then. Lauren, you're welcome back anytime. Thank you for making time for us. We really appreciate this.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Lauren. What do you think? What about a wedding, Abraham Lincoln Log wedding, Jim?
Okay.
What a funny scene would that be?
For you,
it's funny that it was Civil War, Father's Day weekend.
Oh, I got it.
Thank you.
I got it. It's like such a dad thing. Such a dad thing. It's like, what does Dad want to do? Talk about Pickett's Charge. Talk about Camp Shiloh.
Very on brand, Dad.
Very on brand, Dad. I do think what's really cool, though, that whole CCC foundational thing is really, really cool, that it's actually rebuilt by veterans and young men looking to improve their lives. The CCC, by the way, except for some of the city programs, was exclusively almost young men. It really was. There was a problem in the country during the Great Depression of groups of young men, I'm going to be really blunt, like packs of wild dogs getting together and causing real problems on the streets. And by the way, if you read The Defining Moment, the book about Roosevelt, they put the CCC together in less than 30 days. He came up with the idea, he proposed it, and Congress passed it in less than 30 days. And because they had young men on the streets and all kinds of problems, it is amazing what this country can do when it puts its mind to it, isn't it? and they rebuilt it. They built the Hoover Dam, dude.
If you can see it, no. If you can see it, you can. What is it? If you can dream it, I don't.
If you build it, they'll come. But if they come, they can build it too. That's how it usually works.
If you can believe it, you can see it, you can dream it. I don't know. Go do things. Do things that light you up.
By the way, this book is terrific. We're going to be talking about here in a moment.
Ozempic. The O in Ozempic. The O in Oprah stands for Ozempic. I'm excited about this conversation. Really to talk about the stigma around it. Let's talk about weight loss next.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
We can lift off from the Fastport Studios to the Acrisure Studios. Lindsay, Lawler, Jimmy Mack hanging out with you. I saw you pointing. I was like, oh, what did I do? What's wrong? But we're here, and we're happy to be here.
Really
I'm just like, hey, you. I know you. I know you. I know you. You know you.
Lindsay, before we pivot
to
our next guest, I was going to ask you, tell us a little bit about what's going to happen at noon today.
Thank you.
Really quick.
Thank you for asking. We should write. It's a live, brand new, first new episode of the new year, of the man-made new year. 2026, and it is with not one but two of my very dear friends. One that will really be doing the talking and singing, and another one here for support and playing the piano, by the way. And see how that sound works out today, Dre.
So excited.
Yeah. But my dear friend Michelle Prentice, who is a world-renowned vocalist, I'm not making that up. That is true. She's traveled the world singing and is one of the greatest female vocalists of all time.
Awesome sauce.
She is tremendous, and also a songwriter, also a stress relief coach. What's that? She'll tell you. But also, she's the creator and the curator of Mama's Lullaby, which is a community to support mothers. And by the way, mothers can also be fathers. That doesn't make sense, but it makes sense. She's basically created a community to support people who support children, is what it is. She realized one night when she was in the hospital, had a family member in the hospital. She couldn't sleep, on that uncomfortable chair there, and couldn't get sleep. She was stressed and nervous. And she remembered that she had written a lullaby years ago. She put it on her headphones, and was able to fall asleep. And she thought, wow, adults need lullabies too. So she's written this whole 2-part record album, which I've written on with her as well, lullabies to support parents, we'll just call it. It's mothers, but people who raise children. But it's turned into a community. Her husband, Mark Prentice, will be joining us as well, he is a world-class musician, and he will be here to support her. She'll sing a song or two off that album. It's going to be a great conversation. If you just need some nurturing, This woman calms your nervous system. Just hearing Michelle talk, listening to her sing, legitimately calms your nervous system. So I encourage you to tune in at noon today, live, 12 Central.
And now, Dre, if you would be so kind.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Our next guest, y'all, we've been talking about this, started the whole show. You and Dre and, of course, Dean Croke started diving into this topic today, and we're going to dive deeper with our next guest. But it's Aimee Donnellan. She's a columnist at Reuters, where she covers major global industries, including pharmaceuticals. She's also the author of the new book, Off the Scales, which takes a deep look at Ozempic, GLP-1 drugs, of course, and what this medical breakthrough tells us about obesity, about inequality, about body image, about modern healthcare. The list goes on. This is her first book, and it's already being called one of the most thoughtful and fair-minded explorations of the Ozempic phenomenon. What incredible way to say it, because I really want to dive into the stigma around it. I have a lot of friends taking this, some that admit it and some that don't. Herein lies a whole nother conversation. So excited to dive into this. Aimee is a expert on it at this point. So please welcome to the show, Aimee Donnellan. So great to have you all the way from Galway. Good morning or good afternoon or good evening to you.
Thank you very much. Very nice to be here.
Aimee, I'm going to start off by saying that there's a lot of stuff that you are juggling here in this book. It's a story about Americans' perception of what it means to be fat and how that affects their position in the economy and their position in the culture. You're examining the role of, once again, how someone who is at the center of everything and responsible for so much of what the success of this drug is somehow manages to get swept under the rug. You're also kind of talking about the race to get there on what are sometimes razor-thin margins and deadlines to make all this work. So I guess the first question from the 30,000-foot view is, how did you decide that balance, how you're going to tell the story from beginning to end while at the same time telling about 3 or 4 stories about American culture, about scientific discovery, and the way that women, creators, scientists, and thinkers and dreamers are often treated in the society? There's a lot of stuff that's going on in there. And by the way, I think you pull it off. But talk about how you create that balance.
Well, thank you very much. It's very kind. I think the starting off point that I was interested in, because, as you said, I had been covering pharmaceuticals for a long time. I knew quite a lot about Ozempic already. I was starting to see it as a sort of phenomenon that was, that was about to kind of explode. And that started in 2023. So there was really a moment for me during my work day where there was research that came out from Novo Nordisk, which is the company that makes Ozempic and Wegovy, the obesity drug. And they said that if you were on these drugs, you were far less likely to need kidney dialysis. And sure enough, there's a company that makes kidney dialysis makers. They're basically they make the kits for kidney dialysis. And that company's share price went down by multiples of billions in a day. And I thought, oh my gosh, this is really going to change industry. This is across healthcare, across so many different things. Then there was this story of actually the drugs and how they were created, how they even came to be. And that was just, I managed to spot an article about this woman, Svetlana Moisov, who came to America from the former Yugoslavia in the 70s and really just wanted to make her mark on science, and was very much part of a team in Mass General who really kind of identified GLP-1, which is the basis of Ozempic and Mounjaro and those other drugs. And she basically kind of gets written out of history. And I just thought that was a very interesting narrative. That's ultimately what I wanted to do, is write a book that, yes, is about science and is about society, but really has a story behind it. It has characters, it has people. And these people are fascinating. And as you mentioned, there is a separate story that kind of basically goes on, and that goes on in Denmark, which is these 2 scientists who are really fighting against the executives of their company, Novo Nordisk, trying to prove to them that, first of all, obesity is a disease and that it is worth their time to try and create a drug that will help people, ultimately their patients, because their patients were already type 2 diabetics, and they often were obese as well. So I thought that was very, very interesting. And I fortunately got very good access to the people who were really critical in the story. I mean, all of the scientists involved spoke to me, and the executives who actually even, acknowledged that they had these sort of prejudices about obesity and that they really didn't think it was a disease. They thought it was a lifestyle choice and really just about not having self-control. And then I suppose the final point was that the society element of this is that as a woman, I grew up in the 90s. I am very conscious of, how women are perceived in the media, and I suppose I enjoyed that this kind of brief period we had where people were talking about body positivity, and that wasn't pro-obesity the way people say it. I do think it was about, thinking that it's okay to have many different types of bodies, as long as they're healthy. But that this obviously really changed that, because once again, you had celebrities all over Hollywood and even Bollywood in India that are now taking these drugs because they want to be thin. And when I go to dinner parties and talk to people, I have people in front of me who have been in my life for a long time who say, I just want to lose these 20 pounds. Should I go on these drugs? And all of that, I tried to capture all of that in the book of there's just so many kind of complicated factors in that.
Well, you did it really well. And what I want to say here, that this book it's not a diet book. It's not a pro or anti-Ozempic rant. It's not medical advice. But what it feels like it is, it's a history of how GLP-1 drugs came to exist. It's your journalistic, look at who benefits and who doesn't and why, really. And really, it's a cultural conversation about, as you've said, weight and shame and capitalism and health and all kind of wrapped into one. I feel like you're guiding this, what does this moment say about us as a society, as culture, as a world right now? So, and I do want to dive into sort of the stigma around it, and stigma around both the obesity and those who choose or don't choose to take Ozempic. But first, Aimee, like Ozempic feels like it came out of nowhere, which obviously is never the case. But, your book shows that it's decades in the making. And I'm just curious when you realized that this story was bigger than just a new drug.
Yeah, I mean, I think that probably the moment was during the pandemic. So I was asked by one of my editors to write an article about virus vices. So this was the idea that people were in lockdown in their homes and they were doing, drinking, smoking, taking drugs, watching pornography, kind of doing all the things that were sort of bad for their health. And I was to look at all of the stocks that were associated with those. So tobacco companies, drinks companies, all of those. And so I was looking, and it was a fairly easy article to write because you could see very clearly that these stocks were going up and up and up. And then at the end of writing this article, my editor said to me, well, what is the upshot of this? Everyone is living unhealthy lives. What happens to people? And I said, well, type 2 diabetes probably is the disease you would get from drinking heavily or eating a lot or, basically having poor health. And he said, well, what's the stock we look at for that? And I said, Novo Nordisk. And so sure enough, Novo Nordisk had outperformed all of the other stocks. And that was the Ozempic effect. So that was 2020 was the first time I sort of realized that there was this kind of powerful force that was out there.
Wow.
Aimee, the other thing interesting, we opened up the show with a gentleman named Dean Croke, who is the chief analyst over at DAT, which does transportation issues, and he actually has been tracking Ozempic as well because of the impact it has had on the supply chain. 200,000 trucks, 1% of all trucks in the United States those loads have been lost. They're just gone from the economy because they focused on junk food. And junk food and all that kind of stuff that people that deliver to fast food restaurants, there has been a precipitous drop. And he was also pointing out that they don't know where the end is. You point out in the book that there are people in this industry, the one that you cover, who are hoping that in a number of years, 20% of all Americans and all people who have access to these drugs will be taking them. That they envision that kind of world coming to pass. The economic impact is beyond just dialysis machines, isn't it, in regards to how people eat? Yeah. If, in fact, these are the antibiotics you described for the pneumonia that is obesity, we're talking about a sea change in the way the American economy functions, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. And I mean, I think when you speak to people who are on these drugs and how really their appetites change, I think you can see that. So I spoke to one woman who was telling me that she was trying to buy a house with her husband. She was really keeping an eye on her finances. She knew how much she was spending on takeout every single month. And when she went on these drugs, that bill went down to zero. And then she and her husband decided they wanted to have a kid, so she needed to come off. It was Manjaro that she was on. And so she came off them, and her appetite for takeout went right back up. The idea is if you stay on these drugs, you probably will not be craving takeout food. So think of McDonald's, Burger King, Chick-fil-A, all of those types of companies. Some people I've talked to said that they have zero interest in sugar of any kind, but they find it really kind of makes them feel almost sick. So that's a lot of food manufacturers. And ultimately, when I speak to these food companies, they obviously don't want to talk about this on the record, but they do say, we can't sell you a piece of salmon. We can't sell you a salad. That's not how our model works. So what we'll try and do is we will make food that lasts a long time, and that's where all the stabilizers and all the kind of additives that are in lots of food that's in supermarkets now, which I do think is quite damaging to our health. So if the cravings people have is not for that type of food, and people walk past Doritos and Cheetos and all those things and go straight for fresh produce, yeah, I think that there is a huge change for drink companies, as I mentioned. It's a big change for the food manufacturers. And there is a positive to this as well, that if people live healthier lives, if they are eating better, if their weight is more under control, if their blood sugar is more under control, then maybe having an aging society isn't as big of a deal. Because there's statistics from the U.S. that people were retiring early because of poor health. But if people are able to work longer, if they're healthier and want to work longer, then actually that could be quite a positive. Now, I think that some people would see that as a very, maybe naive view that maybe that may not come to pass, but that's sort of like the best case scenario of these drugs, I think.
Aimee, I was at a Christmas party recently, and I know that one of my very close friends has been taking Ozempic. She was standing to my left, and to my right there was a husband, another girl's husband, who he sucks, by the way. Anyway, and he said out loud something. He didn't know she'd been on Ozempic, and he made some comment about someone else he knew on Ozempic, and he was like, this person's crazy. They're on Ozempic. They don't even know. I mean, he was just talking out his ass, let's be honest. And he had no idea, no real facts or information. He was just putting judgment on it. And I saw her tense up, get quiet, leave the room. And it was just such a moment where I saw the disconnect between what people think is right for them, what people want to, insert their own lack of wisdom into. And so the stigma really came. I really felt the stigma around it. She was not obese, by the way, but she was overweight, and she took it, and now she's very healthy and works out every day, and it's been a great experience for her. All that to say, your book also, it does include firsthand accounts from early Ozempic users. Some people, describing quieting the food noise for the first time in their lives and how life-changing that is. On the flip side, there are serious side effects, of course, for some. How do we hold both truths at once? That because this is not, it's wonderful or it's terrible. It can be both things, I guess. How do we balance that and hold the two truths as once, that it's right for some people and it's not right for other people, in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, I think that you're right, and I feel very bad for your friend as well that she sort of had that experience, and I think that is an experience that many people have, because there is still a stigma about even taking these drugs, and I've heard people refer to it as cheating, that because right. There is this sort of idea of thinness being equated with self-control and sort of these good qualities, and if you're overweight, you're somehow slovenly or not doing what you should be doing. So I think that is definitely very much there. I would also say that I was very careful in writing this book, and even I tried to speak to as many people as I could. And the truth was, I didn't really find a lot of people who had terrible experiences on these drugs. There is one case study in the book of a woman who really has kind of detrimentally damaged her health from these drugs, and it is quite a sad story. But I would say that is a minority. That people, a lot of people who take these drugs they do, like your friend, they start exercising more. They really kind of change the way they are, the way that they operate in the world, how they exercise. It allows them to do so much more, and ultimately this is really about health. And I always kind of come back to that with people, that people are making choices about their health. And I think that people think it's about, vanity. But ultimately, if you have excess weight in your body, it exposes you to all sorts of problems with, cardiovascular disease and cancers and all sorts of things. So the idea that there's judgment about that, of tackling that in some way that works for you, I just think that's really unfortunate. And hopefully that will end. Maybe a bit like Viagra. That Viagra was, this very stigmatized drug that nobody really wanted to talk about and was all in hushed tones. And I think that has really changed as it's become more kind of prolific.
I'll tell you something else too, is the fact that my producer, Lindsay's producer, my producer, Master Dre, who you talked to when you came on the show, he and I were talking this morning about it, and we talk about the idea of the game being, that you're rigging the game, that you're cheating, but you could actually make a case that we're actually cheating against a system that cheats. And I said the only analogy I could think of was, imagine living in an apartment complex where you had to walk through, when you got to the bottom floor, a gigantic casino, and every place you entered had a casino before you actually got to where you were going, and then being told, well, it's a willpower problem that you don't get, that you gamble. And this is a thing where we live in a world now that, where you walk into a grocery store and the center of the store is nothing but boxes and boxes of sugars and salts and all kinds of things that are actually marketed in a way to actually hook you in and keep you hooked on those things. So you can almost make a case that what's happening here is, even if you want to call it cheating, you're cheating the cheaters. I mean, these people have rigged the game against people, and so that's it. You pointed out something else too, and it comes up a lot in the book, is that these are people who are trapped inside weight, who want to make better health decisions, because so many of the stories you tell, particularly the one that opens the book, is they do everything right after that. They don't just take Ozempic. At the end of the prologue, we're talking about, as a couple, still counting calories together and working out together, and then completing a marathon. These are people who want to be part of life.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they want to be part of life, right? I mean, that's it.
I think you're right, and I think your analogy is really an interesting one. And I would even add to an extra layer on top of the casino analogy, which is that not only do you have to walk through the casino, your brain is telling you the entire time you're walking through that casino, what about that slot machine? What about that? What about this? Because ultimately what the body does when it's dieting is it thinks it's starving. Like we're not that evolved in terms of actually how our bodies work. If you reach a certain weight and then you dramatically try and reduce your weight, your body thinks that it's dying. So it's telling you all the time, find some food, find some food. So that food noise is where that comes from. And I think that the thing about the food industry is that you're right, they have sort of rigged the system. There is such intense marketing of the types of foods that they sell, and they do want us to eat more. I mean, one of the things, it's less the case in Europe, but in the US, one of the things that's really amazing is free refills on sodas. Like, no extra money. Why on earth do you offer that? Why do you offer that service when that is so bad for people's health and you're not making any extra money on it? So, I think there's a lot there, but I think it'll be very difficult for the food industry to emerge kind of unscathed out of this.
Okay, when we kind of back to the stigma thing, there's obviously a financial stigma around this too. One that there's a wide varying degree of prices on this, insurance versus not, et cetera, et cetera. I want to talk about who actually has access to these drugs right now and who doesn't. And do you worry that this could widen the gap between, let's say, rich and poor when it comes to health?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that who has access? People who have more than $500 a month excess to spend have access to these drugs. There are people, there was an article in one of the newspapers about basically people who had gone into debt to get these drugs, people who had taken second jobs, third jobs to facilitate these things. So, there is a huge financial gulf between the people who can afford these drugs and the people who can't. And what is interesting is the people who are at the poorer end of the socioeconomic scale are more likely to live with obesity than wealthier people. And unfortunately, it's the wealthier people who can afford these drugs. And I think for now, that gulf will get wider. And there's an added element to that, which is that even more so, being wealthy will be equated with being, thin, and all of those things. They will all be lumped together. And being poorer will be associated with being sort of lazy and overweight. And I think that will be reinforced by these drugs until they become much cheaper.
Yeah, and the thing is, on the flip side of that, it does open up other possibilities. I go back to Sarah, who just stuck with me for a whole bunch of reasons. But the idea that there are people, though, who are like in what I would call the middle class, who, if they get access to those drugs, get a promotion because of the biases that exist right now in culture. The idea that, she actually gets that gig because people started noticing her more. And people started noticing her more because despite her work ethic and her 2 degrees, she wasn't getting noticed the way she should have been for all that she had to contribute. And in many ways, one of the urgent messages here is that there are people, particularly among the poor, who, if we could get some of them access, a lot of them would actually have another advantage in the economic market and maybe get more opportunities. So it seems that that's one of the biggest problems to solve. This might be an economic ladder. I mean, that's a fair assessment. I mean, you're somebody that covers the bond market, right?
That
right?
is.
Right?
Yeah, that is absolutely true. I think that is a very fair assessment. But I think that this is temporary. I would say that. I think that you're already seeing a kind of price war between Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk, which are the two only players really in this market now. And that's unusual, actually, in pharmaceuticals. Typically, when 2 or 3 companies kind of control a market, like, say, insulin, for example, they don't tend to undercut each other. They kind of set a price, and they all sort of agree. It's not collusion. They just don't really tend to undercut each other. But what you are seeing with these drugs is what these pharmaceutical companies seem to be doing is trying to get share. They're trying to get the most amount of people. And ultimately, Novo Nordisk's patent runs out in 2031. So that is when generic drug makers can flood this market, and these drugs will become much cheaper. Pfizer, you have AstraZeneca, you have a whole host of other pharmaceutical companies that are working on their own versions of these drugs. And that's going to create a lot of competition. So I'm hoping that you're right, maybe this economic ladder, that becomes more attainable, quicker than I think we expect.
I just want to say, because we're getting close to out of time, Aimee, and you're fabulous, and I hope we get to speak to you again. But, we talk a lot about in the show how all we can do is share our own knowledge, our own experience, our own learning, whatever it is. You're not trying to give advice. And I just want to say I really appreciate how balanced your book is. You're not telling people what to think. You're helping them understand what's happening, and we have to do our own research. We have to listen to our bodies. We have to listen to what's best and right for us. So I just want to make that case, because this is not a really either side. You're coming up from the beginning. It's Aimee Donnellan, and the book, of course, is Off the Scales: The Inside Story of Ozempic and the Race to Cure Obesity. Aimee, what is next for you? Because you cover such a vast array of topics, all within, of course, the same universe as well. But what are you working on next?
I mean, I'm still doing my day job, which I was doing the whole way through this book process, which was a challenge in itself. But I'm still very much covering the space. I mean, this is, I think, along with AI and a few other things, this is one of the biggest forces that is around in the world at the moment. And far from, being finished when I put the book to bed, I'm still fascinated by where it goes from here. I thankfully work at Reuters, which is a global organization where I get to work with many different colleagues. So I was even working with one of my colleagues about India and how GLP-1 drugs are launching there, and a big price war that has started. So I'm beavering away at GLP-1s and many other things.
Aimee, on just a fun little connection, and I don't think we're related because you spell it differently, but my father's name is, his middle name is Donnellan, and that's, so there you go. There's a little fun little connection there. Aimee Donnellan has joined us this morning.
A long-lost relative.
A long-lost relative. I hope so.
Oh, this is a safe space. Is Aimee your long-lost sister? This is a safe space, Jen.
I hope so, because if I have these kind of brilliant people in my life, I feel like the world is improving. Aimee, go have the best of days. Please enjoy your lovely family and keep on writing good work. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
We're going to be back on the other side of this. Amazing. Lindsay, amazing.
So good.
It's such a good book. You guys need to read it.
And it's we can talk about this on the other side, but like it's the step. She's like the gateway drug. I feel like this book is the gateway drug to talking about what's going on. We've all sort of shied away. Ozempic has seemed like this weird, wild, like very taboo word. And it's not, especially as Dre kicked off the show saying, his brother takes it for the medical reasons around diabetes.
It's an air conditioner. It literally is an air conditioner for your system. It literally regulates how your body warms up and cools down and all that, which is what, of course, is causing cravings and crashes.
Well, things are only taboo if we don't talk about them. That's it. So we're talking about it now, guys. We're talking about it. We're talking about what you want to talk about. We're taking your calls on the other side of this break. What's the phone number?
615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. Let us know what you got on your mind. We've unpacked a lot today. We unpacked a lot yesterday. Let us know what you want to unpack. We'll be back to unpack the unpackings of your unpacking. What? I gotta go. I got too much baggage. I'll be back.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
It's Wednesday.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Seize that day and come hang out with us because we got a lot more coming at you for the rest of this show with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack, or just Lindsay Lawler.
What, did he go away? That's great.
Well, in the last 2 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
That's right. Yeah. A little bit of the old replay, a little bit of the old original content coming your way. Brand spanking new We Should Write at noon today.
Spanking new, huh?
Brand spanking new.
New. I thought you said brand spanking new.
Who's
You said brand
spanking who?
spanking new.
Who's spanking who?
Spanking who? Spanking you. Spanking new.
HR.
By the way, never
have
has
HR.
Never has what Claire Marie said in the intro to this half hour been more true than it was after that particular interview. She said, if somebody tells you they need to get a life, one of the things that I really took away from the book too is I am not. By the way, there are people out there who are, I'm against pharmaceuticals. We didn't need pharmaceuticals in the time when Lincoln built his log cabin. Yeah, we did. A lot of people died at like 30. You know what I'm saying?
They were
It's
dead
just
at 30. They never met their own children.
Yeah, I mean, let's
stop it.
Please stop that nonsense, guys, about the fact that all that stuff is just. It's like, give me a break, dude. Give me a break. I don't need a wheel. Why do I need this wheel? What do I need this wheel for? I don't got to roll anywhere. I can walk. I got 2 good enough feet. Stop it. Knock it off. I know drugs get abused. I know people use drugs for the wrong reason. I know people think a pill can solve everything. One of my big takeaways in the story is that the people this worked for, just like the best kind of pharmaceuticals, it bought them time to change their lifestyles. They didn't have to take a 10-year plan to get back inside. And I got to tell you, that first chapter, that prologue made me so angry for Sarah. Not from a women's standpoint, because a lot of people think, oh, this is about women. I love the fact that Aimee framed it as simply a perception problem, because I'm going to tell you right now, Lindsay, I was telling Dre before the show, we got a chance to talk about weight and all that. I got up to 267 pounds, and I think it was probably heavier than that, but the first time I got over my dread and got on the scale, when I began my journey, it was 267. As I slowly worked my way down, and by the way, I am under 200 pounds, as I slowly worked my way down, the world changed. The way people talked to me, the way I was treated. But in all fairness, on the flip side, and she points this out in the book too, it wasn't just that I'd lost weight. I'm willing to bet your friend, the one who actually looks terrific, has made lifestyle changes too. Has made real lifestyle changes.
She eats great, for the most part. I mean, she also has her fun and her cheats and whatever. She lives life, but she eats well. She works out almost every day if she can. I've also been like, oh, come do something with me. And she's like, no, I got to work out first. And I'm like, oh, she's like, Lindsay. I'm like, yeah, you're right. And she feels better. She actually just had a breast reduction for Christmas. That's what she got herself for Christmas, because she's always had large boobs that looked, you didn't realize how big the boobs were when she was bigger. But now that she's smaller, the boobs are hanging down to her knees. And so she got herself some new boobies for Christmas, and rightfully so. She worked hard. She saved for it. And she feels good, and she's ready to take those girls out, by the way. And, I mean, I think the main thing that I want to say, and I'm ready to go out with her.
Segue. Not a member of the Itty Bitty Titty Committee, though.
No. Still got good boobies, guys. Here's the thing. Ozempic, it didn't create the problem, guys. It just exposed it, what was already there. Ozempic just showed up in the world to shine a light on it, really. And the stigma isn't about, I don't think, or shouldn't be about, the drug. It's about who we, the universal we, think deserves it or not.
Yeah, and the story that she told, by the way, about the woman who had the bad health outcome, I want to point out, was that they kept doing it. What ended up resulting in the bad outcome, they kept trying it because the desperation to lose weight was so much there. That was as much a failure of healthcare provider, because the story of Sarah at the beginning of the book is about a decent... The nurse practitioner, remember, she's had enough of doctors looking down on her as she attempts to lose weight, nutritionist, all this, and she finally finds a decent nurse practitioner who does diligence, is the way any good doctor or nurse in working with you will not just throw drugs at you. What they'll do is they'll be like, because a lot of people show up at places being like, give me drugs. And the good doctors will often tell them, the good nurse practitioner will say, tell you what, let's do a couple of things first and really do them and see if they take before we actually hand you over pills. That's a big deal that kind of goes into that as well. It is, but the idea of freeing people are trapped, Lindsay.
Dre, as Dre's shaking his drugs, I hope you don't mind me saying this, Dre, but you've said, we've talked about ADHD and stuff on the show, and you've said Dre is a great example of who has tried the things, and now maybe drugs will help in a combination. Dre is great about meditation and working out and all those things. And those things are also important. But sometimes we also need drug. My husband takes some things and we all, there's been times where I've taken things, and actually I took some anxiety medication for a little bit and it was not right for me. It made me me crazy, and I got off it. But I knew then. You know what I mean? I knew that I went to a drug when I was in a crazy place in life before I tried working out and breathing and meditation. Right. I went straight to the drug, and it didn't work. I feel like I've evened out. I've calmed my nervous system a bit, but I think that we have to find the balance of what works for us, and that's it, period. And I think the word suffering here is interesting to me, because I think society doesn't know what society, we don't know what to do when suffering is optional. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It's like we don't. It's a thing, and Buddhists talk about this a lot too. We must suffer until we realize we don't have to suffer, and then we have to suffer no more. It's kind of along those lines. Like there are ways to help yourself. We don't have to live in the struggle, but people get in. I guess I'm just this way, and this is how it's always going to be. Whether that be not with a clear mind, ADHD, overweight, whatever it is, fill in the blank. And it's like, no, it doesn't have to be that way, but you have to find a balance of it all. There's not one thing that's a miracle. Life really is the balance of all those things to make us an overall healthy person.
Yeah, I'm nodding and I'm fist pumping because I think you've actually brought up a distinction that people need to make. I love that you're using the word suffering, and here's why. We need as a culture to distinguish between working your ass off and suffering. There's a big difference there. We're not talking about drugs simply making life an easy thing to walk through. That's not what we're talking about. We're not saying that life can't be hard and that you don't have to discipline yourself and work hard. But there's a big difference between, grinding at something and getting it done and literally, and Dre, tell me if you can relate, wanting to squirm out of your chair even when what you're doing is necessary. Yeah. That's what makes you crazy. What makes you crazy is you have to do it, it's important to do it, and you still want to go screaming from the building. You can't even delay gratification. And that is a very different thing than, man, I'm bored. I'll get back to work. Is very different than, oh my God, I can't sit here for another minute. I want to scream. I want to crawl out of my skin. And that's exactly it, Lindsay. As a culture, there are times. Okay, so there's a weird thing about the way human beings are designed. We can't distinguish until we do it between being thirsty and being hungry. So a lot of people will often eat when all they should do is drink some water. That's the thing that people have to be trained up to do sometimes, to know to reach for a glass of water.
We train
first.
our 7-year-old that every day.
Yeah, and that's a big thing, by the way. If you train somebody early in that, if that's the language you teach them, that's a much better place to be.
She'll pick something up and she'll go, is this healthy? And she says it with excitement. Mm-hmm. We say, yeah, and then she's excited to consume it,
that's
whether that's water or a vegetable, whatever.
But that's really, really smart. And it's the other thing, too. It's like sometimes it's like, hey, why don't you go try a piece of protein before you pop that sugar in your mouth? But that's a language that we develop early because Steve points out, I think it's a combination of both the food industry and the people, how they were raised. And I love that he uses the word combination, that they're not two separate things, that the food industry has in turn affected the way people were raised because we've treated people like, hey, we're going to McDonald's, that's a treat, and then suddenly McDonald's becomes the meal, and then suddenly the food industry is working with families to make them part of the problem.
And Aimee said that. Did you hear? And she said at one point, that people she didn't say McDonald's, but that's the first thing that popped in my mind, saying, listen, I can't sell you a salad or salmon. She said that I can't do that. That is not in our model. If McDonald's started serving, I mean, they do have salads, but you know what I mean? If that was their model where they were pushing that and they no more cheeseburgers and fries and milkshakes, now we are salmon and salad, it wouldn't be McDonald's. So they're like, we can't do that. McDonald's goes away if you do that, which wouldn't be a bad thing perhaps, but that's not the point.
Yeah, the late great Anthony Bourdain was right. He said if you want to eat, Lindsay, any meal you make for your people at home, I promise you and I can make it taste like it's restaurant food. The moment we do, it will stop being healthy, even if it's vegetables. And he talked about that all the time. It's like, you want your vegetables to taste like restaurant food? There ain't no nutritional value in there no more. I mean, you have to basically fight through the butter and the salt and all the seasoning to get to any sort of reality. That is eatertainment is what that is. That's straight up eatertainment. And, man, it's just like – and the game is – somebody told me something the other day, Lindsay, and it landed on me like a ton of bricks, that playing by the rules only works if you help write them. And I didn't, I went, it's like, wow. And then it's such a simple, basic thing, but it means how much involvement you actually have to have in your daily life about helping write the rules of the game that you're playing.
Whose rules? Yeah.
Exactly. It's like playing by the rules only works if you help write them. Now, it really works if you're the only one writing them, but that's usually not how things function. But you've got to get yourself a place at the table or you will find yourself on the menu. And that's the absolute truth of the matter.
And we have a couple calls I want to grab at, Jim. I want to say, if not for, we have a lot of people listening who are parents, of course. And if you're not, sometimes you're like, I'm too far gone. I'm too overweight. I'm too unhealthy. I'm too old. I can't change it now. Okay, maybe that is your truth. You know who you can change it for? Your child then at that point. And I think the more you look to your child who is not corrupted yet, hopefully, you start making changes for your kid, they will trickle into you, whether you know it or not. I've changed the way I eat because of my daughter. It's crazy sometimes where I will give her the more nutritious thing, and then I'll eat the crap because it's quicker or easier. And I'm like, well, that's messed up. So because of that, I've made because I feel real guilt. I'm not saying she eats real healthy all the time, by the way, but she will eat what we tell her. It's not like we eat the healthy thing and then she gets whatever she wants. Right. I have a lot of friends who do that, and it's really hard for me. I actually have to not hang out with certain people as much anymore because it's like, well, we're having, chicken and broccoli tonight, but the kid won't eat it. So the kid is having chicken nuggets and mac and cheese. And we do not do that. I am not trying to be holier than thou, but we do not adopt that in our family.
My mom
we do
didn't
not
play.
And because of that, my child will eat whatever we are eating. My child is not a picky eater. And I think some of that, by the way, she's Marshallese. There's some things that are ingrained in her where she just wants more of. Think about Marshall Islands. She had bumps on her arms for a long time because they don't have dairy. They don't have milk cows in the islands. So she's not used to having that in her, even though she wasn't born in the islands. But that's just not ingrained in her. Her birth mom didn't have that in her, et cetera. So anyway, point being, if you're not going to do it for you, if you think you're too far gone, okay, let's say that's the case. That's your truth. Make the change for your child and see what happens for your own life. That's all I want to say. Okay, we've got two callers. What do we got, Dre?
Ooh, let's start off with 4-aught, and then we'll get to Marshall after. Hey there, 4-aught.
What's going on, brother?
Oh, all right. Hey, I've lost 14 more pounds here in the last month or so.
Get it.
Let's go.
Without Ozempic, huh?
Nope, not on Ozempic. I tried that vile, nasty stuff, and I did not have a good time with that. Nope, not at all.
That was my oldest brother's experience too, by the way. He said that his big problems, and I'm going to be really blunt, his big problems were, he said, things that shouldn't have tasted bad, and he said that belching was the most disgusting thing he'd ever done once he got on Ozempic.
It wasn't quite like that for me. It's the one hyphenated word would be auto flush. And you can, and just every time was an auto flush, and that's all I want to say about that. 'Cause it was vile and disgusting. I don't want to have nothing to do with it.
Well, I am thrilled, by the way. Here's what I'm really proud of. You tried it. You didn't force it once it didn't work. And then I'm really proud of you as a friend that you said, you know what? It's still important to me. I'm going to figure out other strategies to really make this work. So good for you. That's how it works. That's the American way. I tried it. It didn't work. I'm going to do something else. We'll see what we can do. Well done. Go on.
Yep. I'm still trying to eat better. I got my kettlebell and my bands and stuff. I'm trying to use more and more, and walking a little bit more as I get along. But I'm doing it the real way, So
good for you, buddy. And how do you feel?
Oh, pretty decent.
Okay, that's great. We'll take it.
Walk up and down hills and not be stuck in wind all the time. And it's not perfect, but I'm a lot better than it was.
Hey, incremental, right, Jim? Incremental is a victory. Is that what it is?
Incremental is the victory. Incremental is the victory, because I think that people put too much stock on dramatic. There's a really funny sitcom, absolutely fabulous. There's one where she attempts to lose weight over the course of 6 months, and she doesn't feel like she's made any sort of progress, and she's just ready to give up, and she walks over to the fridge, and she opens the fridge in anger and keeps talking, and her friend went, Patsy, you didn't breathe heavy after you opened the fridge. And she's like, what? She said, as a matter of fact, when you opened the fridge, I actually saw a muscle on the side of your arm. What?
Ooh, hey, girl.
And she doesn't see it. She hadn't seen it happen. And what's really funny is that the actress who did it had actually lost weight over the course of the season. And they actually played that point. But it's amazing when you do it right, you don't often notice it. I've always said one of the best things you can do about being a trucker and losing weight is there are people you don't see for long periods of time. I promise you, 4-aught, the next time Lindsay and I lay eyes on you, we'll notice it.
Yeah.
Don't forget that. We will notice it.
Have you seen the movie Hell or the TV show Hell or High Water? Hell or High Water.
Oh God, yeah, we actually did it as Western of the Month.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it's
when,
one. Yeah.
The old woman when you was talking about Freya being a picky eater or not, you know.
Mm-hmm.
What don't you want? Either you don't want the green beans or you don't want the corn on the cob. I love that scene of that movie.
By the way, you know why Lindsay and Megan Kate Nelson love that movie? Because it had Chris Pine. Because it had Chris Pine in it.
Hottie,
Jeff Bridges and Chris Pine. Old hot, young hot. There you
Hey,
go.
I want to say something to you four out and see, and I know Marshall's on the line listening too, and you know, people over in the chat. But here's the thing I want to say to truck drivers. You know, I'm sorry. From speaking from society as a whole, I am sorry. Trucking bodies, they've never been allowed. They've never been set up for success, really, from the get-go, or to be in a place of neutrality. You know, a trucker's body is expected to sit for 11 hours, eat when it can, when it's convenient to the job, sleep when it's allowed, when, you know, stay alert when you're isolated all the time, and then perform under this like physical strain. And then we turn around and say, well, why don't you look better? Why are you obese? Why are you not healthy? Why do you not take better care of yourself?
Oh, I want my stuff.
Also, I need my stuff now. Where is it? Like, you were never set up for success. So I am sorry. And having these conversations, bringing them to light, being more open about it, I think is important. So yeah, I mean, good for you for making these changes. Small is great. If you were making drastic changes, you wouldn't be doing it, like overnight changes, you wouldn't be doing it right. So anyway, I'm proud of you. There's been hypocrisy to a fault, and it's time we turn that around. It's time we turn this truck around.
Right on.
Thank you for
Appreciate that.
You're the best.
Yep.
You're the best, brother.
Have
Talk
a
to you
good
soon.
day.
You too, man.
Thanks, brother.
Let's drop Marshall in, shall we, Lindsay, and see what he has to say. I have a feeling it's going to involve eating a little bit of meat. I have a feeling. Here he is.
Eating a lot of stuff off of platters?
Yeah. Hey, Marshall.
Riblet platter.
Good morning. Good
morning, brother.
I have two things on the earlier subject. Number one is it's all about money. And if you're selling a product and you're making $100 off of the product, selling it to 100 people, well, it's pretty good money. But if you're making 25 cents off the product and you're selling it to 4 or 5 million people, then you're going to make more money. And that's what's going to happen with Ozempic. It's just a matter of time. The market will level it all out. And all of these things are marketing deals. I want to ask you a question about an individual here in a minute. I never knew about him until a few years ago. But anyhow, it's marketing. It's money. It's the way they put it out there. You know, you just keep making more money. It's like Frito-Lay with all of their products and stuff. They've got it ingrained in everybody's head that you have to have some kind of snack when watching a movie or a TV show. And then it's breakfast. It's the most important meal. That was strictly a marketing deal. Breakfast was break fast, and you usually ate leftovers from the night before. But, you know, they all drummed this stuff into it. Now the other question I have for you. Where did this, I forgot his first name now. Sheridan, the guy with all the TV shows and stuff, come from? I never heard
Jared, you mean the Subway guy?
No, the guy that's doing Landman and Yellowstone and all.
Taylor Sheridan?
Oh, Taylor
Sheridan.
Yeah, I never heard of the guy until like 3-4 years ago, and then now every show you see he's written it.
He's been around for a while, but just not as big as he has.
Yeah, you knew of him. I mean, he came fully on the, I guess, the household name scene with Yellowstone, but he had written several movies and films and shows before that. Jim can speak on that better, but.
Yeah, Sheridan actually was somebody who actually had a really kind of prolific career as a writer before he actually gets there. But just to kind of give you a sense of his big kind of coming out party, Lindsay, is Sicario, which is 2015. He does Sicario, which he was nominated for Best Original Screenplay. That screenplay is what really kind of captures the imagination of not just the movie-going public, but those kind of great scripts don't ever show up on a regular basis. And so he directs Sicario. He's also very fortunate that it was directed by Denis Villeneuve, who is the director of Dune and the director of the new Blade Runner film and all that stuff. That makes a big difference. But Sheridan actually began his writing career, dig this, he worked for Veronica Mars, and he was one of the people that actually was working on scripts on Walker, Texas Ranger, while actually also doing... This is what's really cool. He was actually in Walker, Texas Ranger, and he played David Hale in The Sons of Anarchy.
Nice.
So he was a really, really established actor. If I've got that right, and I'm not sure I got all of that right.
He was a little bit of a writer on Sons of Anarchy, too.
Yeah, he was a little bit of a writer on Sons of Anarchy and a little bit of a writer on Walker, Texas Ranger as well. And then he got Sicario, and that really put him in there. So he's been on the scene as a significant talent in regards to writing since probably Sicario, which is... If you can look it up, Dre, I'd love to find out what year that was. But Sicario, which is over a decade ago, really kind of throws it. 2015?
I think so, off the top of my head, but I'll look it up. But I saw an old commercial, and I'll jump in and I'll let y'all continue. But I think I saw a commercial from maybe the early 90s or late 80s with him. And, dude, he's ripped. He's got long hair. And I think he's with, correct me, Les Paul or one of the, I think it was Les Paul, and he's sitting there and he's playing the guitar, and then Les Paul comes up and is like,
I think I remember that.
Yeah, he's like, let me show you how to do that, kid.
Yeah, he's a really cool story, and the fact of the matter is, what's really great about him is that he he actually is from Texas. I mean, he's a Texas native. He's
a cowboy.
Yeah, and I'm going to look this up. Hold on. Texas State University as a theater arts major, but he dropped out and he moves to Austin, where he supported himself by mowing lawns and painting houses. How about that?
Amen.
That's what he did. He met a talent scout, got him going in acting.
There you go,
Taylor
Marshall.
Sheridan. There he is. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I never liked Texas Walker. Not because of the people in it and stuff, but because it's so far from reality.
Right.
I know a couple of Texas Rangers, and they're all old men. Most of them have been DPS officers for 20-plus years and then worked their way up to Texas Rangers. It's a very elite investigative body. It's they're badasses. Don't let anybody tell you they're not. But the show it never did anything for me.
That's really cool, though. Marshall, that's a really good get, because that might explain Hell and High Water, because the portrayal of the Texas Rangers in that film is actually correct based on what you've described. And I wonder how much of that was Sheridan working as an actor in Walker, Texas Ranger, and going, this isn't right. They're not doing this right. They're not doing this right. And by the way, if you haven't seen Hell or High Water, Marshall, I'm very careful about how I recommend films to people. You would love Hell or High Water.
Yeah.
You would love it.
I'll download it later on.
Yeah.
I really like this Landman show. I watched a bunch of his, I have Paramount. So I watched a bunch of Taylor Sheridan shows, the 1830s, blah, 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 all the rest of them and stuff. And what's the one with the lioness? I like.
Yeah, Zoe Saldana.
Tough women. That's almost all of his shows always have at least one badass woman in them and stuff. But what I do like about Landman is that Billy Bob, he's a heavy smoker, and then he points out about Japan. Everybody smokes in Japan. Everybody smokes in China. Everybody smokes in these other countries, and lung cancer is not a problem. The health problems in this country are from refined sugar more than anything else. And that's what we get. And that's money. It's all about money again. The big sugar producers, they've paid off Congress and CDC and stuff. And they put sugar now in everything. And all the bad forms of it, too, especially high fructose corn syrup and stuff. And, a lot of the stuff on the show, I actually looked it up later on when he talks about how much concrete, diesel fuel, crane, everything else to move one of these giant wind turbines into place and stuff. And he's very accurate when they say that in the show, and how they are not good for the environment, and they damn sure ain't going to produce enough electricity for everybody to live on. So, and their shelf life, I've seen it now a lot on the highway. I see guys hauling cut up wings from the wind turbines, hauling them off to landfills, because They don't break down. They have no way to dispose of them. They're not recyclable, and they're creating a huge mess for us, for our children to deal with in 50 and 100 years. So, but I just really like the show. But he just came out of nowhere. But a lot of what he says in the show is about money and how much money generates, and how much power money has with our government. So.
Oh yeah, he proved money is power in Yellowstone for sure. So I think we've proven he did not come out of nowhere, and probably has earned his keep, so to speak.
Came
Marshall,
out of nowhere for you.
Yeah, out of nowhere for you. That's yeah. Marshall, we're out of time.
I'm glad we could actually catch up on that, too. I'm glad he asked me, by the way. I'm glad he asked Lindsay and Dre, because, man, I think he's one of the most exciting people in television right now. And even the idea that he was the one that actually was able to help make the road happen, even though it didn't kind of play out the way Lindsay and I hoped it would, it's still something. It was
Hey,
worth.
they're still getting paid royalties because they're doing original music, so that I can hop on board with. Marshall, we love you. Thank you for the call. Stay safe, brother. We're out of time. We've got a great show coming up tomorrow, Jim. Correct?
We do have another exciting edition of Road Gang Radio on the 8th. We're going to have, of course, the fellas from J.J. Keller, Traffic Stop, our friends from OOIDA for Washington Trucking Week, and Bob and Tammy Cranston and Carla Kaplan. Let's talk about Bob and Tammy really quickly here, by the way. If you got a chance to dig in any of this stuff, I mean, the Cranstons, they don't bike across the nation, but rather throughout it. They've biked in every state and spent a lot of time on the road over a period of 10 years. They haven't biked in one shot across the U.S., but, man, they've biked everywhere. And then Carla Kaplan will be kind of wrapping it up with her book, Troublemaker. Can't wait to dig into that. More importantly, what is happening at noon, Lindsay?
Today, coming up, guys, it's a live, a new, first of the new year, live edition of We Should Write with a world-renowned vocalist, Michelle Prentice. She's also a stress relief manager. What is that? And she has created Mama's Lullaby, which is a community to support moms or parents in general. She's beautiful. She's going to sing live for us. Her husband, Mark Prentice, who is a fabulous band leader, will be joining us as well. Hey, are we playing an old episode coming up next, or what's happening?
We are.
We are.
Yep.
What are we playing?
The one from the 17th.
Huh. I don't even know what it was. So stay tuned next for an old episode of We Should Write. Old is new again. And then a live version upcoming up next. Y'all have the best day. We hope we're helping you get down the road or get through your cubicle or walk to the kitchen to get something healthy. We'll see you in a bit.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right?
We Should Write, guys. Welcome back to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I am Lindsay Lawler. You just heard last week's episode with Tara Lynn Pfister. Colin, she goes by I Am Pfister on her Instagram. You'll never forget that, will you?
No, never.
Okay. So much to read into there. Guys, joining me this week, I'm so excited about this conversation. I love that. And Heather, Colin's publicist, is here with them, and they send me, Monarch Publicity sends me wonderful people. So I always know when they shoot me an email that it's going to be somebody great. But what I've loved is that every episode is so different. And that's like, sounds like it would be obvious, but it's not when the show's something so specific about the healing power of writing. And then I realize we can go in so many different avenues and directions of that as it pertains to the particular person. So today, I'm very excited about this conversation. It's one of those moments where the age on the page does not match the depth in the room. My guest today is Colin Stough. You know him from American Idol season 21, where he finished third, which is like a massive deal, guys. He signed with 19 recordings in BMG Nashville, and he's already stacked up over 80 million streams. Here's the part, though, that gets me. Colin is 21 years old. Yes, I could be his mom, although that would go down really bad because it sounds like we would just get into trouble together a lot. But he's writing songs with that kind of honesty and weight that usually comes from a lot more road behind you, but he has that in spades in his own way. Songs like White Trash, $20, and his brand new ballad, Best For You, which will punch you in the gut in the best of ways. He grew up in a tiny town in Mississippi, and he bought his first guitar at a pawn shop when he was 8, and he says he never writes about anything that didn't actually happen. That is something I found when researching you that probably stood out to me the most. We're going to clearly dive into that. Music was where he went when life got hard, and you can hear that in his writing. So this is exactly the conversation We Should Write is built for. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome to the show my new friend and yours, Colin Stough. Hi.
What's up, everybody?
Dre is wooing over there because he's very excited about you. A little nerdy about you, maybe. You got a boy crush a little bit? You got a man crush a little bit?
Yeah, now look, man, judgment-free zone, okay? Continue. Go on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Colin, thanks for being here today. And I think you're about to head home to Mississippi for Christmas?
Yeah, I'm going back, and I'm going back to the ranch, I think, until probably the first week of January. So we'll be doing a lot of hunting, and I don't know, you might see me in the paper before I come back. You never know.
I hope so. I hope so. Your publicist hopes not, but I hope so. It's just more material for the next album, Heather. Take a breath. I always like to start this show, Colin, at take out your journal, your metaphorical. Oh, look, his journal has a big old deer on it. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I like it. But it's got sparkles on it too, guys, but it has a deer on it.
I'm glad you said deer.
Dear, oh dear. If you open up your gratitude journal, I like to, well, first we got to take a breath. We take a deep breath together. This is as much for the men and women out on the road listening right now as it is for us right here. We take a breath. It reminds everybody just to chill out for 1 second. So everybody listening, Colin, and you and me as well. On the count of 3, let's take it. Dre, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3. Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay. I do that so I don't run off the metaphorical road myself, Colin. So, Colin, in this moment, in this time, both this moment sitting here in this time of life, if you're going to jot down the what you're grateful for, what are you grateful for right now?
Man, I'm grateful, just for life, and really just what's been happening in life in the past 3 years, and really just kind of who I've turned into, and that, and I'm obviously grateful for all the fans out there, and just my team that works so hard, even days that I don't want to, and family and stuff like that. So yeah, I got a lot to be grateful for.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Those around you, that's a big one, especially around Christmas. Okay, well then the other side of that coin, Colin, what's heavy on you right now? What weighs on Colin at night?
Oh man, there's a lot, really that weighs on me. I guess it depends on what kind of aspect you're talking about, but really just what keeps me up is just myself, my own head, just I can't, it's one thing that I'll never be able to control, but I just never stop thinking. I mean, my business manager, I call her all through the night with just different business ideas and just stuff like that, whether if it's something stupid or just investment options and stuff like that, and then it could be music too. I'm a big phone caller. Give me a couple drinks, and probably about 3 a.m. I will call everybody in my contact list to see what they think about this idea I had. And so
I would like to get in your contact list because I feel like I want to get one of these 3 a.m. calls. I might answer.
Oh,
it's either
dude.
to pick you up from somewhere or to hash out a new business, one of the two.
Yeah, true that. I remember I called John Deschus at like 2:30 in the morning. I love John. He's a great guy, great writer. And obviously he didn't answer, but the next morning he texted me. And I was like, yeah, I had this idea and I want to send it to you. We should write it. And so I sent it to him, and yeah, we still haven't wrote it yet, but he's a busy guy. But just stuff like that, man. I call everybody. And, you know, sometimes I'll go days where I don't want to talk to nobody. You know, I just want to be by myself. And, you know, there's a lot of times that I'll cut my phone off. And there's a lot of times I don't, you know.
Wait, but are you able to write late night? Because I don't know if this is an age thing, but I don't remember any time where I was like, I must write all night long when I get into some. I was never a late night. I've never been a late night recording studio person, but I'm the person that can get the inspiration, jot it down, and come back to it. Are you the person that has to act on it when it hits you?
It's definitely for me a good idea to act on it whenever it hits me. Really though, I mean, you know, when I write songs, like, you know, obviously, you know, we're at Reservoir. I love those guys, and I write a lot of, you know, session co-writes and stuff at 11 a.m., you know, but really deep down for me is like, you know, there's just these certain instances in a day, and sometimes it doesn't happen, and sometimes it happens twice a day, but, you know, I'll catch myself, you know, just really thinking or really zoned out and just kind of really just dumb to everything that's going on around me versus what's going on in my head, and it just kind of falls out, you know, and whether you're kind of hanging out with me or you're not, you know, we'll end up writing something, you know, and yeah, I love to, if it's just me though, what I really love to do is just, you know, get like myself in a headspace where, you know, it's just like, you know, you damn near can't feel your feet on the ground. And that just, to me, is just when it flows, you know, and it flows so easy. And like, when I write, I don't write anything down. I just, you know, kind of word vomit and, you know, just really just go through everything and see what I like. And, yeah, you know, sometimes I'll write just like a verse, you know, like the other night we were in Columbus, Mississippi, with my lady and her family, and me and her was laying in bed, and
you were laying in bed with your lady and their whole family?
No, not her whole family.
Okay,
no, just me and her. Yeah,
like,
just
what
me
kind
and
of
her.
family are you stepping into?
No
judgment, just curious. Okay, go.
We were going duck hunting the next morning, and I was like, man, it's already like 12 a.m. I might as well just kind of stay up, you know, and hunt, nap after. And we was just kind of laying there, you know, and she was sitting there on her phone, doodle-datting and stuff, and you know, there's obviously guitars everywhere I go, you know, and so I just got out of bed and went over there and got one of them. She was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, just don't worry about it. And then I started tapping her and I wake her up. I'm like, "What do you think about this?" And I was like, she's like, "Oh, I don't know if I like it." And I was like, "Well, all right, I'll play it a little bit more.
I'll play it louder then. You
Play
can't
a
go
little
to
bit more."
sleep.
And yeah, man, all I got is one line, and I looked at her and I was like, "What do you think?" She was like, "Man, I love that." And so yeah, I stayed up to about 3:30 that morning doing that one, and I just got one line, you know, and I feel like, you know, your house is only as good as your base is. So really, like, you know, people ask me for, you know, tips and stuff on writing. It's like, I don't know what to tell you. You know what I'm saying? Go to jail, you know. Go do something to create some adversity in your life. And because that's truly, you know, I feel like some of my best songs, and some of these songs, you know, nobody will never hear just because I don't really love showing my vulnerable side out to everybody. But man, there are some hammers that I've wrote just at some very dark times in my life, and they're not really songs. I feel like they're more like poetry in a way, you know. But yeah, so really just, I don't know. It's either there or it's not. You know, I'm the guy that I won't force it if it's not there. You know, I'll hang out and we'll chill for a little bit, and you know, if it ain't there, I'll just kind of, you know, get up and leave.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, because, you know, I feel like if you try to force it and then when it's not there, it's gonna be one that sits in a folder for years, you know. But if you really dig it and you really get it while it's there, you know, it'll be something you love.
Well, and if you don't, you know, I like that you put it that way, where you said some of these are perhaps something nobody will ever hear, perhaps it's just poetry or whatever. It takes a lot of the pressure off of songwriting. And by the way, this show is not trying to convince people to become professional songwriters. But if that happens as a byproduct, we always say that's cool. But it's more about convincing people that we got to get our stuff out or else. I'll leave it at that. Yeah. And so I love that it takes a little bit of the pressure, though, off of what's this going to be, who's it for, where's it going, where's it going to land. And it's just like, this is what's coming out. It's my job. It's your job to get it out. It's the universe's job to figure out where it goes after that. That's hard to do when you also have people behind you saying, what are you putting out? What are you releasing? What's the next project? But it seems like you've already found a way to navigate that a little bit.
Yeah. You know, and that's like one of the biggest things for me is that you see artists, you know, they have a song that works, and, you know, they think that they have to write something that's identical to that to make it work, you know. But me, like, the biggest rule for me is, like, just write what you feel, you know. And that's like, you can go all over my, you know, everything that we've got out, even, you know, this album we've got coming out, you know, there's a lot of rock and roll, there's a lot of kind of traditional country, there's kind of like, there's ballads, you know, and it's just stuff that I'm feeling at the moment, you know, in that time. It's not really how I'm feeling when I'm putting the project together. And, you know, I have one of my really good buddies, Mr. Gary Gentry. He's wrote some really amazing tunes in his life. He told me one thing whenever I was probably 16, and it was just over a phone conversation I had with him, but he said, man, I didn't understand it when he told me at the time, because, you know, I wasn't up here doing the music life and stuff like that, but he told me, he said, no matter what you write and put out, he said, as long as you put it out and you absolutely love it, they're going to love it. He said, but, you know, and I got lost when I got up here because, you know, we rolled in off this song called Bad Day, and it's a very rocking record, you know, and then it's kind of like, well, man, you need to do mainstream. You know, you need to do what's working. You know, you don't need to do that. And it's like, And so I did do that for about 2 years. And then I told Kenzie, I said, you know what, I think I'm going to quit this. And I think I'm going to just go home and I'm going to work on my livestock business. And I might ride a few ranch broncs every now and then. And she was like, I think that's probably one of the dumbest things you could ever do. But if that's what you want to do, I'll support you. And, man, after that, a couple months after that, I really just kind of woke up. And I remember we were sitting in a room writing with some guys, and they started this idea. And I vividly remember this because it's the first time I'd done this. But, you know, when you're in a room like that, you're kind of writing for the artist that's in the room. And I just told them, I was like, guys, I don't like that. And they were like, well, I think it's a great idea. I was like, well, I'm not really a fan. You know, I mean, if we want to write it and pitch it, let's do it. But if we're trying to write, so I'll cut it, you know. This ain't the one, not for me. And when I done that, it was like me finally stepping over that
shift.
Yeah, finally stepping over that curve that I was scared of for so long. Because, you know, I was always just the new kid in town, you know, and I would just write with these guys to please them so I could get a room with them. But really, you know, I kind of look at it now and it's like, well, shit, man, some of the songs that I love, you know, I kind of wrote them by myself or kind of started them by myself, you know, and there's a lot of people I do like writing with out there, and there's a lot of people that I love that I can't write with. You know, I got some best friends that are some of the most amazing writers. I mean, like my roommate, Phil Kane, you know, me and him wrote the new single, Best For You. And how that played out was, man, we were sitting on his porch, and I told him, I said, man, I was driving over here, and I wasn't paying attention to the road, and I got this idea, and I just pulled one of his guitars out, and I was like, street lights and telephones, and I can't get a hold of you. And he was like, man, what does that mean? I was like, I don't know, but it sounds cool, don't it? And
they'll figure it out.
So we sat there, and we kind of got under the influence, sitting there, and man, I'll never forget it. He used to live by the airport, and so the planes would fly kind of low. And I told him, I was like, man, look at that airplane up there, dude. I'm pretty sure I said, I think somebody's ex is probably on that airplane, something like that. And he said, man, that's an aeroplane. And that's when he kicked that first line. There's an aeroplane. That line, that melody, everything. You know, I was just like, that's cool. And it was another one of them nights where it just didn't mean to happen, you know, and it happened anyways. And we wrote the song, but we didn't finish it till like a month later. And we had no second verse or anything. And I had gotten one line for the second verse, me and him. And then when I was in Jamaica, we were doing some stuff out there. While I was in Jamaica, I kind of figured it out because literally they text me and was like, hey, you know, if you're wanting to release this song whenever you want to, we have to have like a demo of it today. I was like, oof. I was like, all right. So I just kind of made some stuff up and threw it in there. But then again, we found ourselves in the studio. It was like 4 a.m., 5 a.m. And we was just kind of all laying on the couches. And we was just spitting lyrics out. And I remember I told my producer, Copeland, shout out Copeland, he would go to say something, I'd go, shh, this ain't no get a word, get a third, brother.
Simmer down.
But he knows I was just kidding with him. But yeah, I mean, that song, you know, if you ask me when it was done being wrote, it was really the day before it went to masters, you know, and that's really rare, I feel like.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. People say in Nashville, for those listening, but and this goes back to what he said, you know, when you get in a room in the quote-unquote professional writing rooms that are actually such a soul suck, as opposed to, you know, when feeling by inspiration, but they say, you know, you go verse, chorus, lunch, bridge, chorus. Like, that's a lot of people's, like, you know, but where you're talking about is the flow state. I'm so intrigued, as I mentioned in the intro, talking about not writing about stuff unless it's actually happened, whether to you or someone in your vortex. And you know, you've said that music became a place during some rough, hard teenage years where that's where you used it, where you writing and music was where you were able to put it. So I mean, you can talk as much about any of the specifics of that, but I'd love to know, as deep as you want to go, I'd love to know at that time, take me back to those teenage years where you're going through really hard stuff. Thank God you had the wherewithal to put it on paper, because some people don't find that out till much later in life, if ever. Yeah. A lot of people not at all. And as I mentioned to you when you came in here, I have a lot of drivers who send me every day. I'll get another driver being like, I just worked out this on paper. I didn't even remember that this happened to me, and now I worked it out. So at what point did you have the wherewithal at young years to be like, oh, this is how this is a shitty situation, but when I do this, when I transfer it, something shifts.
Yeah, so, you know, growing up, you know, I had a great childhood, you know, just because of where I'm from and who I was surrounded with, but I didn't have a dad. And so just kind of, you know, me and mom, you know, and I never really noticed, like, the struggles of not really having a dad until, like, probably 12 or 11, because I was raised by my grandfather. And so, you know, everything that all my buddies were doing was completely different from me.
Yeah.
You know, they were, you know, hanging out and stuff like that. And, you know, I was shelling corn and, you know, hulling peas, you know, and stuff like that. And, you know, also we live very outside too, but, you know, uptown and everything. And, yeah, so, you know, the dad stuff was never really a big thing, like, on my writing, you know, because at all. But whenever I got into high school, you know, I kind of fell off. You know, I really let myself go and, you know, was playing football and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, I just really started hanging out with the wrong crowd. And, you know, that influenced some, you know, some sort of substance abuse in my life. And, you know, really, I'll never forget this. Probably the first song that I ever really wrote. You know, my whole family was, you know, thinking like I was on drugs and stuff, and I mean, they wasn't wrong to an aspect. And me and my mom were talking in the kitchen one day, and we were arguing like hell, and she just told me she didn't trust me, and you know, that hit
That's
me
hard to
deep,
hear.
you know, and which, you know, me and her, we're cool as cute, you know, we've always been tight, you know, and it was just killing her, you know, pretty much seeing me be affected by something, and I wouldn't tell anybody about it. And so, man, I remember I had put the guitar down for a little while because I started playing when I was 8, and I wanted to be a lead guitar player and whatnot. And anyways, I just kind of grabbed it and just, you know, we had this shed behind our house that I would go up there and play. And that's when I really fell in love with it. And, you know, my mom would even question me sometimes, like, you know, why are you going up there staying so late? You know, thinking.
Because she didn't trust you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And but the whole time I was just writing, and it wasn't really me writing. It was just me playing a couple chords and just talking about all the bullshit that was going on in my life with nobody there to hear it. And you know, and that was a hard thing for me to break because like I would be playing and sometimes some people would hear me, and it would just infuriate me because like I just felt like it was a thing. You know, that's how I learned to talk to God. You know, I learned to, you know, I'd be mad at somebody or something, and I would just go sing and play and stuff like that about it, smoke a couple cigarettes, and then I was fine, you know. But if somebody heard me, it would infuriate me because I just always thought that was something that stayed between like me, this guitar, and the good Lord. And
Sacred barn back then.
yeah, you know, and I ended up kind of beating those struggles, and when I done that, it was like, all right, you know, let's write about something that can like, that's not just talking about, you know, how messed up the world is and how messed up your life is. And so yeah, I sat down and wrote Bad Day, and spent my last $325 producing it. We put it out 2 weeks later, had 1 million streams, and I was just like, holy shit. You know, how is this
Spend
happening?
all my money.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen.
No, seriously, yeah. I had $350, and the guy wanted $325 to produce it, and I gave it to him, and that was on a Monday, so I didn't get paid till Friday. And yeah, it was just crazy, you know, how that happened, and then yeah, just wild as shit.
Dude, but you, and you know, you talk about how close you and your mom were. She's the one who signed you up for Idol, and Idol has, for all its good, bad, and different things, it's put you on the map, of course. And your mom was the one that got you there, so obviously she obviously saw that in you. But you seem to me, and I know that I'm right because you're sitting here now, all you've done, you seem to be somebody who is, you talk about it in your writing, trusting your gut sounds to be like the most important, whether that be a ethereal thing or a very tangible, like, this makes me feel good. This seems like where I should go. This does not feel good. And I think that we overthink things so much, and life could be so much easier if we do just that. Trust ourselves. And I think that that's coming from another place, God, whatever you want to call it. We will call it God here today. That is a sign when something feels right. You lean into it. So what like sitting here now, you never thought, I mean, this guy here's, you know, worked out on the ranch, HVAC, like you come from working class roots, and now you're catapulted into this bizarre universe. How is that now? I mean, it's such a juxtaposition of trying to balance that. What do you follow? What feels right and good to know that, like, even with all the fame and stuff, you got to stay in your lane. You got to be Colin. What's your guiding light there? Man, really for me, you know, there will be times, you know, that the calendar is just stacked. Mm-hmm. And I mean, it's like stuff I really need to be there for. And, but you know, inside, if I just feel like I need to go home, I need to go home. And so, I'll cancel, you know, and it's more of a deeper, that's
you know,
fun for the
reasoning,
publicist.
you know, behind that. I mean, we had this other day. I was driving to Knoxville, or I was driving to Pigeon Forge or somewhere, and I was supposed to hop on this call, and you know, I forgot about it, and I was about to do it, but like when I drive, like that's my time. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like that's my time.
Our audience can identify with that statement.
Yeah, you know,
sure.
like I don't talk to anybody. You know, I don't really pick up the phone, you know, and stuff like that. And I was gonna pull over and do it and just talk to that guy. I was like, look, man, can we reschedule this? You know, and we did. But going back to the questions you asked, you know, when I go home, there's probably 30 minutes of me just sitting there and relaxing. The rest of it is, you know, I'm calling. I have a buddy. He owns a nice ranch out in Pickinsville, Alabama, and hey man, you need me to come over and work your horses. You know, you need me to come over and move some hay. You need me to do this. And so the whole time, you know, music isn't it's not on my mind down there, but it is. Yeah, you know, like I feel like when
you're
I'm
living
at home,
the life so that you can make more music.
Yeah, you know, and I feel like when I'm at home, that's really, you know, when those ideas spark. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. And man, I mean, that's just like even just going home and just sitting on the porch that like I grew up on, you know, and just looking out across and just seeing the land and livestock and stuff. It's like that's, you know, part of me is like, what the hell am I doing in Nashville? You know what I'm saying? Which I'm getting back. You know, I really want to get to the point where I do move back home, and well, because I need to. You know, my old man, he's getting old, and you know, we got a pretty rank horse down there, and I just don't want something to happen to him. But yeah, you know, you find time to just hang out. And that's, when everybody comes, when I come home, everybody, loves to hang out and see me, and I love to hang out and see them too. But, sometimes I just want to be left the hell alone, Kinsey and her folks go out to eat. And, sometimes I want to go because I just don't want to, and it's nothing to do with fame or anything like that. I'm super proud of it, but, I just feel like everybody at some point in their life just wants to be left the hell alone.
Yeah, it's protecting your energy.
Yeah, for me, it was kind of like whenever I would get off work, doing whenever I was, really working a labor job, I just want to be left alone for an hour or two, but now it's just kind of like, because really when I say I pour everything into this, man, it's everything I got. So when I go home, it'll be like, sometimes I'll go home and I'll do nothing but party, and just hang out with my boys from the day one, And then sometimes when I go home, not a lot of people will even know I'm there. And I'll just be riding around or, doing whatever, And, dude, I remember this. We were at the house, and, people keep up with me back there. And I remember I rolled up to the house, and somebody asked me, was like, wasn't you in Nashville a couple hours ago? I was like, yeah, I was. When you leaving back out? Here in a little bit. Just stuff like that.
I don't know. What do I feel like now? Colin is the best, by the way. I think Colin could coach all the adults listening now to know thyself. If it feels right, go do it. If it doesn't feel right, don't go do it. Period. That's it. We have to take a quick break. Colin's going to come back, and will you sing for the good people, Colin?
Yeah, I'll play one.
Okay, good. 1, 2, or 90. We'll see how long we can keep him here. We're here with Colin Stough, and dude, this is even a better conversation than I anticipated. We're listening to We Should Write. It's a show about the healing power of writing. Colin's going to sing for us. You're going to figure out why, even more so. I like people to fall in love with you as a person, and then they hear your music. We have over here Joe J in the chat said, I hadn't heard about Colin till yesterday, and now I can't not know him. Yes, that is true. Colin Stough, guys. More to come. Some live music on We Should Write. We will be right back.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
We should write. Hey, Colin, we should write.
Right.
Right. But only if you're feeling it. Listen, if there's one thing I've learned, it's don't force Colin Stough to do anything. And I will not be the one to change that. Trucker Bosun says hi. You got another fan. I like to say the names of their chatting because it's all their handles, you know. We got Paperclip. We got Joe. You know, we got everybody over there in the chat. I love the handles. Talking with Colin Stough, and before going in the break, I asked him. I said, "Well, what what are you going to play next? And then I realized I don't need to ask him. You feel like a guy that might be like starting to play one song and all of a sudden start playing
That's
another
me.
song.
Yeah,
That
is
you?
me, 100%.
Okay, that's what I thought. You know, you said, and we'll dive deeper into this a little more after you play the song, but you said you don't write about things that aren't true. Do you mean that haven't happened to you or someone you know, or that like you can't just say pretend scenario and then write about it? Okay.
Yeah, I can't really pretend the scenario. You know, and maybe like some of the songs might not be as in depth, you know, as a story in real life, but it's still kind of very similar. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like when you're writing about something that's really happened, you're just extra passionate about it.
From an artist standpoint, for sure.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's much easier to get into something when you've been a part of it. Okay. So speaking of that, you're going to play us a tune here. Tell me why you're about to play this song, Whatever She or He May Be.
Yeah, I'm gonna play this one because obviously one is brand new and it's really been on the mind here lately, and it seems to be doing really good for us right now. And this is a brand new single, come out last week or
December 12th, as a matter of fact.
December 12th, and this one's called Best for You. So I'm gonna give it my best. I'm getting over some sickness, so y'all
You're
don't,
perfect.
Hammer me too hard in that comment section, but. There's an aeroplane up in the sky, she's taking off with the love of my life. She's going home to see Mom and Dad, to find a new love and forget what we had. Because it's street lights and telephones, and I can't get a hold of you. We have tried so many times, but knowing the pain just ain't getting me through. If you throw this dog another bone, I'll come back like I always do. If you ever wish hell on me, that's crazy. I'd still want the best for you. Broken hearts were for sale, I'd be sold out. 'Cause everything good is done turns south. And saying goodbye is really set in stone, and I'll stare at the sky and hope you make it home. Because it's street lights and telephones, and I can't get a hold of you. They have tried so many times, but numbing the pain just ain't getting me through. If you throw this dog another bone, I'll come back like I always do. If you ever wish hell on me, that's crazy. I still want the best for you. Best for you. And it's street lights and telephones, and I can't get a hold of you. And I've tried so many times, but numbing the pain just ain't getting me through. If you throw this dog another bone, I'll come back like I always do. If you ever wish hell on me, that's crazy. I'd still want the best for you.
Come on. Okay. Come on. Dre was in his feels over there. Tears through his broken teeth.
Oh my God, I didn't go through a breakup.
Yeah. Dre just went through a pretty big breakup.
It happens, brother.
So Dre got robbed, then went through a bad breakup, and then got in a motorcycle crash. So he's a little emotional these days.
Yeah,
and
we're
I think
doing
that
okay.
hit home. Everything's fine now. Everything's fine. You blew up the chat. Everyone's living over in the chat. What I can tell you, anybody listening who, whether you knew of Colin before or didn't until now, and this piece is important. What I can tell you about him, this is an authentic artist, and that's important to note, especially because American Idol. Remember, he is not American Idol. That was the machine for him, the vehicle that got him to a place where at least he and I are sitting here today. But, American Idol is about artistry, is about finding somebody that's got the whole package or that can get to a place that's a whole package. And you have, to me, everything that it takes to be an artist that's going to resonate until the day you die. You got that, that Waylon Willie, that thing where it's like, I want to drink a beer with that guy. I want to bury some bodies with that guy. But also, he's probably going to be a pretty good dad, pretty good friend, like all the things. And so kudos to you, I will just say, for staying. It seems to me that you have stayed the course even through all this crazy insaneness that is fame. So well done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
So that song, like I said, it's a ballad. It's a very different, obviously, from White Trash. But different, but same. From everything I've heard from you, and I want to know if this is something that you do consciously or it just happens. From everything I hear from you, you listen to some artists and you're like, I didn't even realize that the track changed. That's not you. I realized the track changed because you take us on this roller coaster while also always being Colin. Do you find even in these past couple of years, Colin is the artist shifting at all, or do you still feel sort of in that same lane today?
I think I'm more me now than I have been my whole entire career, and I've also heard through the town that it's something that artists does. When they first kind of get that little moment going, they start trying all kind of different stuff, and really, that's what the song that led that for me was a song called Sober, and a lot of people told me not to put it out. They didn't want me to put it out because it wouldn't sell. And it ended up being the best streaming song.
He air quoted that because that means it's not important to artistry, even though it is.
And so I saw that and I was like, wow. I was like, well, all right. And then, like I said, had that moment where I was just wanting to quit this shit. And literally 2 days that go by, and we go in a room with my great friend Jamie Colazzo and other great friend Kenny Whitmire. And I just told him, I was like, I'm White Trash and y'all can kiss my ass. And I was like, let's write about that. And Jamie was like, are you sure? I was like, man, I'm positive. So we put White Trash out, followed it up with $20. And then, obviously, in some of in the interviews that we've had, they're like, man, we've noticed that some stuff's been changing, I'm like, no. You're not really noticing enough. Because if you go back to when I was 17 and you listen to that song called Bad Day, it's not changing, man. I'm getting back to who I am. And that's really, I haven't been this happy in a long time, just with myself, with my music.
Awesome.
Stuff like that. And yeah, I told him, I was just like, look, I was like, here we go. I was like, this is me. This is what I do. I grew up on Southern rock music and rock and roll and old country. And, we're about to just do Southern rock, and it's not really because of anything. It was simply because somebody heard a song and was like, man, why ain't you been doing that this whole time? And it was kind of like, man, you've been telling me this whole time not to do that. And yeah, so White Trash definitely kicked it off, and I just kind of told my team at that point, I was like best for you. We wrote that song and had it recorded and mastered in a month. And not a month, in 2 weeks. And they were like, well, that's a little tight. Let's put something else out. And I just, no, trust me. Just trust me.
Trust me.
Put it out, and it's going crazy right now.
Well, the confidence thing is interesting because there's over in the chat someone just said, if he was ever nervous on Idol, I never saw it. He says, I want to give a nod to his confidence, is what he said over here, and that's true. A nod to the confidence. So when you talk about people said, oh, you've changed, it's like, no, I've just stepped into who I always was and owned it, right?
And the confidence thing too, being nervous and stuff like that. I'm gonna be honest with you, and this, listeners don't take this the wrong way, but it's hard to be confident and it's hard to be nervous when you simply just don't care. You know, and that's like on American Idol. I didn't care what happened.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
dude, I started that deal with $40 in my name, you know, and I mean, what the hell? I go back home, still got $40. You know what I'm saying?
And a trip to California.
Yeah, you know, so like it didn't bother me that bad. And so yeah, when I got out there, I partied like hell. And you know, even in today, you know, it's like just the way I look at it. You know, I'm a very religious, very Christian man. Even though I do have plenty of shares of mess ups and stuff, but like, you know, I've just always understood it. Just there's a life after this. So, you know,
yeah, buddy.
Make it the best of it. If you think it's the best of it, go a little more. And if they don't think so, hell with them. You know, and that's just something I live by. You know, I love everybody, but you will not catch me trying to satisfy other people. It's just not going to happen.
Please teach me.
I'm
a recovering people pleaser, so
and, you know,
I'm trying to come to your camp.
It's just like I never forget, you know, my first week in Nashville, I respect him to death, but he said, man, the way to get to the top is to kiss ass. I said, well, it's like I'm going to go back home. You know, and that's just, and it's not really, like I do believe meeting the right people at the right time, shaking the right hands. I understand that.
Yeah.
But I'm just not that guy, you know. And it's like
it's very
sucks.
clear as a
Yeah,
total
I mean,
compliment.
it sucks because like that could have helped me a lot, but like at the end of the time, you know, like for example, like if you text me to, you know, come somewhere some night because so and so's there, like, you know, I'm not the guy that's just like, if there's something in me that's telling me that to not go, I always feel like that's up there giving it to me.
Yeah,
so I won't go.
You point it up.
You know, and yeah, the Lord, man, and
yeah.
I feel like, you know, sometimes that first instinct you get is just what He's telling you to do and stuff like that, and that's like, I'm an overall a pretty average guy. I feel like, you know, like I'm not that complicated, like nothing really ever pisses me off, you know, but like then again too, it's like if you look where I came from versus where I'm at now, it's like, you know, if I didn't wake up tomorrow, I'd be fine with it. Because I'm blessed, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of people don't have that mentality. So it leaves them in a situation where they're always trying to get more. I need more of this, I need more of that. Man, just enjoy it. You know, just enjoy it.
Just enjoy it. I hope you wake up tomorrow, by the way, and make more music. But if not, I'll see you on the other side because I'm with you there. You know, people say you only have one life, and I said we only have one life here.
Exactly. You know. Exactly.
And we get to move on. Let's talk about faith for a minute since you brought it up.
Yeah.
I've always been a believer. There was a big gap in my life where I didn't know what I believed in, but I was still a believer. I didn't know exactly what to maybe label it or call it, but I've always been a believer. And just recently, a couple months ago, I got baptized. My mom and I got baptized together. And it was really interesting to me when I say that to people. They're like, you're not yet? And I'm like, no. I mean, maybe when I was a baby, I was sprinkled, but nothing that was like a choice. And for me, it was, without going too much into it, it was just, I had this like knowing that came. I was sitting in church a couple weeks prior to that, and I was like, oh God, He's talking to me. Like I knew the language the pastor was using was for me that day. Maybe for someone else too, but it was for me. And it was real funny. I just knew, I'm like, I need to just clear something so that the channel can be rinsed clean and open again. And so that's what it did for me. So when it's helped me even in just these past couple months, the synchronicities, the go here, do that, let me smack you in the face so you can see it better has opened up. So for you, from a writing perspective and a faith perspective, how much does that, because you're a man of God, but you're a badass dude too, you know, you're like you're a dude. How do you how much does faith inform your writing on songs like White Trash even? Like how much does faith play in all the time?
You know, I feel like, for one, everybody's a sinner, you know, and I'm not perfect, you know, I've been down those rough roads and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, I know where two-step and where not two-step. You know what I'm saying? And so like,
nice country reference there too, by the way.
Yeah, you know, like I'm not gonna put myself in a situation to really do something I don't want to do. When it comes to faith and it comes to writing and stuff like that, you know, I love referencing the Lord in my songs. But actually, a crazy story for you. I'd been out in L.A. and stuff like that, and really kind of been battling where I sit with the faith situation. I've always knew of the Father and the Lord and stuff growing up, but was just really kind of like lost because I was like, okay, all these amazing things are happening. And I was like, well, why do I still feel like shit?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, totally.
And so, we were sitting there, and a couple months prior to all this, I had totaled a truck that should have died, but it's a miracle I didn't. And there was a Bible in that truck.
Not done
on my
with
dash.
you yet.
And it was laying on my dash, and we were out there, and there was a song that I had cut outside pitch called "I Still Talk to Jesus," and it brought me closer to the Lord. And then we were recording a music video for that, and they were just like, "Hey, you got that book in your case?" And I was like, "Are you talking about my Bible?" You know,
the book.
And I was like, "Yeah, I got it." And they was like, "Well, just get it out and flip it to a random page real quick." And I'm out there in LA. Not a lot of people really live the Christian life out there. A lot of people do, a lot of people don't. It's whatever. I know I'm good, and I'm trying to help you out because that's what the Bible says to do. But I opened the Bible, and I flipped it open, and it just a random page, and there was a piece of glass stuck in the Bible.
Wow.
Sitting beside a verse, and the whole chapter is amazing. And I read it, and I just kind of I don't cry, but I just kind of started crying. And then my manager at the time was like, "What's wrong? What's going on with you?" I was just like, "Look at this." And it was stuck beside a piece of glass, or it was stuck beside a verse. The piece of glass was like, "There'll be no end to their chariots. They worship the work that they make with their own hands." And I put that into playing guitar. And it said, the land was also full of idols, and the land was also full of silver, gold, and horses. And I was like, wow.
Wow.
I didn't read anything else. I just read that verse, and I just knew that it was hopefully the Lord speaking to me in the right way. And and then later that night I went back home, or not home, but back to the hotel, and I really started reading, and it really got deep into pretty much just telling me to watch who I shake hands with.
Wow.
And that really moved me. And so I've had some crazy experiences. But, after that was kind of the moment for me that it was like, okay, because see, I would have best friends of mine, like a good buddy of mine passed when we were 16, and a woman from Aimee, Mississippi. She's awesome. Her family's awesome. I used to work for their family. She unfortunately passed, and that stuff would just alter me. And it would be like, all right, Lord, you are just slowly cutting out the people that I'm getting close with, And so that's what really separated me from really getting close with Jesus. Not really, I always knew he was there and I always believed, but we weren't homies, We weren't homies, we were friends. And that night in LA, it just hit me. And I was like, wow. And, so after that, man, I say my little amens and pray and, do all the nine, and really that's what's been the most beneficial thing to me. I mean, that's we unfortunately had to let go of a management crew last year, and just couldn't work the nerve up to do it. And I was just like, Lord, just show me what's right and just put me in the right path, and just I want you to handle it. I'm giving it to you. Woke up one morning, and I drunkenly sent the text that I was firing them. And, next day I was like, whoa. I was like, what'd I do? And then, I don't know, it worked out for the better. Love them guys still over there. Love them to death.
Sure.
But it worked out for the better.
You can love someone, they can not be for you. And I also think people come into our life at the right time.
Oh, yeah.
And then we learn our lessons, and then we move on. We can release people and partnerships, and that's part of growth.
Oh, yeah. Which, I mean, they're still awesome. They check in on me all the time, but it was just wasn't the place I needed to be at the time.
I also by the way, in case y'all didn't catch that, a very country song kind of way, he said, I woke up and sent the drunken text. So you do the math there.
A rough night.
I've been there. Rinse, lather, and repeat. Okay. That guitar's still sitting there. Would you, how do you feel about singing another song?
Yeah, we'll do one more.
Okay.
We have a song out. It's called Looking for Home. And I wrote it just kind of about being on the road and not really knowing where to go. And I haven't played it in a long time, so if I forget some of the words, y'all please don't mind.
This will resonate to the drivers on the road. I like that you said it, and it probably goes with the spirit of the song that you said earlier. And I went home. I mean, not home, the hotel. That gets confusing on the road, and that's something that artists, touring musicians, and truckers have a lot in common.
Oh yeah.
So. Colin Stough.
We good?
We good. Let's go, baby.
Let's give her a rip. So maybe I can get it right, but. There ain't no place I've never been. There ain't a soul around I can call my friend. Days are getting older, the nights are getting colder, and lonely sitting heavy like a devil on my shoulder. And I'm getting gone again. 'Cause I've been always running, chasing after something, never found nothing to slow me down. 'Cause I've been on a bender as long as I remember, blowing like a twister from town to town. And all my life I've been looking for home. And all my life I've been looking for home. No one wraps their arms around a rolling stone. Guess I got a little gypsy in my bone. The hair's getting longer, the whiskey's getting stronger, and everything that I got right is getting wronger. And I'm better off alone. 'Cause I've been always running, chasing after something, chasing after to throw me down. 'Cause I've been on a bender as long as I remember, blowing like a twister from town to town. And all my life I've been looking for home. And all my life I've been looking for home. Cause I've been always running, chasing after something, never found nothing to slow me down. 'Cause I've been on a bender as long as I remember, blowing like a twister from town to town. All my life I've been looking for home. And all my life I've been looking for home. There we go.
Come on, buddy. Good
Hell yeah.
Lord. Good Lord. Where does that? So where does the yeah? Dre's peeing his pants over there. So where does that voice come from? And I don't mean it in a I got it from a mama kind of way. Like, it feels like probably a combination of confidence, authenticity, a life lived. I don't know. Where does that voice come in your mind?
Yeah, man, I started smoking cigarettes when I was about 11. I'd go up in the woods. I'd steal a cigarette from my grandmother's pack, and I'd steal a cigarette from my grandfather's pack. And right when I was walking out, I'd grab me 2 peppermints, walk way up in the woods behind her house on the mountain, and just kind of sit up there and smoke and eat those peppermints and go back down. So,
fair enough.
Yeah, I got caught doing that a couple times. Got my ass whooped, but it didn't stop me.
It worked for him. This wasn't an endorsement of if you want to sound like that, go buy a pack of cigarettes at 11. But if it works, work it. We've been talking with Colin Stough. I'm so sad that we're almost out of time. We got about 3 minutes left. I want to talk about, knowing we're almost out of time, unfortunately, what makes it, because I want to kind of circle back to the very beginning of the show, how we started out. And you mentioned writing and then some things that will never be heard, some things that are more like poetic for your journal, and some things that are for public consumption, and some things that are maybe in song that just are for the campfire and your best friend. How do you discern what is meant for public consumption, especially now where you are in life? What is meant for others and what is meant to be more sacred and personal?
Well, you know, really, so like about like the journal and stuff, I don't write in a journal. I just kind of try to remember everything and stuff. But really, you know, like the saying of "you'll get over something on a random Tuesday" is correct. You know, so like we have a song that we wrote, Some Great Buds, and it's called 6-Year-Old Man of the House, and that's she's a home run. And yeah, everybody's like, put it out, put it out, put it out, put it out. I was like, I'll put it out. You know, and I got another one too. You know, my lady now, we were engaged, we split up and whatnot, but during that time we split up, buddy called me and asked me, was I doing all right? I said, man, I'd be great if I could quit sleeping on her side of the bed. The next day, me and Ben Chapman wrote a song called Her Side of the Bed. And she's dying for me to put it out because it's truly a really good tune. But I'm just, you know, emotionally and, you know, I guess vulnerably not there yet. You know what I'm saying? Because it talks about a lot.
Of course she wants you to put it out. What girl didn't want a song about them on the radio? Come on.
Well, you know, she's awesome. We're back together now. I was definitely the mess up there. But, you know, really, I mean, you can ask my team, just wake up sometimes. Just be like, you know what? Let's put it out. You know, because in my mind, it's always like, well, if I change my mind, I can always pull it back down. You know, which is not really good to do. But, you know, I mean, yeah, you know, and I really think the fans love the vulnerability side of it.
Sure they do.
You
now
know,
more than ever.
Best for You is one of the really slower songs that we released this year, and more intimate and more just kind of there. And, you know, it has a special message in it. It's bright as day, you know. You can wish hell on me, but I still want the best for you. And I think a lot of people resonate with that. And,
Heck yeah.
or at least I do. But, so yeah, I don't know. I'll wake up on a random Tuesday and might wheel some shit out. You never know.
Well, I want the best for you forever. I mean that genuinely, and I don't say that about everyone that comes through my neck of the woods, both literally and metaphorically. So good on you. If anyone's listening isn't convinced yet that this is a guy to love and support, then I don't even know what's wrong with you. I don't know what to do next. You're fabulous. You're authentic. You're real and raw, and you've got really good energy. So thank you for giving us your time and doing what you do, and more vulnerable. Lean in, buddy.
Try.
You're doing great. You're doing great, guys. This has been We Should Write with Colin Stough. Colin, what are you doing for Christmas? Going home and
going home,
cooking?
We're going to do some cooking. We're going to do some deer hunting. We're going to open some presents.
Come on.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
All good. Well, Merry Christmas to you, friend.
Y'all too.
The show's been executive produced by me, Lindsay Lawler, technically produced by Phone Master Dre over there, and brought to you by the good people over there at RadioNemo. Guys, you can check out more. Go to weshouldwrite.com. Find out to hear all the past episodes and what's coming up next. We will not be on the air next week because it will be Christmas Eve, and I will be spending some time to get experience so I can write more. But circle back in the new year and see all that's to come. Hey, Colin, we should write.
Right.
Merry Christmas, y'all. Take care.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Well, hey there. It's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host,
Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? Right, we should write. Welcome back to the newest episode. Actually, the first episode of the man-made new year of 2026. By the way, the year of the horse doesn't start till February 17th, so everybody just take a breath, get your panties out of your tushy. You don't have to conquer the world on January 1st or 10th or even 31st. Thank you, Jesus. Okay, I've been talking about this episode I talked about on our earlier show today. I am so excited about this. This conversation is very close to my heart. My guest is someone I love deeply. As a human, as an artist, and as a woman who listens to her intuition and actually follows it. You're going to hear about that a lot today. Michelle Nicolo Prentice, is one of the most extraordinary vocalists I know. Truly one of those voices that doesn't just sound beautiful. It calms your nervous system, and you're going to get a chance to hear that today. But what moves me even more is than her voice, actually, is the way she has allowed her gifts to evolve, both naturally and honestly, into something that serves other people in a real, tangible way. And that's really the beauty here. You know, I talk a lot about how when we find our passion, when it meets purpose, that's when we're walking our path on this earth. So Michelle is the founder also of Mama's Lullaby, which began not as a brand or a business plan, but as this moment of intuition, you know, a song written in a hospital room late at night, or listening to a song in a hospital room late at night when sleep felt impossible. And that song became a realization. Mothers need lullabies too. Mothers are anybody mothering. What started as music became a calling, and that calling really became a community, which she is continuing to build every day. I'm drawn to people who follow joy and responsibility and who let inspiration lead but stay grounded in service. To me, that's what walking your path looks like. So that's why I wanted to talk to Michelle today. That's one of a thousand reasons I wanted to talk to Michelle today. Not just about motherhood, not just about writing, not just about vocals, but about intuition, about changing our minds, about overwhelm, about creativity, and about what happens when we trust those quiet nudges that say, go this way, go this way. Okay, guys, I can't wait for you to hear her voice, not only vocal, but just talking. This woman is a breath of fresh air to the world and to me. Please make welcome to the show, Michelle Nicolo Prentice. Hello, my dear friend.
Hello.
Woo!
It's so nice to be here. I've been so excited about this.
Good.
Yes, since you talked to me about it last month or however long ago it was, I came to your house. It's an honor.
Well, it's an honor to have you. And just so you know, sitting to her left is one of the most badass musicians I've ever met. I've had the joy and honor and privilege of getting to work with her husband both in the studio and on stage and behind the scenes. And talk about a world-class musician who he told me he thought I was cool, and I got real nervous because people who are cooler than me that think I'm cool really make my day. Okay, so Michelle, always like to start the show with a deep breath.
Yes.
I know you're here for that
yes,
moment.
Ma'am.
Because if not, we go off the rails.
Indeed. Yes.
So, Dre, this is for you too. You ready, brother?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. For all the drivers listening, all the people in their offices, their cubicles, wherever you may be right now, everyone take a deep breath with me. This may be the only one you do today, so take it in, people. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. It's so good.
Very nice.
And with that, Michelle.
Yes.
My first question, always love this to be the first question.
Okay.
In this moment, in this time of life, what are you grateful for?
Oh my gosh.
I know.
Jeez, how long do we have?
I know.
I'm literally grateful to wake up every morning, seriously, like able to wake up and get out of bed every morning. That is my first gratitude, that you wake up. and then that Mark wakes up. There are those times when your partner's sleeping so soundly you're not quite sure if they're alive. I'm like, is he breathing? God, is he breathing? But anyway.
I'm grateful for that too, by the way.
He's a bit older than me too, so there's that.
You
as
had
well,
to get that in, didn't you?
But no, that, and I am so I'm so grateful to have a gift of my voice that I get to utilize and share with people, and I'm grateful that I've been able to meet so many amazing people in this town, in Nashville. Like seriously, when I came here almost 30 years ago.
Wow.
I didn't really know anybody.
You look great, by the way.
Thank you. I didn't really know anybody. I came here. Mark had hired me in Phoenix, Arizona, is where I was living at the time with my 2 kids from my first marriage. And, you're not going to say the joke? I'm so shocked. Usually if I say my first marriage or my first husband, he'll say, wait, what?
Wait, what?
You were married before? He never doesn't say that. So
I think it never gets old.
Yeah,
he doesn't have a mic. That's the only
you
reason.
don't live with him.
He's
Anyway.
here for the piano, by the way. The jokes come later.
But anyway, so he hired me to sing in this show in Phoenix, and so I worked for him for like 3.5 years, and then we got married, and I moved here. And when I moved here, I got pregnant like 6 weeks after we were married, and so I thought I would start like singing and working, and I was so sick I couldn't do anything, and so I had to learn who I was if I wasn't a singer. And that was weird because will people actually even like me if I don't sing? Because you're a singer. People really love musicians. They love singers. It's like they want to know you. They want to be your friend. And I'm like, well, if I'm not a singer, how do I know
What makes me special?
How will people like me? And I had to kind of learn to be myself and find out who that was without being a singer. So I'm grateful that for all the friendships that I made. We used to have like literally every weekend a different group of people over for a barbecue. And that's how I started meeting people. So I started by cooking for people and having them in my home, and that's been 30 years of that, and a lot of parties and a lot of fun things. So I'd
appreciate it if you'd bring that back, by the way.
Yeah, I know. We haven't had a big party in a long time, but yeah, we definitely need to do. We've been doing shows.
Yeah,
and you know what that's like. But a party's always so fun. Yeah. So I'm really just grateful for the community here. I've made some of my best friends, in my adult life in this town here. So you can't beat that. You're one of those people.
Well, I'm grateful for you. I'm also grateful for Gina Harrison over in the chat said, I am so excited. I'm listening to the last episode now, getting ready for the next one. And she said, I have an amazing song title. I wrote it down, sending all the good feels. Like these are people that aren't writers, by the way, that are getting inspired to write because of this show.
That's so awesome.
Because Michelle, we should write.
Right.
Hey, do you remember what the first song, when Mark hired you, do you remember what you sang?
The song that he heard me sing, the first song.
Yeah.
I do remember it.
What is it? What does it sound like?
Well, I was singing with my first husband.
What?
In a duo.
You were married before?
Yeah,
there it is.
But
Do you want to hear a little of that song?
I do.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. So
he's going to step over to the
we had
piano.
this duo, my husband, my first husband and I. We were playing this little club, and my friend Jay David, who owned this bar that I used to sell roses in on the weekends, he was in there on a Friday night, and he had Mark with him. I'd never met Mark before, and I'm like, first of all, what's Jay doing here? He's the leader of the band at the Mr. Lucky's, which is a huge bar in Phoenix. And I'm like, why is he here on a Friday night? He said, we're just out listening to music. And so I thought, it'll be fun. I'll just entertain. So I tell my husband, play that Maria Mulder song, and it's this song. Don't you feel my leg? Don't you feel my leg? 'Cause if you feel my leg, you'll wanna feel my thigh. And if you feel my thigh, you're gonna go up high. So don't you feel my leg?
So, Lindsay, what was I supposed to do?
Oh, I can't imagine how y'all ended up married.
Now, the truth is, I had zero intention. I wasn't interested. I wasn't looking. I was married. I just was entertaining. I thought, it'll be fun. It's my friend's friend. I'll ham it up, whatever. So I'm singing this, and I'm doing my thing. I'm singing to them, and Mark literally never takes his eyes off of my eyes. And it was uncomfortable. It was like, oh, this guy, he's a little intense. So I looked away.
Creeper.
Yeah. Well, it just was like, oh, he knows I'm trying to embarrass him or whatever.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was the first song that he heard me sing. And then I
Mark,
sang a few others.
I get it. I get it. It all, if it didn't make sense to me already, it all makes sense now.
Meanwhile, I got hit by the Michael Corleone thunderbolt. I'm sitting there going, "This is who I'm coming to see." This is
What's happening?
Yeah.
Amazing.
So the rest is history, a long, wild, crazy history,
the
which
rest
I
is
actually
history.
might write a book about someday.
You 100% should. I support
It's a crazy
that.
story.
I support that 100%. Okay, so the other side of the gratitude
Mm-hmm.
coin is what is heavy on you right now?
Oh,
Besides
man.
everything.
You know, what's heavy on me is, this Mama's Lullaby project that we have. I'm getting ready to fill out paperwork for the 501c3 to create a non-for-profit so we can help moms. What's heavy on me are things
paperwork.
It's paperwork. Things I don't know how to do. And it's what's makes me procrastinate so much, because I'm like, it has to be worded in a very specific way so that they say, absolutely, yes, this is a go. Because I've heard horror stories. It can take a long time, or they can say no, and and so I notice that I'm just sort of like not doing it, and I keep talking about doing it, but I'm not. But it's like I have to do it. So that's what's kind of laying heavy on me. Is just that I shouldn't doubt it, because this is, to me, it's a divine project. So I don't know why I'm worried. You know what I mean? Like we do that to ourselves.
I know, but it's the crap that doesn't come naturally to us that's hard. Singing,
100%.
which is what's crazy, is because the harder thing comes naturally to you. The performing, the gathering, the hosting, like that is not natural to people. It's the like, I have to write something on a piece of paper and Google. It's crazy.
I have to get on a computer. No.
Well, I'll tell you what. The vast majority of our audience are over-the-road truck drivers, and they can tell you that's one audience that's like, I know what to do, and I know how to drive, and which is not hard. I mean, not easy. It's not easy to drive a semi and do the work they do, but it's like the whole business is like taking out of the other stuff, like the paperwork and the logs. And anyway, so they can relate, is what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh, everybody's loving the voice over here in the comments.
Thank you.
Okay, so you have. First of all, I saw this on your website, but I also know this about you because you've said this for a long time since I've met you. You say, I always knew I wanted to be a mother.
Mm-hmm.
This episode's going to be a lot about being a mother, but when I say that, that is mothering. The best, one of the best quotes I ever saw was from Jennifer Aniston, who's not a physical mother, but she said in People magazine years ago on Mother's Day, she said, "Listen, I am a mother." She said, "I mother my friends' kids, my nieces, my dogs, straight, whatever, my friends.
Yeah.
I am a mother." She said, "You don't have to physically push a human being out of your vagina to be a mother."
Yeah.
There's a lot of single parents, males as well. So you're creating this community for mothers, but it's about mothering people who mother others.
And it's
right?
about taking care of those people. In other words, nurturing those mothers who are mothering, because we tend to put ourselves always last, which is why we end up sick and mentally distraught and feeling pretty broken sometimes. And so who mothers you? And that's what the goal with Mama's Lullaby is, to mother the mother and nurture the mother. Because if we have a healthy, happy mother or woman or person that feels loved and supported, then they're going to be better at their job.
Yeah. If mom ain't happy, nobody's happy.
Exactly.
So let's go back though, but long before Mama's Lullaby. I just said, you said I knew I always wanted to be a mother. Now, not everyone feels that way.
That's true.
I think I always just assumed I'd be a mom. That doesn't mean I always I can't wait to be a mom. That I didn't have that, and then maybe I manifested having difficulty being a mom because of it. I don't know, but what talk a little bit about that to our audience, or someone maybe who's wanting, because things change too. We may think we want to be a mom and then decide later we don't, or we may think we don't want to and then we find a partner where you're like, oh yes, I so want to create something with you. What do you say to that person's like, wow, I don't feel that, and you feel that. Is there something wrong with me?
Yeah. Aimee Grant's one of the people I got to write with for this project. And when she was on my podcast, she was talking about her daughter who never wanted to be a mom. And she's not a natural mom. She said she's not warm and fuzzy. And I think that the other thing I really want to perpetuate is less judgment of one another. Like, if you want to be a mom, great. Be a mom. If you can't be a mom and you want to be a mom, there's ways to do it. If you can't be a mom and you don't want those other ways, there's ways to deal with that. So like, I just say, let's not judge one another. Like, if you want to be a mom, you should be. And if you don't worry about it. It's okay. There may come a time where you do, and there may never come a time, but But whatever is right in your path, on your path, is right for you. Just, if you just trust that this is exactly perfect. If you're not feeling a longing, if you're not, I think we just judge ourselves and we judge each other way too much. So I always say, we can be each other's best friends or worst enemy. Let's be each other's best friends. Like, let's lift each other up. We have a bunch of girls we call the High Vibe Tribe. And it's just a bunch of badass women who just, in their own right, and we just are always supportive of one another. We're never jealous of each other. We're never tearing each other. We're always lifting. And it's just, I think that's the attitude that if we change our mindset to that, like, my friend is having something amazing happen to her, and maybe it's not happening for me, but my energy to be happy for her perpetuates back to me. So what we hold, what we focus on, we get more of. And so, just love yourself more. We each have an inner child, right? So those women who maybe don't want to have children or whatever, they have a child inside of them, and that child's very important to be taken care of.
You know what's interesting? I just thought of this. If for those people that decide I don't want to be a parent or I'm not, it didn't happen to me, mother your inner child then.
Oh my gosh, that's number one. You need to mother your inner child first and foremost.
Men and women.
Yeah, absolutely. Mother and father your inner child, because that's what's running us 95% of the time, truly. When you act ridiculous, you're like, why am I feeling this way? Well, because it's not the adult person. The adult person knows better. But the inner child doesn't have that capability and understanding yet. And that's where we come from a lot of times.
I think people laugh at inner child sometimes. Not as much anymore, obviously, mental health, and that's changed dramatically. But we laugh when you hear it. Even doing this show, people were like, why are we doing this like on a, granted this goes out to other places, but like, why is this on a trucking network? I'm like, oh, because P.S. they're humans, dude. Like, by the way, and it's less about the woo woo or the therapy side of inner child. If you're, to Michelle's point, just think about if I'm mad, if I'm angry, if I'm, like she said, acting crazy. Think about back just in that moment. Stop. Be like, okay, what is little Lindsay? What did she need in this moment? I mean, I can think of so many things where I was off the rails as a child and be like, to your point, like I know how to handle that now.
Yeah.
And maybe write about it. Maybe just stop and take out your bar napkin or your phone notes or whatever it is and just write about it, what you're feeling. My husband is begrudgingly working in a journal as of this week.
Impressive.
And I'm going to say it. He already feels a little lighter around the house. So
yeah.
So from the writing aspect then, how much of, because this project, Mama's Lullaby project, the songs on it that you co-wrote with some amazing Nashville writers, self-included.
Yes, I was going to say you included.
Thank you. Let's talk about the writing side of it before we dive any deeper or anything else. Because when did you? I know your first call was to Grammy Award-winning songwriter Marcus Hammond to say, can we kick this project off? He said yes, and some beautiful songs came of it. But from your writing aspect, was there your whole journey as a mother? Was there writing involved in your journey? Were you writing as you were going through early motherhood ever?
Never.
Okay.
Never. I never wrote anything. Well, okay, that's a lie. When I was 5 years old, sitting on the toilet with my little piano that I would carry in there because I was busy writing, and then I had to go to the bathroom, so I'd just take it in the bathroom.
Love it.
And I wrote a song called Hi There when I was 5. Then I wanted me to sing it real quick.
Yeah, of course.
Hi there, I know you don't know me, but hi there, I know you don't glow me, but hi there, I know you just want to meet me. Bom, bom. What's your name? My name is Susie Sally. What's your name? My name is Mary Malley. Hi there, I know you don't know me, but hi there, I know you don't glow me, but hi there, I know you just want to meet me. Bom, bom. That was my song. That was
That's
the first and only song I've ever written when I was a kid.
Been trying to glow her ever.
He's been trying to glow
I didn't
her.
know what else rhymed with no, but anyway.
Have you recorded that?
I have not, but I want to and make a little video of it, like a cartoon. Yeah. Isn't it cute?
Yeah,
Mila
you have to
sings
record
it.
that.
My little granddaughter sings it all the time. It's so cute. But and it's funny that I remember it. And no, I didn't really write. When I was going through my divorce, I wrote a lot. And when I was going through stuff with Mark and my divorce, he didn't cause my divorce, but he was in the interim. He was part of that whole time of my life. Yeah. It was how I got the intense emotions out. I would come home from work And I would sit at the piano late at night because my kids were at my mom's usually if she was watching them while I was working. And I would just play for hours and just cry and write. And, it was really cathartic, extreme. And I don't really play. So I was just playing what I could figure out to play.
Yeah.
When Mark and I got together, we wrote a few songs together, like maybe 3. And then I never wrote anymore. And so then like 2016, so we were married in 1996, and I didn't write until 2018.
Wow. Why?
I just didn't feel the urge to write. I was busy in my life. I was, I had 3 kids. I was doing other things like opera nights and doing things here and there that I could do while I was staying home with my kids and still being home, but doing cool things with Marcus Hummin and having great opportunities. I just never felt the urge to write until 2016. And we're in the hospital, and I can't sleep, and I remember that I recorded this lullaby of Mark's client, and I was like, maybe that will help me sleep, and it did. And then when I woke up in the morning, it was that intuition you were talking about, that it was like a voice going, moms need lullabies that they would like to listen to, music that they would be soothed by, not necessarily Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Mm-hmm. And I was like, yeah. And so when Mark got out of the hospital Monday, I go, hey, I think I need to write lullabies for moms. I'm assuming he's going to have to help me write them because I don't write. He's had 2 writing deals, he was going to have to.
Can you hurry up and get out of the hospital because I have a project we need to work on?
Yeah, he's like, I just got out of the hospital. Could you give me some, Yeah. So then 2 years went by. I didn't do anything. It was always there. Like it was always, and literally one day I'm driving in the car. I swear to you, this is exactly what happened. And I hear a voice go, it's time to start writing lullabies. Call Marcus. And I called Marcus, and Marcus doesn't answer his phone, but he answered his phone. And he said yes. And he got me in the next week, and we wrote Say Beautiful. So that's when I started writing again. But I'm like, and what was interesting is that I should have probably been intimidated to write with these amazing writers that I would get names of. Like I would just get a name from somebody like Mike Reed, who wrote I Can't Make You Love Me, and Amy Grant and Linda Davis. And, I should have been totally, but I wasn't. I felt very like these people are going to help me write my ideas down. And I'd just get an idea, I'd get a name, and then we'd go write. So it was amazing. It was probably the most magical musical experience of my life.
Very divine, the fact that there was you had no intrepidation around it. Your confidence was at 11, and the ego went away.
It shouldn't have been. I wasn't. No, I just knew they were there to help me. Like I wasn't expecting to write hit songs. I wasn't trying to write. I was trying to write from my heart, and that's what Mike Reed said. He said it's been one of my greatest pleasures to write this with you because we're not trying to write a hit. We're just writing from our souls.
Yeah.
And that was, and then getting to write with you about your story with Freya and her mom, her birth mom, was so special. I'm so grateful that you were willing to share that with the world because that is such a beautiful story.
Well, and I'm going to say that lyric from that real quick because I haven't, I don't think I thought, especially that early on, that I would write a song. I don't know if I would have, without you and Chris Roberts, who we wrote it with, felt comfortable talking about her birth mom yet. Because Frey was only 1 when we wrote that song. Right. Not even, I think.
No, she was a tiny baby.
But I did have the line in my head, I look in your eyes, I know they're not mine, but you'll always have my heart. I'll never remember you'll always have my heart, looking at Freya one day and trying to figure out, because my daughter's adopted, and saying, what are you going to get from me? I know it's not my physical traits. So I was really excited. I mean, it was a positive way at that moment when I looked at her, what are you going to get from Seamus and I, my husband and I, that is not physical. Mm-hmm. And so when we sat down to write that song, we have video, we're sitting at my kitchen counter, you're holding Freya while we wrote it, and beautiful. The idea of writing it to the birth mom, the line is, I'll try to say it, not cry, but beautiful. What she did was beautiful. Her lullaby was her sweet goodbye. The gift she gave truly changed my life, and it was beautiful, so beautiful. So every day I take the time to pray. When she thinks of us, she feels wrapped in love and knows the choice she made was beautiful. I look in your eyes, I know they're not mine, but you'll always have my heart. And one day you'll know her letting you go was her way of saying I love you so, and it was beautiful. Ugh. So Freya hears that song, by the way, and hears you singing it with pictures of her on it.
Yeah.
And she doesn't know exactly what it means yet, but she knows that it makes her happy and there's something special there. And that's the power of writing and music, right?
I wish her mom could hear it. I don't know how that would be for her, but
Yeah.
it's such a beautiful tribute to the birth
Maybe
mom.
one day.
So beautiful.
Yeah, maybe one day. It goes back to the nurturing moms, though, of all types. There's
Yes.
birth moms, there's adopted moms, there's whatever it may be.
Aunties, it's so important. Everyone's important in a child's life like that.
Everyone is. Hey, real quick, by the way, over in the chat, Trucker Bosun, loving this. He says, tribulation and ecstasy are two of the greatest sparks of inspiration for any writer. All right, let's go. And Gina, by the way, has a girl who writes grants, so she can help you out.
Thank you. Yes.
We'll call you, Gina.
Definitely.
To go back again a little further, because you said you'd always wanted to be a mom. Did anything, and you became a mom for the first time a mom and a wife at 18 years old.
Correct.
Knowing I always want to be a mom, and then it happened so early in life. Did anything shift emotionally when it happened so young?
Oh, wow. A lot of things shifted. I was my senior year of high school. I had just finished being the lead in Annie in December.
What did that sound like?
Tomorrow, I love ya tomorrow. My voice teacher worked with me so I could have a little higher pitch, a little light childlike voice. I have a funny picture though. I should send it to you. Me in my little wig and my stepdaughter.
Oh my gosh,
This is
I love
adorable. But anyway, so then I had just learned I had just gotten a 4-year scholarship to the University of Utah, full ride. And then January, I missed my period. I'm like, oh God. So, the first thought was horror. Like, oh, I really messed up and my life can really be screwed up here. And then people start telling you, you're going to screw your life up. You're going to mess your life up. It's going to ruin your life. But the truth was that in my heart, of course I wanted to have this baby, but I was so scared to tell people. And when, and in all, to be really honest, I'm really open about this. Okay. I had scheduled an abortion and it was very heavy on my heart, extreme, but it was mostly out of fear that I couldn't handle what people would think of me, really is what it boiled down to. And 17, I was 17 at that time. That's a big deal of what people think of you and what they expect of you. Like I would be the first to go to college in my family, and my voice teacher had high expectations of me and stuff like that. And I remember it was a Wednesday and I was pretty nauseous, and I went over to my boyfriend's house at the time, and he said to me, what if we kept the baby? And as soon as he said that, it was like a huge weight came off my shoulders. And I went, yes. Like it was a possibility now. He was on board. It was possible. So then I told my mom and told everybody, and we got married a few months later, and I got married on a Saturday and went to school on Monday, and it was bizarre. So I forgot what the question was.
I mean, it's something emotional. There's one thing to say, I can't wait to be a mom, and there's still the difference of when you actually are about to.
Yes,
Something
right.
shifts.
And so, I mean, I think there's many emotions about being a mom during the whole ride, even when that's all you wanted to be. If you've had, I know people who've had horrific pregnancies, and they always wanted to be a mom, but it was really brutal on them. So, I just don't judge anymore. I think that's the biggest thing is like, whatever you're experiencing, it's okay. Have someone to talk to, and hopefully, Mama's Lullaby will be there for people who really need somebody to understand and just not be judgmental. Just love them and go, you are where you are. It's okay.
Tell people, we're going to take a quick break here, and we're going to come back, and Mark and Michelle are going to perform, but tell people where they can find Mama's Lullaby.
mamaslullaby.com, and also our podcast on YouTube and all streaming platforms is Mama's Lullaby Podcast.
Just search Mama's Lullaby and you'll find her. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. This is We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. My guest is Michelle Nicolo Prentice, one of my favorite people in the world, as is her husband, one of my favorite people in the world, Mark Prentice. We'll be right back. But first, hey, Michelle, we should write.
Right?
Right. Get us out of here, Dre.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
That's right, we should write. Welcome back to We Should Write. I am Lindsay Lawler. My guest, Michelle, is one of my favorite people, not only my famous... Hey, Dre, you get what I'm saying. She talks or she sings, and you feel calm and at peace, right?
Oh, 100%. And even when she talks with her diabolical laugh as well.
Even her diabolical laugh is peaceful.
Oh, there it is. Let go of the Little Mermaid.
You've got her tickled over here.
My pleasure. All right, go on.
Go on. So Michelle is going to perform with us here in a second. One of our somebody commented says that he has a 29-year-old single daughter. His daughter is a 29-year-old single mom with 2 autistic children and a 3-year-old.
Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh.
If anybody needs Mama's Lullaby, it's her.
Yes. Oh, bless her. Yeah.
So have her check out. It's mamaslullaby.com. It's a community. Yes, there's music you can listen to. It can start as simple as that, Trucker Bosun, where she can find the music just to soothe herself at night once she finally gets everyone to sleep and has a moment of peace. But then beyond that, there are places you can email Michelle and start there. She will be there to help support or find you somewhere in your area to be supported. So make sure you check that out. So you guys are going to perform a song, a couple songs for us, but we're going to start with this one. May not be what you would expect they're going to sing, but so you are an empty nester now. You've got 3 beautiful children and now 2 beautiful grandchildren who are incredible. But as your children are your whole world, they're your number one priority. Your family is, I know that about you. Yeah. So when they moved out, what happened to your soul?
It's interesting. Each child was different, right? So one day when my oldest, who was at the time 16, my daughter, Gabrielle, I remember she was 16 and she was talking about next year, in her senior year of high school, she was going to move out with her friends. And I said to Mark, oh my God, she can't move. And he's like, she's not going to move out with her friends. Like, I would get so freaked out, and he would be so reasonable, right? Thank God for him.
To this day, by the way.
To this day, it is very true. So then Gabby didn't end up moving out till I kicked her out, basically. She had a boyfriend. I think she was probably 20. And her stuff was there, but she just stayed with her boyfriend the whole time. And Johnny, our youngest, was living under the stairs in the, like Harry Potter. We built him a little room under the stairwell of Mark's office because we didn't have another bedroom, and Matt was still home. So I said, Gab, you need to go. You don't live here. Just take your stuff and get in, so she moved out. And so it wasn't as awful as I thought it was going to be, because she stayed longer than I expected her to.
And you still had 2.
And we still had 2. So then after she moved out, then Matt, my middle child, he moved out as soon as he turned 18, he wanted to live with his sister in an apartment. And so he just moved out. He wasn't prepared to move out. He just, and I said to him, don't move out till you're ready to move out, because you're not moving back in. I mean, I want you. And here's the truth. If he really got in dire straits, I'd have let him move back in. But I didn't want him to have that in the back of his mind, so he would push through the hard times so that he knew he could do it. That was my thinking there. So when he moved out, that was kind of okay. So we were left with Johnny. So John was there quite a few years. And then
who's great, by the way. There was no. We're left with Johnny. Johnny the boy wonder. By the way,
Johnny. Johnny's such a great.
Let's call him what he's a. I mean, he's a music maestro. He's a genius.
He is a genius.
Yeah.
He's a producer, writer.
All your kids are geniuses.
Yeah, they really are really crazy good. But Johnny's really, crazy special. But anyway, so Johnny moved out to a perfect little scenario for him in his friend's upstairs little room. And when he was, I think, how old was Johnny when he moved out? Mark, do you remember? 19, 18, anyway, whatever. So I was in Mexico with Gabby, my daughter. She was doing a retreat in Tulum. And so I was there for a week. And John moved out the week I was in Tulum. So Mark got left home alone. And when he walked out the door for he didn't move far from us, but it was just, and I came home from that week and the house just felt so different. And it was really weird. And it was like, it hit me really hard. And Mark's like, oh, you feel bad? I've been here a week by myself. You know,
what about me?
Yeah, what about me? And so one night, I just was feeling it. And I sat down at the piano and this thing came out of my hands and these lyrics came out, just this verse and chorus. And I had it for like, I don't know, 2 years and I never could finish it. And so one day I said to Mark, can you help me finish this song? And it's called Bye Bye Birdie. It's about empty nesting.
I love it. So, not the musical by the way.
No, not the musical. Bye bye birdie, it's time to fly. Spread your wings and take to the sky. My birdies are flying, my birdies have all taken flight. So bye bye birdies, bye bye. Silent rooms now, I just wanna cry. I feel so lonely, so empty inside. 'Cause my birdies are flying, my birdies have all taken flight. So bye bye birdies, bye bye. So many memories, so much love. These are the gifts that this life's made of. So bye bye birdie, now I'll be just fine. So many memories, but all in good time. 'Cause my birdies are flying, and I know that we'll all be alright. So bye bye birdies, bye bye. Ooh, my birdies are flying, now it's time that I take to flight. So bye bye birdie, let's all fly. So bye bye birdies, fly, fly.
Good God.
Oh, I know. I'm not crying. You are. Good Lord. I've heard that song. I've never heard it live.
Oh.
And she just looked in my eyes while she was singing. I was like, oh my God, I'm being mothered right now. And that's the beauty. And I was thinking about my daughter, and I make jokes about like, oh, can't wait till I have some time alone. And then you hear that and you're like, no, please never leave.
Yes, exactly.
Oh
Yeah,
my God.
These are the moments. I mean, each moment, it's going to be gone in a second. I look at my granddaughter in the back seat a lot, and she's talking away. And sometimes, I'm thinking about something else. I'm like, no, be here now. Because it goes so fast. It goes so fast.
Be here now. Be here now. Okay, the comments are blowing up over there. This is awesome. And also, Gina says their greatest joy is claiming human beings that she actually wants to be friends with.
Yes.
I know what she's talking about because she has grown children that are her friends. You are friend. Friend is maybe the wrong word. We have to be careful about that. But you know what I mean.
Yeah. No, you really like your kid. Like
Yeah.
if you weren't my kid, I'd still like you a lot. And hang out with you.
That's it. Yeah. You're still a cool person.
Yeah.
That was beautiful. Mark.
Yes.
Well done, Maestro.
Bravo.
So it's as if he's done this before.
It's funny. He's actually a bass player.
He's a bass, but I mean, he's a
That's
jack.
really what he does.
A
but
jack of all music,
pretty
but
darn good piano player.
A master of bass. Yeah, he is a master. I want to be a fly on the wall in y'all's house. I kind of probably want to move in at some point.
Come. I mean, just come and hang out.
Okay. Okay. I'm glad.
We had one of our adopted sons over at the house. My son's best friend, BJ, from high school. And he was staying over one night, and it was like, I don't know, 11 o'clock, and Mark started playing the piano, and I just started singing. He's like, is this what happens at your house here? I'm like, sometimes, yeah.
I want that. I've decided I'm going to start, and I would love for y'all to come. I said this earlier, because we live in a holler over here. We call it the holler. There we go. And I said I want to start doing the holler from the holler with Lindsay, hosted by Lindsay Lawler.
That's adorable.
A music jam at someone's house is just when it's actually a person who has talent and knows a lot of very talented people.
That's what we used to do.
Beautiful
We used to have, I called it, what'd I call it, babe? Cover Tunes Night. I'd call it Cover Tunes Night, and we'd invite all of our friends, which were all studio musicians.
Yeah.
And just have them play whatever they grew up with.
Just
and,
casually a group of the most talented
and
musicians in the world.
It was just so fun. Actually, Levi Hummon sang at our house for the first time ever. He sang at our house. That was his debut. He was like so excited.
I love that.
So cute.
I love it. He's big on TikTok, guys. Go look him up.
Yes, he is.
Okay, so we're gonna do another song in a moment, but before that, you talk about It Takes a Village.
Mm-hmm.
I think we say it takes a village too casually sometimes. Like, it takes a village.
Yeah.
And we don't think about what we're saying. People will say that like at the office or,
Mm-hmm.
and we refer to it when it takes a village if somebody's maybe picking up your kid and helping you out. But it takes a village for moms, of course, as well, or, for just for life.
Yeah.
For life in general, for everything we do. And, I know there's a mom that said something at the bus stop the other day, and I really felt for her because I know that she's struggling. She's a single mom.
Yeah, there's a lot of
She lives with her parents, but it's still, that doesn't necessarily just mean, oh, you've got your parents up. No, because she doesn't want to be living with her parents.
Right.
It's just where she is and right now in this time of life.
Right.
But then I just started thinking about so many moms who were like, when you ask them how it's going, and they're just so overwhelmed and beat down, and they can't. You hear moms being like, "Oh, you wouldn't understand." So it's all relative. We all have our things, and it's all relative, right?
Yes.
But you have to almost like take a mom when they're in a moment when you were that overwhelmed. You got to smack them. You got to shake them and be like, "It seems bad, but it's not." I mean, it is right now, but it didn't have to be. Yeah. How do you, with some of the moms that you've supported over your life, and some of the moms that have supported you, how do you shake somebody out of it when they can't see the forest for the trees?
Well, the days are long, but the years are short. It is. There's a movie called Click. You remember that movie?
I don't think so.
Everyone should watch the movie Click, because what it is, it's about a man who is Adam Sandler, and he was in such a rush to get through all these parts of his life that basically he missed his life. And so it's like you're ready to get to the next thing, to the next thing, to the next thing, to the next thing, right? And like being in the moment is probably one of the hardest things to do. It's one of the things we do the least, but the most important thing to actually enjoy your life and what's going on in the moment. Because what I find with moms, and for me too as a young mom, what's hard is you're trying to live your old life in your new life. You're trying to do all the things you were doing in your old life in a new life as a mom.
Ooh, that just landed.
Yeah, and so it's frustrating because you're trying to get this stuff done, and the kid's like, "I need this, I want this," or you crawl, like, "Not right now," right? And I find this with my granddaughter. Like, if on days that I watch her, I try not to have anything to do. That's the beauty of being a grandparent. I don't have to have anything to do, as opposed to being a parent. But when I was a mom of young children, I was trying to always, get to the house and the laundry and all that crap. And it's like, it doesn't matter. Be with your kids if you can. And the other thing about single moms is that there's a lot of them, and we're not meant to raise children by ourselves. We weren't not meant to do that. It's not natural. It's not really great and healthy, and not what's the word I'm trying to say? Optimal, yeah. And so we need the village. I grew up with a lot of older women that were with my mom's friends. They were older women, like 60s and 70s, that like mothered my mom, and then they were like grandparents to us, and it was just this beautiful thing. And people don't have that anymore. So that's one of the things we're really wanting to bring to fruition with Mama's Lullaby, with the 501c3, is to bring the generations together. Because the sage women, the grandmas, the great-grandmas, a lot of times they're not being utilized because their families are off busy. They're being ignored in a sense, and they have so much to give, and they want to give. And it's good for their mental health, and it's good for the community. But then the newer moms that don't, maybe their parents are still working or whatever, they don't have that connection. So one of the things we're going to do this year is we're going to do what I'm calling a village builder, and it's going to be a local thing. And hopefully once we get kind of a feel for what it will be like, we can kind of take the prototype and put it out to all the states, and people can start doing their own village builders where we can introduce sage women to the new moms, the older mothers to the newer mothers.
I love the term sage women.
Yeah, sage and wise women, right? Yeah. Like that's what we used to have in the villages that helped the new moms and the younger moms and whatever. And now moms aren't really that young, and when they're having kids, they're starting in their 40s, so they're not even young, but they're new moms. And that's a different, it's the same thing. It doesn't matter how old you are. The new experience is the experience. But so we're going to be doing 4 of those this year. And if you live in Nashville and you're interested in being one of the participants of this, we're going to feed them beautiful food. We're going to have processes to teach them how to deal with stress and emotions. We'll do some beautiful singing bowl stuff and relaxation stuff, and then let them meet new people that they might be able to become friends with and have some help if they need someone they can call. So, yeah. So you can
First place to start, mamaslullaby.com.
Yeah, you can email me if you're interested.
And there's a contact on that,
yes.
On that page.
Yes.
It's a great place to start. Jim over in the chat said, by the way, that he's been listening to the show on his walk right now, and it feels like he's sitting with great friends, grooving our way through one of Adam Sandler's missed days.
I love it.
So before you do another song, I want to share real quick. I want to talk about briefly advice versus storytelling.
Yes.
Advice, telling you what to do versus telling you what I did and if it works for you. Real quickly, I had my daughter was going through something and struggling, and I called her teacher. This was last year. She was in kindergarten, and her teacher gave me. Her teacher, who was lovely, by the way, gave me not good advice. I'll just say this. And then directed me the principal, who gave me the same not good good advice. And then they had a social worker call me, by the way, who said, "What insurance do you have? I'll find a therapist for." And I said, No. It's not what I'm looking for. I was literally looking for a community of support. Full disclosure, I was looking for some diversity that my child could see. Because we don't live in a place where there's a lot of that, unfortunately. May have to make a change. I don't know. But, and I said, no, that's not what I'm looking for. And she said, well, I said, do you just know anybody in my situation that we could hang out with?
Yes.
That's all I wanted.
Yes.
What she did some quote unquote research. And the next day she emailed me a link to Parenting Magazine. I thought, well, you are fired. She did get fired later, by the way. Not because of me, but I did share that story after I heard she was fired. And I think it comes back to all we can do is be like, here's my story.
Yeah.
Here's what happened, worked for me, didn't work for me. Mm-hmm. And I think life is I like to look at it like a juicer. Like we take everything in and we juice out what doesn't resonate. Mm-hmm. And what leaves is for us. What stays is for us. Mm-hmm. So before you sing the next song, and you can relate your answer then perhaps flow into what the next song is going to be. But as far as the people that you surround, finding the right people that aren't barking at you, rather holding you. How do you find that?
Oh, gosh.
How do you feel that?
That's a really good question. I think intention, like energetically, I'm a big believer in writing what I call a future diary. A future diary is writing a letter from your future self as though your life is exactly how you want it. And what that does is it helps you get into the energetic feeling of if that were so. And for those of you that, believe in Jesus, and if you don't, either way, there's a lot of great teachers that said this very thing. But he said, give thanks for the thing as though it's already done. And so it's called seeing truth regardless of appearances. So if you're looking for somebody to come into your life that might be a wonderful friend, mentor, imagine that you do have it already. And what would that feel like if you did? If you had that connection to that friendship, what would that feel like? And then you practice that feeling. And then you let God or the universe or whatever you believe bring that to you. There's a part of our brain called the reticular activation system. And it is like the antenna of the brain. And whatever we focus on, it pays attention to that. So whether sometimes you're in a bad mood, things start happening, you're going to hit every red light, you're going to stub your toe, right? Or when you're feeling great and amazing, like every green light's on, every wonderful thing, energetically, this is true. This is scientifically proving now. Mm-hmm. We've known it a long time. Woo-woo people have said this a long time. But I mean, they're actually proving it now. We are energetic beings. So also just, people are shy a lot. I realize it's not easy to make friends. But when I go to the park, I just purposefully make myself talk to people. And you just kind of have to be uncomfortable. You kind of just have to be uncomfortable and just make friends and try to find somebody that you might relate to, through maybe an organization like the library, or go to the library for story time. There's a lot of moms there. Wherever there's a bunch of kids and moms, I think that's a great place. There's going to be somebody there that's lovely and wonderful that might be your new best friend. You don't ever know.
I love it. I love it.
Says the girl who at 5 wrote, "Hi there, I know you just want to meet me."
Yeah, not everybody is like that. I get that. I get that.
You want to meet me.
I know you want to meet me. Not I want to meet at 5, guys, as Mark just reminded us, at 5 years old, on the toilet with a piano. Michelle wrote, "I know you want to meet me." Oh, hey. Hey, girl, hey. Okay, you guys are going to do another song for us. Tell us about this beautiful piece.
This is a song I wrote with Linda Davis and then Mark.
By the way, tell them if you don't know who Linda Davis is.
Linda Davis is, first of all, one of the
But does he love you?
She sang that duet with Reba McEntire, which I also sang that duet in the show that Mark hired me to sing. I got to be the Linda Davis character. And we've told funny stories about that. But anyway, she's just one of the most lovely human beings on the planet, truly. And when I went to her with this idea, she's like, let's write something. I know you're going to write a ton of beautiful songs. Let's write something fun. She goes, like those days when you're just losing it. And I'm like, I love it. So we started the song, and then Mark helped us finish it. And it's called I'm Losing It. And for those of you that are new moms out there, you're going to really relate to this. And those of you that are not so new, you're still going to relate to this. It's really fun.
I already relate.
It's been one long, eternal day. No bath, no food, no pain. You've been crying since 2, don't know what else to do. You're fed, you're dry, you're okay. But I'm losing it. This is not my finest hour. I'm losing it. I just need 5 minutes in the shower. Don't call the white coats yet, but I'm losing it. I sure could use a nice hot long soak before I have a stroke. Now it may be a dream, but I can almost feel that steam. Come on, Calgon, have your way with me, 'cause I'm losing it. I don't even know my name. I'm losing it. I gotta get my head back in this game. Can I call my mother yet? 'Cause I'm losing it. Oh, baby, my sweet baby. Now you're crying, you're wooing, you're cooing, you're wooing me back to my sanity. Now I'm losing it. I'm so happy I could cry. I'm losing it. And baby, you're the reason why I'm so overjoyed that I'm losing it. Yeah, I had a stressed and troubled mind, but I'm losing it. Oh, I'm losing it. Yeah, just gotta let it go. Put my feet up. Take a nice long soak. Oh, I'm losing it.
Felt.
Can you relate? Can you
I
relate?
can feel it. I will probably put that on tonight while I feed my family dinner and see if they catch the drift.
You know, well, that's the other really important part to me about supporting moms is the emotional mental health part of it. Mama's Lullaby 501c3 will help educate women on how to deal with emotional stress, traumas, family trauma, trauma that's been in your family for generations, whatever it may be. We want to empower people to be able to heal and to then be able to learn what to do when something does happen, so it doesn't get stuck in the body, stuck in the mind, and create other issues. And then you can teach your children, and then we can change the generations, you know. Emotional intelligence is hugely important.
It's amazing. It's beautiful. It's funny. I say this a lot. It's like the most basic things are actually the most profound. It's not that hard. It shouldn't be, rather, let me say, that hard to take care of yourself and others around you. And that being said, I want to close with this. We just have a couple minutes left. How did that happen?
It goes so fast.
We only have 2 minutes left. But as I mentioned in the intro, and this project was, as you've talked about, was divinely led. It was just like nudges that said, go here, go there, go there.
Mm-hmm.
And it hasn't even begun to evolve to what it's going to be.
Yeah.
But let's end with this, because when joy and service align, you are doing what brings you joy, which is singing and performing and nurturing, feeding, metaphorically and literally feeding people.
Yeah.
And so your joy and service has a line. That is your responsibility now for the rest of your life, I'd venture to say.
Yeah, it is.
Talk about people leaning into that. And with 2 to 3 minutes left, talk about people leaning into finding their joy and then finding how maybe it makes one other person joyful and then doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, you know, we get these little hits and sometimes we just ignore them or we go, no. That's not. And I've just learned to, when I get the hit, I just follow it. When I think of somebody, someone's name comes into mind, I call them. I always do now because I know that's like a little, we do have intuition. We do have a gut feeling. And I think we've gone so far from it because of all the distractions, the phones, the social media, all the stuff that distracts us from actual listening and quieting. You know, Reverend Becca Stevens was on my show, and she goes for walks in the park by herself a lot. And this is how she gets ideas. This is where she communes. And I think that as a mom, it's hard to do that alone. It's hard to be alone, you know. But when your kids are asleep, finding that time to just be quiet, like you said, take a breath, even a few breaths. I have some meditations on my records so they can take 5 minutes to breathe and just kind of go silent. But yeah, it's challenging, you know.
But doable.
Yeah, one little tiny steps. It doesn't have. Don't make it so big that it's impossible. Tiny. Go in the bathroom for 2 minutes and breathe.
And that can shift the whole energy of the day in the room.
Can.
It really can.
And laughing therapy. Laughing, just even though you don't feel like laughing, just do the goofiest laugh you can do and start laughing, and it changes your state. It's another way.
You are such a beautiful human.
You are too.
The best place, I mean, obviously they can find you as well at michellenicoloprentice.com. That will direct you. There is a tab on that page to go find Mama's Lullaby, but you can go to mamaslullaby.com as well. Thank you for sharing your voice and your heart with myself and with our audience.
Thank you so much. It was so fun. Your audience is so awesome.
Thank you, Mark.
Yes,
You're
thank you,
so
Mark.
welcome, Lindsay. Anything for you, Don.
Be careful
Thanks,
what you
Mark.
say.
No, I know what I'm saying.
I'm going to show up at your door. I'm ready for Italian food and music.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, everybody, again. MichelleNicoloPrentice.com. That's Michelle, Nicolo, Prentice, Prentice.com. And by the way, Tucker Boson says, I love having the in-studio performances where I can actually hear the whole song. That's the thing, by the way. We have to, if we're just playing music, we got to cut it because, live is best. It's how we're going to combat AI the rest of our life.
Yes,
is live.
We must.
You guys, thank you so much for tuning in. This has been another episode of We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. My guest next week actually is Kelly Torres, who has a new book out on her adoption story. So it actually feeds after this one. She had a very rough childhood and a very rough adoption story. She's turned it into a beautiful life, but you don't want to miss that. If you are struggling with anything in your life, any trauma that you're dealing with from a childhood, it is an episode not to miss. This show has been executive produced by, me, and technically produced by Phone Master Dre. Guys, head on over to weshouldwrite.com. Hear all the past episodes and what's coming up next. It's a show about the healing power of writing. Michelle, we should write.
Right.
Y'all have the best day.